Good morning, everyone. This is day 5 for WSL International Wanning Cero Pro WQS 4000 Women's Run of 16 Heat number 1 is on the way. So this is the day 5 morning. Beautiful. This is the beautiful drone shot from above the beautiful Riyue Bay. Good morning, Ben.
Morning, Dai. Wow, you know what? It was cold again this morning, and you know what that means?
Yeah, it was a little bit chilly, but I felt like it's a bit warmer than yesterday, actually.
Just a hair warmer,
Yeah.
but when it is cold, we learned from the locals
Yes.
yesterday that means that northern monsoon activity is going to push in a bunch of swell. I got here early, and I've seen some amazing sets. I think we might even have a little bit more size than yesterday.
Yes, right. So we're gonna see a lot more competitions, a lot more actions. We're gonna see QSs, both women's and men's side. So we're gonna be starting off with women's side and then straight into the men's side. 30 minutes hits. It's gonna be a big day of actions. So to see how they is setting up for today, day 5, let's take it down to the beach with True for the morning call.
Thank you so much, Di. I'm here with WSL Tour Director Ty Sarati. Ty, it's day 5 of competition and we've got a big day of surfing today.
Yeah, the surf has continued from yesterday, and the surf looks really fun. Yeah, should be a great day of competition.
We're coming into the pointy end of the draw. We're going to do the round of 16 and quarterfinals today for the QS. What are you expecting for tomorrow wave-wise? Are we expecting to see it stay like this, really fun?
Yeah, I think the surf should be still pretty fun tomorrow. It might drop off a little bit, but yeah, we're gearing up for finals day tomorrow.
We've had a big year as well for events and rounding out 2025 this year, the calendar year here in Wanning is really fun. What's been your favourite part of the event so far?
Yeah, it's been really cool coming back here to China. Haven't been here for 5 or 6 years now. A lot has changed since last time we were here, but yeah, it's been really good. The waves have been great. So many new restaurants and stuff to try out, and yeah, everyone's been so welcoming, and yeah, it's so good to have WSL events back here in China.
Well, we got a big day of surfing. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True, and our special guest Ty. And we heard it.
That's exciting news,
Possibly tomorrow is gonna be the last day of the competition, finals day. So we're gonna see a lot of actions today. Just like they said, it's gonna be a round of 16. Women's heat 1 is gonna be the first heat of the day. So we're gonna have Sarah Wakita in red, Yu Yao Mei in blue, Rita Suzuki in white, Yu Tian Tang in green. So it's officially on the way.
We just heard the buzzer. It's on.
We just heard it. So it's on. And, you know, the surf is pumping. The Riyue Bay is providing the beautiful, the perfect wave pool kind left-handers.
Yeah, and I really like the decision. Looks like we're going to have an opening ride here.
So this is surfing green, racing down the line. Little bit of a check down to start with. So this is her first wave. So quick in and out, and not a major turns on the way, but still it's a 30-minute heat. It's a long heat, so you don't have to be rushing into waves. So
also, if you have that local knowledge, you're going to be able to pick off the best ones and a lot of waves in that 30 minutes. I like the little heart design on the deck of her board as she kicked out. You could see that. Yes, it's been so amazing, and I think yesterday's call of really stretching it out and taking advantage of every ounce of surfable waves to fit in those extra rounds yesterday was a great decision.
Definitely, yes.
You never know what's going to happen. I mean, it can drop off, and you would have wished that you'd snuck in more heats in the earlier days sometimes. So I think Todd Rosewall, Will Hayden Smith, our director, and Ty Sarati, which you just saw, made a really good decision. And you know what the best thing is? When you have people who actually surf and know waves making the calls, I mean, they really know how to read the day. And we're going to watch this quick replay, watch that hard on the deck. Gets a quick top turn carve right there. So you can see there wasn't a lot of scoring potential on the end section. But it's a new day, new conditions. All of these surfers have been out there yesterday, and it's kind of testing out the conditions.
And this is a great matchup because Sarah and Rita had a lot of experiences in surfing. But let's back to the conversation after this ride. This is second wave for Surfing Green. Nice first turn to start with. Beautiful, slashing carve. But unfortunately, the wave really offering opportunity for her. But definitely, she's just trying to get rhythm in the ocean, just trying to shake off the nerve this morning.
And she's going to have 2 scores within the first 3 minutes, which to a coach, yesterday I was hanging out with their coach, Tim Just, over at the wave pool last night. And I guess 5 of his riders went out yesterday, but he said he's got a lot of his super strong riders still in the comp today. So, it's really important to get moving early. You never know. And also sometimes it's better to be the one that's giving everybody else requirements first.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
you just feel better. If the waves go flat for 5 minutes and you get in a bind and you don't have a backup score yet, that's not a good situation either. So it's like want to get that rhythm going.
Really, yes, that's so true. Because especially when you surf up against those Sarah and Rita who have been on the tour quite a long time, and they are top of the ranking on the QS tour. And these Chinese, our local surfers, Liu Yaomi, Yu Tin Chang, is quite new to the WSL event. So definitely quick start will building up so much pressure to Sarah and Rita. And also this is very important event for Sarah and Rita to qualify next year's CS.
I'm liking this hustle right here. We definitely have some action about to happen.
So looks like we're gonna have Yu Yaomei up and riding, caught a little behind too late to the section. So there's no turns on that wave. Unfortunately for Wu Yu Mei, just a 0.50, so 2.50 for the last of the green, and looks like we're gonna be seeing wide up and riding. That is a Rita Suzuki on this one. One of the medium set wave, looking at nice wall ahead of her. Unfortunately, I think she took it to a little too up high in the wave.
Yeah, maybe just a little too excited to just get in and start attacking. She's got such a powerful backhand, and I think she just planned her bottom turn too high up on the face.
Right, definitely. That was really unfortunate for Rita because the wave actually looked amazing. It looked like it had a lot of steeper wall to actually you can hit. So that was really unfortunate. But like again, there's still 25 minutes left. So for the normal competition, this heat hasn't started yet. But this is Zafin Blue up and riding on her backhand. Nice taking turn and just stay in the pocket, but decided to kick out. And out the back, we have Sarawakit up and riding for her first wave. Nice turn and love the big carve from her. Beautiful carve, a little bit fumble, but nice recovery there from Sarawakita. So he's gonna stick with it. Nice third turn in. So this wave actually providing a lot of opportunity for Sarah. Nice wave for her first wave.
Yeah, she's looking super precision.
This is live action, big turn from Southern Green. That has a huge section to hit actually. She's hoping to get more steeper section towards the inside. She's gonna stick with it. Unfortunately, wave just dies out, but definitely beautiful first turn from Southern Green, Yu Tin Tang.
I love how this heat's starting. It's amazing. And you mentioned before on Blue's first, let's watch this replay. Wow. Hits that one, big solid section, airdrops down into the flats and comes into this down carve. I love how she used that section, and that float, that off the lip kind of float was really functional to get it around that section. But mentioning Blues, this is the Blues last wave.
Right.
This one worked out a lot better. Gets a quick hit there. She's so powerful in her backhand. Wasn't the wave she wanted. And here's Sarah. Just watch her line. She reads this wave so well. Watch how she fits this carve and holds that rail. I love her surfing. Just as you said, there's that little bobble, but there was 2 really strong turns before that. And then here she comes into the inside. So she's basically going to get almost 2 rides in one if you don't
Yeah.
count that little bobble in the morning in the inside in the middle of the ride. So I think she'll get rewarded really well for that. They're thinking about that one. Blue's second wave, 2.23. Blue's first wave, it looked like she was really like waiting to see if Rita or Cero were going to go, and she took off so late that she didn't have a chance to really pick her perfect takeoff spot.
But you know, she had a lower priority, so that's okay for her. And there's still a lot of time left on the clock. So few scores locked in: 3.50 for UTN Tang, it's the last wave, and 2.23 for the last of Riyue Bay. Still waiting for the last of Sarah Wakita, and I feel like it's gonna be the best score out of all the waves so far.
I'll guarantee that. And then also, it's the first heat of a first day of a new round. So I think Sarah is really going to start to set the scale for the potential today.
Definitely. You know, that was an important way for judges. Like you said, it's going to set up the tone for the rest of the day. So you will see what kind of maneuvers or like combination you need to get a decent scores. So I'm super excited to see, you know, what she's going to get for the last wave.
Yeah, I'm excited. And that's also... that's kind of going to determine all the way through the heat. I mean, all the way through the round. The judges will probably be comparing a lot of different rides to that one ride. And so it's, besides the score, it just shows how many perfect waves are on offer. And that was a really, really good wave with a lot of potential. And it also had that second grower section where you have 2 waves in one.
So few scores locked in. Sarah's last one comes in at a 5.33, so that is a decent. You know, whenever you go up higher than 5 point, it's a decent. It's a keeper, potentially. But as you go deep in the draw, probably you kind of want to get rid of the 5, and you kind of want to start getting those 6, 7, and 8 excellent scores. But definitely starting with 5 is such a great way to start heat.
Also, as far as the judges are concerned, they can't overcook it. They can't reward too much because they haven't seen in the second, third waves of Rita Suzuki, for example. So they can't put too close of a ceiling on the scores just yet.
You have to have the space so actually you can create the differences between, you know, performances.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So we don't necessarily know what's an excellent ride yet.
All right, let's see what she can do on this one. Beautiful tags into the critical section. Beautiful second turn, throwing buckets of spray. I love the bottom turn, driving through the bottom turn and gets the turn in. So a lot of turns at the back, and we have Rita up and riding. Nice couple of turns at the back. We didn't see, but definitely she's done the job at the back, and she gets a finish there. So great exchange from South and white and green. And this is Sarah Wakita's second wave, quick in and out. So probably trying to get the higher priority over everyone now. So with that 19 minutes and 40 seconds left, but looks like the surf condition has been improving a lot compared to yesterday.
I think it's going to pump, man. It's really, even with these offshores trying to push that lip back, it's still showing a lot of punch to the wave.
All right, Sarah up and riding. Quick in and out, just see how, you know, this wave turned into, but decided to kicks out. Probably didn't like the look of it. There's still 19 minutes left on the clock, so there's heaps time left for many more waves.
Yeah, so watch this one of green. I love how she's driving off. She's not afraid of that lip line. Really sticks it up there and timing her turns really, really well. Just showing that local knowledge of the wave. And it's not misplacing a turn anywhere. Just reading it perfectly and a real confident kick out. And then here we had Rita's first wave. Puts the back foot into that one, puts a little flare on that first top turn, showing some variety in the next one. Nice and deep. And wow, she's really finding the steep sections. I didn't notice how steep the wave was on the live action. And that last one could have easily blown her out the back. And it was really important that she got down the face and got out of there. And here we have Blue again. I think this was her... No, that would have been her 1.17 that was going on while Cero was on her way back out. So Yeah, a lot of exciting stuff happening, and
Wow.
now we also have another comparison with Rita and Sarah's waves. So they're definitely going to look at her replay and make sure that it's over a 5.33 or under. And
Right.
so I figure White's score is going to take just a bit. Green's came in quickly, 4.0.
All right, so last wave for UTN 10 comes in at a 4.00. But it's interesting to see how much Rita's gonna get for the last wave, because like you said, Rita's wave had a more steeper section and more section to work on. So definitely that was a great wave. And this is live action. We have Riyue Bay up and riding. She probably needs a good score now. Great second turn, throwing back into sprays, back into the power source, trying to maintain the speed. Nice scarf. And decided to kick out. So it's a good combination from her. Probably needed to have a couple more steeper sections to actually get the 5 and 6s, but definitely great combination from Riyue Bay.
Looking really, really strong, and she is a super strong surfer. A lot of power, tall, strong, and just as you were saying, she's probably needing a pretty good score. We don't know what she's needing yet because Rita's score hasn't come in.
Right.
We haven't figured out what the rest of the field's what's going on. But here we go. Blue uses that whitewash to get into this one. Gets a quick hack. Gets a little hung up with that wind and the whitewash, but then comes out. I like that turn a lot. Using that rail game. Eyeing up a next section. I like that turn too. So definitely finding every space with no lack of speed and flow to that one. And the other thing I was going to say is Sarah's 5.33 did have that bobble in the middle of it.
Right.
And that's one thing that they're going to have to factor into Rita's, where she completely kept that flow from start to finish.
It was just a great wave selection from Rita. You know, it had clean open faces all the way to the inside actually, and she gets the finishing turn. Little bit fumble, hang up on the last one, but yes, here comes Rita's last wave, locks in 6.50. It is the highest score in this heat. So now she's jumped into the second place, needing 1.0 to go into the first. Sarah now back into third place, needing 2.11. And the Riyue Bay now needs 5.21 to go into the second, but we are still waiting for the last of Blue to lock in. So a few scores starting to lock in for Riyue Bay's last wave. It's a 3.50. So now she needs 3.94. Yes, a little bit of a situation changed here. Rita's got a 6.5.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game though. It's amazing how balanced of a start that we have here.
Right.
Everyone needing really, really simple requirements. 3.5 with Blue just needing 3.94. She only needs a half point above what she did just now. So she's learned from that. She can pick a better wave, add one more maneuver possibly, and she could get that score. But we don't know what's going to happen with the higher priority surfers.
You know, we're just reaching halfway through in this heat. So we have 15 more minutes left on the clock. So pretty much everyone has one single wave so far. So they have to catch one more wave to actually, you know, progressing through to the next run. So that's why they probably their requirements are really low at the moment. But definitely next exchange will shake things up.
100%. I mean, Rita, if she takes a wave, she isn't third priority. But if she even takes off, she could get that one that
Right,
she needs.
definitely.
And so that would pop her up in the lead. Sarah's definitely controlling this little cluster of our competitors that you have on screen there. And as we've mentioned in the previous days, there is a really spelled out point of where you need to line yourself up. That's the primary takeoff zone. And as we had in one of the interviews, they said, no matter what tide, it's definitely always that one point that you go back to.
Yeah, definitely. No, for those of you who just started to watch this event, there's a big rock in the lineup, and that's like one of the benchmark, I would say. And you can just sit outside of the rock or inside or left or right side of it, and it actually changes your approach on the wave.
Yeah, we noticed right away that a lot of the really advanced China team surfers were starting behind that rock And as the energy would surge up off the rock, it made that first critical turn section. And I was taking off on the other side, and I would basically get to my feet and have to go into a fading turn and wait for it to grow. So good thing I'm not in this condition. I would have lost out first round.
Well, looks like we're gonna have Set approaching to the lineup. So first priority with Sarah Wakita, second priority with Yu Jin Tang. So this is gonna be a really important exchange for all the surfers. So Sarah, having a look, she's up and riding. Nice first turn, throwing buckets of sprays. Love this beautiful car from Sarah. So she's gonna stick with this wave, hoping to, this wave has a lot more steeper section, and it does actually nice full stand. So there is a great surfing on this wave, and I think Rita had a go at the back. We didn't see the start of her wave, but definitely these two waves will change this situation. And this is important wave again for surfing green, our local surfer. Nice first turn, opening turn, and love the second turn, throwing a lot of sprays. And actually this wave gives her a lot of opportunities to just hit that steeper section. She's gonna stick with this wave, surfing all the way to the inside, and probably she likes it.
That was great surfing, and I think that even though Sarah and Rita's waves were pretty high scoring, that might have been one of the best waves selected in the heat. So let's watch this one. Nice. I love how she uses that front hand to pivot and access and put all of that power and unwinds. You see the fins almost want to release, but she keeps engaged to drive into that next one. And this is where it fattens up just a little bit, but she still comes up, gets another quick little hit here, and she is stoked. She's like, that was what I wanted. Here we go, white. So Rita Suzuki, this is the beginning of that first ride, having to take the lower half, little step in that, double up, 2 waves in 1. But it did kill her drive, and while she had to navigate and try and get over that bump, it killed her flow. But Sarah, wow, precision surfing, putting every turn in the right place. These first few carves, she's kind of just buying herself time to get to that inside where it starts to stand up. That turn, more flare on that one, pushing that back foot, just looking so fierce and so strong. And, of course, that kick out is just so cool and confident.
No hesitation on every single turns, and she just push it really hard, push it to tail really hard, and just throwing buckets of spray. So that was a beautiful surfing from Sarah. And Rita's actually had a third priority, and it got this smaller size waves, but it actually doubled up, and it gave her a lot of walls. But unfortunately, hang up on the second one. But still, it's gonna be her backup score, only needing small score. Yeah, it comes in at 4.23. That's enough for her to moving into the lead right now. So now Sarah needs 2.17 to go into the second. Yu Jin Tang now needs 6.73 to go back into the lead with 9 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Yeah, so that 4.23, she got a turn on the top half of the wave, got over that step, and then got a finish. So she got rewarded for 2 waves in one ride. But as we saw that big step, that big double up step happen, and we saw little hints of it in some of the other waves, it wasn't as pronounced as that big step that she had to go over, but it's that backwash kind of coming off of the previous waves. So the previous waves coming in, all of that water needs to go somewhere. It starts going back out, and it just seemed to meet that one wave so square that it dropped that crazy step into it.
Right, so this is live action. Sarah Wakita up and riding on inside waves. Nice first turn to start with. Little bit of bog in the rail there, so decided to kick out. So last wave for Sarah comes in at 4.67. It's enough for her to move into the second place right now. Needing a 5.41 to challenge herself into the lead. So now Yu Jin Tang needs 6.00 to go into the second. And the last wave for Yu Jin comes in at a 4.70. She replaced the best score, now needs 5.31. And first priority with Yu Yao Mei, needing 6.50 to go into the second. So it's pretty much set now, with 8 minutes and 15 seconds requirements are set. So green, blue needs a little bit work to do.
Yeah, let's watch this replay. You saw Rita kind of take a look there. Rita had the higher priority, but she kind of saw that there was an opportunity and made that split-minute decision. Do I take it and block Cero, or do I stay out here and keep that priority? And that was a super smart and mature decision.
Right, just under 8 minutes left of the 30-minute heat. It goes super quick, actually.
Went really fast.
It went really fast. So this is the last of Sarah's.
Yeah, we just saw this one. Really, actually, a really nice turn there. And then she could feel that it's just, I mean, she rode out. At least she rode out of that maneuver, didn't get hung up. Almost any other surfer would have just flopped on their face as that fat section caught the inside rail.
All right, so it looks like Sarah's having a look at this one, trying to get 5-4-1 to move into first. Nice trick turn to start with. That was a beautiful off the top. Great turn. Unfortunately, it didn't have any other turns, but definitely it was one of the steepest sections to hit. Just went for it. It just wraps around and it's straight to the beach. So that was great combination from Sarah. Trying to get 5-4-1 to go into the first place. With 6 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Yeah, so I love how Sarah's just celebrating that freedom of being under priority, completely sitting in a different zone, and she's just buying time while someone drops their higher priority position. But Blue really guarding the peak. She needs a pretty strong score, and she has such good wave selection.
Right.
Knows the wave, and with her controlling that little primary takeoff zone, I think she will definitely pull the trigger on one of the best waves that will come through in this next 6 minutes. We don't know how much time that's going to take, but in the meanwhile, Sarah's keeping warm, she's keeping busy, and there is a chance that you can take off away from these three competitors and get the last 2/3 of the wave that go through the inside and eventually stand up. And who knows, like 2 strong maneuvers gave Rita 4.2, and even from after the first 1 or 2 sections, you still have room for 3 turns.
Yeah, but I feel it feels like she's having a lot of waves inside, just to put more pressure to 3 other surfers, because she's very smart competitor and she's not wasting any time. Probably, she's catching a lot of waves because that will warm her up, but as well as that, probably just trying to put more pressures, and just because if I have surfer in my head just catching many waves inside, I started to freak out, starting to be freaked out,
yeah,
oh, maybe I should go to the inside, or
I love that point. Yeah, and then hearing the beach announcer constantly saying that one color, getting another score, and it almost makes you feel frozen.
So Sarah's up and riding again, but quick in and out, but every little thing will put building up the pressures. But looks like Rita up and riding, quick in and out. So she had a lower priority from 2 other surfers, but looks like Sarah's gonna get 3rd priority now. Yeah, she's hunting for it. So with 4 minutes and 30 seconds, there's a little bit of a priority change there. First priority is still with Riyue Bay, and second priority is with Yu Tang, and the 3rd priority actually with Sarah Kita now.
Yeah, that was just a little misshuffle of the cubes, but Rita was actually in 2nd priority, and Green was in 3rd. So Green really wanted it. She used it to block, but it wasn't the best choice, and she actually handed that 2nd priority to Green. So a little bit of a mistake there.
I would say yes, it is a little bit of a mistake, but she's still in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.3.
Yeah, she's not worried about anything.
She's in the lead with really comfortably with a 6.5, but definitely she wants to get rid of the 4.23, and she is capable of getting those 7s and 8s. I've seen her a lot of great surfing and getting the 8s and 7s in other events, so definitely she wants to get rid of the 4-point range.
Yeah, and she knows what she's doing. She's got Tepe on her side, man. She's
a little bit of advice, definitely. Pass it on to Rita's Suzuki from Teppei Tajima, the best coach from Japan, and he's everywhere.
Best and busiest.
Best and busiest, yes.
He's brought his own little busload of competitors to this competition. But wow, it's going so fast. 3 minutes, and Blue has held that priority for over 3 minutes now.
Yeah, because at the moment she needs a pretty decent score, 6-5. So definitely has to have one of the best wave in this heat. So I think she's doing great job to maintain the first priority.
Definitely. I think the other thing is now with the time that we have, she knows that she has to get something better than a 6.5 with one single wave, and pretty much it's almost better not even to take a wave if you're not going to get something that's going to give you that score.
Definitely.
You
So
know?
that's why she's holding first priority for over probably I would say 10 minutes now. So 2 minutes to almost we're reaching 2-minute mark in this heat. This is a fast heat of the day. Women's round of 16, heat 1. So next up is heat number 2. We're gonna be seeing Sumomo Sato, Riyue, Minami Nonaka, Yukisuen Teng is coming up in heat number 2. So another exciting heat is on the way. But this heat is actually really exciting one to watch. Little tense and
Exactly. I was going to say it's even exciting with no waves because that's adding to the tension of it. And if something just pulls out in the last 30 seconds, it'll create such a surprise, So we're digging it. We see some bump out at the top of the point.
So we might have set in a few seconds, but it's great to for blue and green have higher priority now. Because Blue is in fourth place but has fast priority. Get to choose whatever she wants to go. But this is Sarah actually taking on this inside ones. Took off a little late, but still managed to come around a section. That was a beautiful off the top, steepest section to hit. And she's going to stick with it. Probably she'll be, coming in with this wave. But unfortunately, the wave didn't really offer too much after the first section.
She's the only one that got a wave in that set, though. That's pretty cool, and it's really cool that you can use that top of the point as an indicator of when it's coming.
Right.
So if you're the riders, you see a little bit of activity out on the top of the point, and you're a smart competitor. You're going to time how long it takes from that to reach the takeoff rock. And you'll have a little bit of advantage of kind of seeing into the future. Right.
It's definitely great, smart decision from Sarah Wakita. It's down to 10 seconds, and I would say it's pretty safe to say, Rita and Sarah will be moving into the next round, and that's the end of it. So this is Rita Suzuki and Sarah Wakita moving into quarterfinals. So we're going to go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with a lot more actions in the women's round of 16 heat number 2.
北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚。慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉，试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸，体验的又是另一番风味。聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源。相逢亦或偶遇。闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡， 就有了私讯。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月，波涛，孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the second heat of day 5 of the WSL International Wanning Pro Cero WQS 4000. I'm Ben Wei, now joined in the booth with Giada Ligati, and we have in the water Sumomo Sato from Japan, Yan Yu from China, Minami Nonaka from Japan, and Yinshuan Zhang from China in green. So we've seen some really good surf. I'm sure you saw some of the sets that came through as you were on a little coffee walk. It's pumping.
Yeah, it is. It's I just saw that last set that came through. That Sarawakita just caught one of the first ones, and you're right. It's still pumping. We have swell from yesterday still, so there's gonna be a big day of competition today as well. Round of 16 heat 2 though. This is the second heat of the day. Already some replays. Sumomo Sato, a 4 to start things off. Couple nice turns here on the inside. This wave just starts to bowl up for her. Let's see if she got anything done. Nice, strong finishing there for Sumomo Sato. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with. I've seen her quite a few times throughout the Indo QSs, Korean NIAS. She's one of the regulars. She comes every year and always has some good results.
Yeah, she's a super strong surfer. We saw with that last turn, vicious turn on that section. And we saw a pretty quick start in that last heat by our Chinese surfer, getting the first couple waves, but it really, Sarah and Rita had really good wave selection and surfed the waves perfectly. We also had our surfer who's been surfing really strong, Wu Yaomei. She was kind of controlling the peak with priority, but the wave never came. She was needing a strong score, but I was kind of predicting the local knowledge to come into play. But everyone's starting to get their own local knowledge from all the rounds that they've surfed here, really getting to know the wave. And you look like you knew the wave really well yesterday.
It was fun. That was actually my first time surfing the spot. It was way funner than what I thought. I was a little cold out there because yesterday we did have that strong offshore wind, a bit of rain. But yeah, this wave is kind of just if you find the right one, it has that horseshoe bend towards it and it just bends towards you, so you can really lay into it. We've seen a couple really good performances off the top of my head. I think Iko Watanabe was one of my highlights from yesterday. He really is in such good form. His timing is really good with this wave as well. And it's funny because a couple interviews you told me that he is not feeling like he's understanding it, but he looks like he's in great form. All right, live action.
All right, here we have blue. Yu Yan gets around that section, holds that rail line. Nice upper body form, quick up and out of there. She's got that local knowledge. As we have green. Zhuang Yinxuan unfortunately gets a little bobbled up on the lip there, but they are just getting the wax in their feet, feeling out the conditions today because it is quite different from yesterday. So down on the glass, we will have Rita Suzuki, winner of that heat number 1 with Daiwako. Take it away, bud.
それでは、見事第一通過を果たしました。素晴らしいライディングで6点台を1本目からスコアしましたが、もう作戦通りに、いったんですか？
そうですね、毎回作戦で一番最初奥取って落ち着いて1本乗るっていう作戦でやりました。
6点の波は今のヒートの中でも一番ウォールがあったように見えたんですが、もう波に行くっていう狙いを定めてた波でしたか？
練習から波がいいっていうのは分かってて、波を狙ってたのでしっかりそれに乗れて嬉しいです。
ヒート前に田島コーチからのアドバイスは何があったんですか？
アドバイスは、とりあえずもう3回試合やってて全部同じような感じなんですけど、最初まず奥を取って 最初の10分キープビジーでとりあえず乗ってみようっていうところでそういう作戦でやりました。
このイベント、2025年最後のイベントとなっていますが、ランキングにとっても非常に大事なイベントだと思います。そのあたりもやはり頭の隅にはあるんですか？
ランキングの部分も、頭の隅には置いてるんですけど、今年はもう挑戦の年っていうことで経験を積んで、CS に行けても行けなくても全力で頑張ろうと思ってます。
So her original plan was just sit out the back, seat deep, and then trying to wait for the good waves. And because she's been surfing in the 3 heats already, and she knows where to sit. And Tajima, the best coach, he gave her doing the exact same thing she's been doing in the juniors and the QS round, and that's exactly what she did. And she's super stoked with the result. And this is a very important event, but she's trying not to think about ranking right now. She's focusing on every moment in the heat. それではたくさんの方、応援してくれてます。そしてこの後クォーターファイナルも、残っています。メッセージがあればお願いします。
日本からいろんな場所から応援ありがとうございます。もう次はクォーターファイナルでマンオンマンなので楽しんで落ち着いて次も勝てるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Alright, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai. And yeah, really digging in there. I love that. And like the direct translation, he was saying, what advice did Tepe give you? And she said, I've surfed 3 heats, made them through. I made it through every one. I'm still progressing through the rounds. Just keep sticking to that same plan. It's when you have coaches that work with you, it seems like their plan is not to be coaching you during the competition. They've already gotten that work done pre-comp. And that's if they have the confidence in the work that they've done, they pretty much just kind of let you go, maybe give a couple little pointers here and there, but he's gotten the job done.
Absolutely, and they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
So yeah, Rita Suzuki just sticking to whatever she's doing because it's working really well. And I agree with you. A good coach doesn't coach you during the event. All the job and everything was done pre-event. The weeks coming towards it and the weeks coming to the event is when you're really putting all the hard work, and that's when you're really changing things, because when you're out there you need to be comfortable and you need to be feeling safe with your equipment, your ability, with everything that you have. So that on your screen is Ben Wei and Amjada that we've been talking through the past couple days here in the event, and it's been so much fun.
I have such a good time, and I've known you, I've known Dai, I've known True for such a long time, and it's got some live action right here. White, Minami Nonaka, this is going to be her first wave. She's been holding that priority for a little bit, just took a little test there. That one didn't work out great, but she'll put one score. And here we have Blue. I really love how she winds her upper body, uses those arms. Green takes the lip off that first one, really strong first turn. Releases the fins on the second one, showing a little flair, a little variety. And that is the end of the line. So I'm already seeing a little shift in conditions from the first heat when Sarah and Rita were out. That inside was really standing up and giving a second option on the inside, and we're losing that second grow section now. And it looks like everyone's back to that original plan of having to get 2 strong turns on the outside before it fades out.
Absolutely. It probably isn't, bowling up all the way in the inside like we saw in the lower tide yesterday. It is currently 8:40 a.m. here in Riyue Bay, and we had the high tide at 7. And the low is at 11:20, but it's not a big difference. So we're going to practically be having this same tide. It was a 0.9 high and it's a 0.8 low. So not a big difference at all. These are probably the conditions we're going to be surfing and seeing all day. So the athletes probably having to take a look at the forecast and make sure, this is what we're surfing all day.
That's great. That's great to make your plan. And that also, it lets each competitor watch the previous heat and set out their plan and know that there's not going to be a whole new plan once they get out there, because we did see with the bigger tide changes, one heat to the next would be completely different conditions. Also, we had a little bit more wind changes in some of the early days of the competition, day 1, day 2. Yesterday, Wind stayed great the whole day, and we didn't see the tide move too much, but that's almost not even moving.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
exactly.
That's a flatliner.
Exactly. So great for the contestants. They know exactly what board they're going to need. They know the wave is going to be exactly how they had it when they probably went for free surf this morning. So you're right. It's not many places that doesn't have those big changes. Yesterday we had perfect glassy conditions all day with that light offshore. That was probably the only difference, that sometimes it was a little stronger, other times not. But it was incredible conditions from start to finish.
Yeah, I've worked some events in Spain, and they have those king tides where basically the beach will be at low tide where the riders are right now, and then it'll come all the way back in to be like this. It's crazy.
Yeah, another place that comes to mind is Newquay, that event in the Boardmasters event, and the tide difference is ridiculous. I mean, sometimes you're walking kilometers to paddle out to the peak, and other times the wave is breaking at shore, like we're in front of the judges' tower. So, yeah, it's great to have a place that, or it is also depending on the moon and the tides, but it's gonna be a bit of a wave pool situation, not a big change.
Speaking of wave pool, got to take a look at that place. How impressive. We'd seen a couple drone shots. That's actually that big white tower that you see at the top of your screen. That's the big marker of the surf resort, and wow, probably multi-billion-dollar project with beautiful restaurants, bars, and the wave pool is so much bigger than I'd expected from the shots that people sent me. And how we mentioned earlier on that they go back and forth, rights on one day, lefts on the other. Yesterday started as a right, and then there was actually some lefts at the end of the day, at the end of the night.
No way.
I'm not saying end of the night. I wasn't there that late. But, got to play music
into the morning.
Got to play music in front of the wave pool, and today I'm going to definitely DJ your surf session.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of you guys going out.
I think so.
Guys in there?
Yeah, I think we will be trying the wave pool tonight. It is so much fun, and honestly, what an incredible position. It's like a 5-minute walk from exactly where we're sitting right now. And I think as an athlete, you would want a type of setup like this one because you have the ocean wave right in front of us. You get to practice and surf different types of conditions, but then you have the wave pool behind, which you can do the repetitions, if you want to do your airs, you can do it. There's the barrel mode, which is incredible as well. So it's such a great place to really improve your surfing.
Yesterday, Bronson and Alex and a couple of the boys came. Alex was showing me he did this over-the-head Superman, went for it, and broke 6 boards in one session. But he said Italo Ferreiro was sending him messages because it was like almost higher and gnarlier than his. And Bronson said he hadn't really figured it out, but I mean, it shoots the rider so far in the air. They had some footage. Oh, there we go. Okay. Man, you asked for it, you get it. I love the WSL. Here we go. So that is the surf resort. That's that big monolith sticking out. That's the marker. But you just go under a bridge that goes under the main highway. That's the other thing is, here we go, live action. Enough about the wave pool. We got live action in the real ocean. Nice, strong first turn there. Sumomo Sato. She's already holding a 4.0, and we have Yan Yu. Almost comes out of the turn under the lip. So putting some strong turns, showing some variety. You can tell that the riders are sort of fighting that oncoming offshore wind. And White, nice draw off the top. Big, deep turn there, releasing the fins. Almost loses it, but can't knock down Minami. And here she's regaining composure, finding another spot to hit there. And so, strange bump within the last 5 minutes on the waves, and also like a big, strong puff of offshore wind. Looks like it's kind of making things a little more challenging than the beginning of the heat.
Absolutely. Let's break these replays down. Minami Nonaka on her backhand. Nice first turn. Really tight in the pocket there. Sets it up again for the second one. You can see the wave gets a little fat here, but she holds it nicely. Does that third one and almost fumbles and falls off there, but she holds on tight and gets that last turn in. Unfortunately, that part of the wave where it kind of just tapers off already. Right behind her, Yan Yu. Good looking wave. Good first turn to kind of set the mood here and set the tone for the rest of the wave. Does it again. Bigger swooping carve there. Unfortunately, fumbles a little bit as well, looking like they're struggling in that last section where the wave kind of just loses a little bit of power. But Sumomo Sato, solid first backhand blast there. Gets around the whitewash, decides to pull off because as well, like we said, when that wave reaches that channel and deeper part of the reef, it kind of just tapers away, especially with this higher tide. So a couple really nice turns there. I'm loving Minami. She got a lot of nice turns. She really didn't waste any sections. So I think she's probably going to get the better of that exchange. We'll see. Sumomo Sato's last wave came in at a 3.4. We're waiting for the last of white and green. Yushan Zhang. Wave we missed during those replays. Nice first turn here. Kind of just to stick with it. Wraps it around. Gets a little stuck in the whitewash there, but decides to stick with it. Pushes the tail a little more on that section. Maybe this is going to be one of the waves that really takes her all the way down. She's going to stay with it. Keeps doing a couple of those turns. Really nicely done there. So, all right. Good exchange from all the ladies. Everyone has a wave under their belt now. Waiting for the last of white. Minami wants to back up that 2-4-3. All scores are in. Last of green, 2-7-0. Last of blue, a 2-7-0 as well. All right, so that was a nice exchange. We're waiting for one more score before we have the updated score line. But that was nicely done from the ladies. Everyone took advantage of that set that came through.
I think that they probably would have learned from that last heat. The last 5 minutes went really sleepy. And while our Chinese surfer, Yao Mei Wu, was holding first priority, she sat out there for about 4 minutes, and at the end, the wave never came. So I think they're knowing that even if it doesn't look like it could be a great wave, you just got to go on everything that's within your reach and also determined on your rotation and priority.
You're right. On days like today, I think it is so important to really get those scores in early. You don't want to be risking it and sitting down and waiting for a score in the very last minute. So I think it was smart from Sumomo just starting off a 4 and then backing up really quickly. Now she has that priority. She can kind of sit there, and if it doesn't work out, at least she's in a comfortable situation. But just to give you guys a bit of an update of what we will be running today, we are starting off with this women's QS round of 16, straight into the men's round of 16, and then women's and men's quarterfinals today. So by the end of today, we're going to have semifinalists in for the QS here in the International Wanning Corona Cero Pro.
That's exciting stuff. And I heard word on the street that they might be shooting for finals day tomorrow.
Maybe. It could be.
So we gotta squeeze out every ounce that we can. We know that the swell's been really, really contestable. Great conditions all day yesterday. Knew not to waste any of it. We pushed pretty much all the sunlight that we could out of the day, and we'll do something similar today. 30-minute heats all the way through. I think it's 16 heats on schedule until the rest are on standby. So never know. I mean, if there's still a little bit left, they might actually push some of the juniors in today. Who knows?
I mean,
everyone needs to be ready to go always.
Always. And why not? If there's waves, you can't walk away from good waves. You know, we might as well take advantage of the whole day. There is some pumping lefts coming through. We already saw a couple. Sumomo Sato, Minami Nonaka's last wave of 4.67. So the best wave of the heat for now. Live action.
I love how Zhang took off behind that rock. That's the kind of the local sweet spot when you take off behind the rock and get that first steep section, just as Sumomo Sato did, unleashing on that second carve. Such a powerful surfer, keeps it so close to the pocket, and she's looking for a little bit of extra. We haven't seen too much in this back half, but she's still finding ways to redirect and keep her speed with a solid kick out. But greens, unfortunately, she started in a good spot. It kind of had that sideways direction, as we have blue. Almost looked like she was going to pull into the barrel there. It didn't open up. But she's just struggling with that section, unfortunately. But Sumomo had a really strong ride. I'm really excited about that score.
All right, couple replays. Sumomo on her backhand. Big first blast to start things off here. Sets it up again. Nice down carve on her backhand there. Couple of similar turns here on the inside, but only because the wave isn't offering much. So she's kind of just killing time, wanting this wave to kind of bowl up again and give her something to work with. But Sumomo is known for this strong backhand she has. I've seen her in Krui a lot, and it's pretty deadly, especially when the waves are in her favor and it's a little more solid. She doesn't hold back.
She throws heaps of spray too. So here we have beautiful Riyue Bay. We're looking at the top of the point. This is just around the corner, and you can see how far that energy starts to meet the reef and this perfect lineup into the bay here. And this place in typhoon season can be pumping it. It can look like Bali here. I've seen pictures from the side of 4 people in the barrel in a row. As we have live action. Minami, nice strong top turn there, but you can see there's not much left of that. So it almost seems like we're getting 2 pulses of swell from different directions. There's the ones that stretch, and then there's the ones that taper. And so it's really hard to know what you're going to get. And it seems like sometimes they're happily surprised.
All right, surfer in second position, Minami Nonaka. Nice cutback there. This wave bowls up, pushes it again. Decides that will be more than enough as the wave just kind of disappears. Maybe some good tactics, keeping the other surfers off those waves, keeping them, keeping herself busy. There hasn't been a lot of waves ridden. Most surfers either caught 3 or 4 waves, so I think it's smart to keep moving. If you just sit there for too long, you start getting in your own head. You start overthinking things when it's just surfing. You just have to go for it.
Get cold, too,
yeah,
today. It's chilly.
Cold.
We got Green up and riding. This one, she is able to make it around that section. Hangs it up on the lip. Unfortunately, didn't have enough speed to really stick with the energy. The wind won on that maneuver right there. So we have White Minami up and riding. Much steeper takeoff. Just takes it to the lip, and you could see the way she dropped down. Such commitment and critical surfing. I'm loving this. Not much left of it, but that first turn will probably help her get up towards her top score.
That first turn was really impressive. I personally think that was probably the best turn of the event. Oh, not the event, sorry, of the heat. Maybe event.
It'll be in one of the top 5.
Yeah, Minami, boom, upside down in the most meaty section that wave had to offer. Does it again here. So I think this is probably going to throw that 287 out the window, and she's going to be updating that scoreline really nicely. Here's that front angle. This is what the judges see. I love that. It's just upside down. The board completely changes direction. So beautiful surfing from Minami.
Yeah, the nose like violently whipped into that, and you could see all the spray that came off of it. As we have Blue wiping the water for her face, there's a lot of wind blowing into the riders, and it seems like these kind of lighter riders are getting more affected by that oncoming wind that's really killing their speed. So she hasn't had the best wave selection yet. Green, last wave did not factor in 0.73. Let's watch this one again. She gets a quick hit there.
All right, so Blue Yanyu, nice couple of cutbacks here. I'm loving her style. She really using that back arm nicely and extends and opens her chest every time she kind of does that down carve. So beautiful, feminine style Yanyu has. I'm liking what she's doing. 2.7 and a 2.6. She's got a bit of work to do. She needs that 4.84. While we're still waiting for that last one of White to come through, though, I think that's going to really affect the scoreline a little bit. I think that 4.84 is going to be increased a little bit. Minami Nonaka is currently ranked 3rd in the Asian QS ranking. Had a couple really good results. Has had 2 wins already this year. She won the WSL International Pro QS 4000 earlier on. She also got a win at the Omaezaki Pro QS 2000 in Japan, a 5th in the QS 6000 in Tahara, and a 2nd in the QS 2000 in Hamamatsu Open.
Look at this score line.
Exactly.
All the judges are calling it a great turn. Last of White, 6.0 bumps her up to the lead in the last 4 minutes.
That is a healthy score there for Minami Nonaka. Jumps straight to the lead, makes life a little harder now for Yan Yu and Yingshuan Zhang. Both ladies looking for 6-4-7 and a 5-6-7. So with 3.5 left, that is not a great position to be in. They have fourth and second priority, so Minami and Sumomo are not going to make life easy for these ladies.
No, they definitely aren't. Red holding first priority. She's definitely going to fight her way from getting out of that advancing position. And so, yeah, I'd say if I were green or blue, I'd be paddling way away, trying to find something out of the reach of Sumomo.
Absolutely. You want to find your own space out there. You want to create your own opportunity, especially Yan Yu with fourth priority, meaning that if a set comes, she does not have the right of way, and she really needs to get out of the way of the other ladies. Otherwise, it's a possible interference call, and you don't want to be, even if she's not in a great position, you want to give yourself the best chance possible. So if I were her, I'd probably start paddling a little down, maybe get a score on the inside. A 6-4-7 is a pretty decent score to be asking for, though.
That's a great point, because it seems like, for the most part, the sets are 3 strong waves. And so if you're the one waiting for 3 riders to go, you're left with nothing at the end.
Yeah.
But that has gone, the previous heat went by so fast. There's so many waves ridden and so much to talk about as we have some live action. That was her in fourth priority, having to take off on something that nobody wanted. Of course, they could probably tell that it wasn't going to have any scoring potential.
Yeah.
No one went for it, but I like that she's just getting a wave and not sitting and waiting for everybody else.
Absolutely. And Yan Yu and Yingshuan Zhang, probably don't have as much competitive experience as Sumomo or Minami. So this is going to be a great heat for them. Even though they probably are not going to pass it, they will have learned a lot. And being able to compete against some of the best surfers in Asia is just already a huge learning curve. And they're going to be walking away with a lot of experience.
Plus, I mean, applause to them. They've made it to this round.
Yeah, round of 16 in a QS is not easy, and it's not a small task. You're right.
And that's a huge kudos to their coach, Tim Just, doing a lot of work. There we go, Minami.
Oh.
So she had third priority. She somehow snuck this wave away from everybody. Everyone was stacked up there and keeping a lot of speed and sticks with it. So well balanced on those critical sections. Green took a look. She sees blue on the way out. She wants to at least get a higher priority than her, but there's only 50 seconds.
Yeah, with 50 seconds left, I'm not sure. She probably pulled off, sawing that wave didn't have too much on offer.
Green actually picked off one that grew. I love that turn, sticking that back foot out. It's a little layback off the top. Really giving it her all in those dying seconds and going out with dignity.
Yeah, not giving up and showing that she really wants this. I think it's incredible that even at the very last minute, she's still pushing, trying to catch as many waves as possible. 5, 6, 7 is her requirement. That last one I don't think will probably be that score she's looking for. A couple of the judges putting that score down, looking like it probably won't be. Sumomo didn't catch a wave at the end. So we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll give you the updated situation of this heat in the next one.
Last over break was a 5.17. Next is Sandy.
何谓底蕴？每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，他的答案是这样的：它是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。它是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。 是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进洋中，它是世锦记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻画境。我想让自己更快乐，或许也只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。
Contest continues to unfold here in Wanning. In this round of 16 Heat 3, we have Jingwei Wang in the green, Nanaho Suzuki in red, Wang Yiyao in the blue, and Michelle Wang in white. Exciting morning here. I want to welcome Drew Starling into the booth.
Yay! Thank you so much, Gianna. I'm happy to be here sitting with you. It feels like it's still quite cool out there, to be honest. I was out and around the contest site just before, and everyone's really happy to be here, and with the cool weather comes the good waves, and we're seeing that right now.
Absolutely. So it is Michelle Wang taking off on this one. Unfortunately, a little too deep. That section just shutting down in front of her. She wasn't able to get around it, but early days. Right behind her, Jinwei Wang. Already a 0.5 under her belt. Nice backhand turn. Much stronger on that second one. Gets around this section. She wants to get a couple more in to get a pretty good score. Love that one. Really pushes that back foot on the way down of that turn. This wave is going to give her some more to work with on the inside. Decides to pull off though because there wasn't too much happening. All right, still some more waves. Michelle Wang again picks one off on the inside. Nice looking sharp eye under her feet. Couple good carves to start things off. She wants to keep busy. She's catching waves. That was much better. That board really following that lip. All right, so good start to things. A little faster. The last one we had a bit of a slow heat. So I'm hoping that this one we get a bit more flurry of waves.
Yeah, it kind of feels as well, sometimes you'll see contests or events where there's a slow heat, and then there's a busy heat, then there's a slow heat, then there's a busy heat. So hopefully this heat starts to liven up a little bit. Jingwei Wang opened up with a 0.5, but we're waiting on this score still. She opened up beautifully with the shoulders and really pushing to get around this section as well. And loved that turn there, as Giada said, just really pushing off that back foot. And she's looking really strong, as this is a tough heat. There's 3 Chinese competitors in this one, and Nanaho Suzuki, who is a very informed competitor at the moment. Michelle Wang, this one locked in at a 3, and she's looking really, really strong. Gets up and into that section. And yeah, that wave fattens out a little bit. But good way to start for Michelle and Jingwei.
Absolutely. As there's a bit of a break in waves, we're going to throw down to Ben Wei with the winner of the last heat.
All right, I just put my earphone to hear you send it down. I am winner with the winner of the round of 16, heat number 2, Minami Nonaka from Chiba, Japan. Omedetou gozaimasu. So she was looking at my notes, and she's like, I got a 6.0. What was my other score? And so she started off with a 4.67, holding that in second place for a good amount of the heat. I'm going to mention how the winds changed in the beginning of the heat. Seemed like just about at the 3-minute mark, that offshore really started pumping. And I'm going to see if that kind of put any hiccups and made the maneuvers difficult. ヒートの3分後ぐらいオフショアすごいビュンビュンも風吹いてて、その後も結構マネーバーとか特に中国の選手とかもうすごいリップにもスタックしてあまりスピードは出さなかった。あれなんか結構難しさちょっとアップしたあの瞬間に。
結構波風もスローだったんですけど、その中でキャッチした波で風がすごい強くてリップが降りていかなくて、最初2点台で手こずったんですけど、ちゃんと張ったいい波を乗れればまだリップでちゃんとできるので、はい。
So she said there weren't a lot of waves, and she said also it was really hard to come down from the lip with that wind. One turn, I'm going to talk about that 6.0 because that turn was sick. Me and Jado were freaking out. もうすごく一発のめちゃめちゃ強いな。one maneuver で6 point 出した。もうどんな感覚だった？それをメイクしたらもう嬉しかったですよ。
はい、あの波はダブルアップしてきて、すごいファーストセクションがすごいいいセクションだったので、そこに縦に当てれてよかったです。
Yeah, she said that wave really provided some punch. That lip stuck out and was just ready to hit. 最後はもうすごいたくさんの方も応援してくれてる。それにスポンサーの紫金山兄弟島田さんみんなにもメッセージしてください。
応援ありがとうございます。今日はこの後クォーターファイナルがまだあるかもしれないので、ファイナルデーにつなげられるように頑張ります。
行きましょうね。
Let's go.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ben and Minami. She's having a great year, honestly. She's already had a couple wins, so I think Minami is looking really comfortable. I said it in one of her earlier heats. She's approaching the heats in a different manner, I think, that I've seen her in the other years. She's really growing into herself, so I'm happy to see that.
I agree, and especially coming off that win in Belair, that QS 4000 win, which was a back-to-back one, which is huge. And then she also got a win at a local event back at home to then come here off the back of 2 back-to-back wins. She's probably feeling really confident. And Sumomo Sato getting on through that heat as well is pretty incredible. Sumomo, she's had a huge year on the Challenger Series, on a bunch of different events there, and then coming to this event. I mean, there's been so many heats that these QS surfers would have surfed throughout this whole year, so I'm feeling like they're just hoping to finish the year really strong.
Absolutely, and Sumomo is both Sumomo and Minami actually are two names that I've seen a lot in the Korean Nias legs. They're like regulars almost. Yeah. And Sumomo not long ago was still a junior. I think last year was probably her last year as a junior. So just shows how young and talented these ladies are and how early everyone is starting to compete nowadays. You know, I remember growing up, I didn't start competing internationally until I was probably like 16 or 17, whereas now you see 13-year-olds already on the Challenger Series. Yeah. So
or the 14-year-olds qualifying.
Yeah, qualified for CT, and you're there like, damn.
Yeah. I find it so crazy because I like look back at what I was doing when I was 14, and I was like, I just like, it's a completely different world.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. It's completely different. And they're training and surfing with so much maturity nowadays that they don't look 13 or 14 either. You know, you would definitely put a couple more years above, like, you'd probably think they're 16, 17, some 18 even. So, right. Live action. Nanaho, nice 2 backhand blast to start things off for her Heat 3 this round of 16. A little bit repetitive, but a good start. She's just putting her feet on the wax. That's her first ride with 21 minutes left. She's still got an entire heat to go. So I'm liking the start, but I'm expecting more from Nanaho. She's one of those surfers that surprises you every time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with Nanaho's experience and I guess, you know, winning the Shion Korea Open a little bit earlier this year as well, which was on her backhand, and I saw her do she got pretty deep into the draw for the ISA Opens as well, which was pretty awesome to see that. So I feel like Nanaho, her backhand is definitely a strength, but that was sort of a bit of a mismatch wave for her. It wasn't really the level that we're used to seeing. Seems like she was a bit on the on the tail a little bit. You could almost see her board kind of elevate at the front, which means she's really on her back foot on that break, and that's not really where you want to be. So hopefully she can reassess and, you know, adjust on her next wave. She still gets a 3.57, so she's put herself into this heat, but I don't think it's going to count by the end of the next 20 minutes.
I wouldn't be surprised seeing some clips of Nanaho at the wave pool doing some good airs in the next couple of days. I think she's one of those female surfers that is not afraid to go and really take to air. And she's done it in competition too, so she's really comfortable doing it. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
amazing the confidence that she has to just go into the air. It's such a risky maneuver with such a high reward if you make it, you know, and I think Nanaho, she's like, yeah, it's all good. I got this. I'm not even worried.
Exactly. And it's exactly that's exactly why the reward is so high, because it's not everyone who can do it. All right, this is Jingwei Wang. Good looking backhand turns here. A bit more vertical on that one. A little tighter in the pocket. Does it again. Decides to pull off this wave. Not offering too much to work with. Right behind her is Yang Yiyao. Nice down carve. Does it again. Really pushes it that time. Board goes a little more upside down. A bit more of an open faced one here. So the girls really noticing that that wave on the inside doesn't offer too many scores. You know, once it reaches that channel, it just tapers away.
Yeah. And I liked that, just getting out of it nice and quickly, making the most of those first two sections. That was a good, strong first turn. Wang Yiyao, she's been really in form throughout this event so far, putting on a great performance yesterday in the women's round of 32. That was smooth for the Chinese competitor, throwing a lot of spray, and she's gone, yeah, I'm out of here. Thanks very much. Let's take a look at this replay as well. Jingwei Wang loads up off the bottom. You can really see how she just opens up through that turn there. Maybe just kind of needs to adjust with that wind a little bit, but does really well. Probably, you know, it's going to go into the top two for sure, but I feel like she definitely wants to lift as well coming into her next wave.
All right, a couple scores came through. We are still in those 30-minute heats here in Wanning. The conditions are great, but it does take a little bit for the set stick roll through and kind of get here. So a great call from everyone out here in the WSL. And that on your screen is True Starling and Amjad Legati. We are super excited to be here commentating this event. The waves are pumping. We're probably going to take this all the way till sundown.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an exciting day of competition. We're going to see a lot of waves, a little bit of some upsets. We're going to go and surf the quarterfinals. By the end of the day, we will have all semifinalists for the QS.
Wow.
Locked and loaded.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Isn't it? That is, I feel like, you know, it's day 5 of the contest, but I also feel like we're not really, like, it feels like it's gone so quick.
Oh my goodness. It has.
Crazy.
It has gone so fast. I can't believe we're leaving already in a couple days.
Yeah.
It's just, that's what happens when you're having fun.
Exactly. Folks. We have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Never too much as well. I feel like these events, particularly the last event of the year, even the athletes, they're just so happy to be here. It looks like they're really enjoying their time and they're all laughing and kind of feeling a little bit more carefree, really, for this event, which is really nice to just, you know, round out the 2025 year, which is super cool.
It's been a great year. There we have live action. Wang Yiyao, nice blast to start this wave off. Unfortunately, gets stuck behind Nanaho, wanting to back up that 3.57. Starting off strong, decides that was it on that one. 2.93, maybe, I don't know, but that's definitely, she's going to be wanting more. Knowing Nanaho and seeing her compete throughout the year, she's expecting more from herself for sure.
I agree. She really is. And Nanaho is one of those competitors where if she isn't living up to the expectations that she sets for herself, I do feel like she gets a little bit disappointed. She puts together such incredible performances, and this year I feel like she's been super consistent, particularly with getting into the pointier ends of the draw. But I do think right now, maybe not putting the performance together that she's hoping. Here we go. Wang Yiyao in and out of that one, and we'll see this one for Nanaho Suzuki. Locks in at a 2. Really, really nice first turn. I feel like wave selection letting her down just a fraction. Her backhand is so strong. She's good in the air on her backhand. We saw her pretty much win the Xi'an Korea Open based off of that backhand air rev. But yeah, right now she needs to really dig deep into the arsenal and bring out some big turns.
Yeah, I mean, Nanaho is a Challenger Series surfer, and she's had some great results this year. Apart from that win in Korea, she got that 5th in the QS 6000 in Taiwan and a 9 in the 6000 at Tahara. And in the Challengers, got a 9th in Brazil. So those are some big results. And she must be pretty proud of herself. I mean, you know, it's not easy, especially in the Challenger. A 9th is a huge final.
Yeah. Yeah, 9th is amazing. That, and you look at the Challenger Series athletes as well, and you see how talented they all are, and it makes it it's a bit of a cliche to say this, but like the Challenger Series is a challenge, you know, and it's like such a hurdle. Every event is a hurdle, every event is tough, and you have to reset and regroup, and you can go from being in the top 10 to being in top 20 with, like, you know, within one event. Anything can happen, and even within the QS as well, like you see, you have to be consistent and prepared for that.
Absolutely. This is Michelle Wang. Good first turn there, really tight in the pocket. Sets it up again. Nice down carve. Wastes no time on this wave. She's really milking it for all it's worth. Taking it down to that inside. Let's see if she does something explosive here. Decides that was enough. Most of the damage was done on the outside of that wave. Just a one-wave set.
Yeah.
I think Michelle was smart to take advantage of that situation. Only needs a 3-3-4 to go into second. So that's going to be putting one foot into that next round for her already.
I'm not happy with these one-wave sets.
Me
Sorry.
neither.
That's yesterday was way more consistent, and yeah, it's consistent today. There's definitely some good waves, but let's bring in the 2-3 wave sets back. Like, what happened to that?
Absolutely.
Let's just make this work.
We want to see surfing.
Yeah, 100%. So I feel like I agree with you, Giada. The use of her priority on that wave was really, really smart. Only needs a 3-3-4. She well and truly could get that off the back of that wave. Let's take a look at it. She's been really just putting together great performances. That first turn, lots of spice to it. The second turn, really driving down. And a bit of variety as well. You can see she tweaks each turn just a little differently. But yeah, she's looking really, really strong. Like these few connections here for Michelle Wang, and 3.34 as well within her rights to be getting that score.
All right, Wang Yiyao finding a wave there, pulling off. Ooh, unfortunately there, Jinwei just kind of getting that inside rail stuck and going over, but 12 on the clock, so plenty of time. Wang Yiyao, a 5.33 already next to her name. That's a pretty good score on a day like today.
Yeah, it really is. Best wave of the heat so far. And that really, it's so interesting, you know, if you're getting into the 5s and above, it puts you in such a great position throughout the rest of the heat, particularly in this one. And you look at the backup scores, Wang Yiyao only has a 1.5. She only needs a 2.5 basically to go up into the lead. So she is already ahead of everyone else. And there is scores to come through for that last wave of Michelle Wang. And yeah, it does change the situation a fair bit.
Yeah, so Michelle, a 5.67, goes straight to the lead. She is looking like she's pretty comfortable out there. That was a really solid wave. She got some good surfing. I'm loving that down carve she has. She really follows the lip line. That board really connects, and she's looking comfortable. Jinwei Wang, that 4.33 as well. So this is a pretty tight heat. Nanaho Suzuki still hasn't busted really out of that 3.5 range, which is pretty rare, but she's a pretty dangerous competitor. So she doesn't crack under pressure so easily. She can still get this back on.
Yeah, she really could. And I feel like she just needs a wave to do it.
All right, live action. Jinwei Wang currently in second. Tries to get around this section. Doesn't find anything. It was a bit of a smaller one on the inside. So keeping busy, trying to back up that 4.33. She's not sitting still. I feel like today it's going to be one of those days where it's easy to just sit there with priority and wait for a set that might actually not come along. So it's important to get those 2 first scores up, build your base, build your house, and then kind of go from there.
And you're looking at the score as well, that she needs a 4.33. Isn't a big score, but it definitely adds a little bit of pressure for Nanaho. And I think right now she does have the first priority. She is an experienced competitor. She knows how to perform under pressure, but you just never know. You know, you're working against yourself for sure, or even better yet, with yourself if you have that opportunity. But the ocean is there and you can't control that. And for Nanaho, she just really needs to hope that a good set comes through in the next 10 minutes.
It's not a comfortable position to be in. You know, even though you have the surfing to get out of it, it's never comfortable to be looking for a score. All right. Picked one off the inside. Jingwei Wang. Nice couple turns here. I'm loving it. She's pretty smooth. She's looking comfortable, like we said. She's keeping busy. That's going to be her 5th wave. She doesn't want to sit still. It gets pretty chilly out there. You don't want to be getting in your own head. So she's picking off the inside. She has 4th priority, so no foul there.
Yeah, no, agreed. I feel like it was a good decision to just see what she can do on the inside, see if she can better a 3.57. She needs a 4.85 to go up into the lead, so I'm not too sure if it's going to be it, but just trying to build the house and build the momentum on the inside is a really good idea, because she's just only going to apply more and more pressure to Wang Yiyao and Nanaho Suzuki, and it's looking like this wave won't go into the top 2, but you know, if you're looking at Wang Yiyao, she only needs a 2.57. That last one of Jingwei was a 3.3, so the surfer in blue would have really liked that.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's just, like we said, keeping busy, taking her mind off the pressure and the situation. Nanaho now, as time ticks down, she probably starts to get a little antsy. She wants to start getting those reps in, only sitting on that 3.57 and 2. So knowing her, she's going to want to start surfing soon.
Yeah.
All right,
absolutely.
live action. Jingwei Wang currently in 2nd, wanting to get rid of that 3.57. Nice first turn there. Really love how she pushed it down. Does it again, pushes the tail a little more with that back foot. She's has a really nice style to her. I'm liking what she's doing. She's keeping busy. She has 4th priority, so there's no sets coming along. I like that she's getting those reps in, getting those turns, and getting comfortable in that rashi.
Yeah, I like it as well, and I think she's just giving herself every opportunity to keep surfing, you know, keep the momentum and the rhythm going. So I'm looking forward. Well, its score's already locked in at 3.67, so she's increased her situation ever so slightly, but applying more pressure onto 3rd and 4th, and that's, you know, exactly what she needs to be doing.
That's good. You know, you never know what score you're gonna need, and we've seen people lose for minor score differences. So I think it's pretty smart what she's doing, and I'm hoping to see a couple more sets come through. Looks like there's some lines, but I've been tricked before in the past. It looks like waves come and then absolutely nothing rocks up. So exciting times ahead. 7 minutes left in this Heat 3 round of 16. We'll go straight into the men's round of 16 and finish off the day with both men and women quarterfinals. So finals, possible finals day tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, Nanaho Suzuki, big blast off the top there. Wraps it around again. Good looking wave. She's going to be wanting more on this inside. A 4.43 is her requirement. She has to stick with it. Let's see if she finishes strong here. Ooh, so I think definitely getting rid of that 2, but I don't know if it's that 4.43.
Yeah, a bit of a question mark there. I mean, she had to go. She had to give herself an opportunity, because now she gets a go at another set. But, wow, using priority on this wave. It was a good, strong first turn. She came out of it with a lot of speed. Bit of a carve there to bring these... I don't know. She stays nice and close to the power source, but I kind of agree, Jada. I don't know if it's going to be the 4.43. The first turn was really good, but the rest of it was quite repetitive.
Yeah. All right. Live action. This is Michelle Wang, current heat leader. It's a little stuck in the whitewash. Just that one turn. A bit of a funny wave selection. She's had some pretty good waves. That 5.67, that 3.5. She wants to extend her lead and chip away at her score, make life a little harder for the rest of the field. She's going to paddle back out and get that priority. Looking like some lines coming through. So about to reach that 5.5 minute mark. Waiting for that last wave of Nanaho Suzuki to come in. But you're right. It was that first section, that first turn she did, Nanaho's last wave. And the rest was a little repetitive. It was a little more a flat turn. But not because of her surfing, obviously. It was just because what the wave had on offer. Jinwei Wang now taking a look at this one on the inside. Unfortunately, it goes down.
Wow, this is getting really... This could be a potential upset. I mean, we still have the score for Nanaho's to lock in, but this is kind of scary times for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Michelle Wang, good two-turn combo to start things off. Does it again. This wave a little smaller in size, but has a nice shape to it. Unfortunately, gets stuck there on that whitewash. All right. Just under 5 minutes. We're still waiting for the last of red to come through. You're right, could be a potential upset if the situation doesn't change too much.
Okay, this wave was really nice for Michelle Wang. Good, strong first turn. She is just looking really smooth and seamless on her backhand at the moment. That it's not even going to matter. I feel like she could better that 3.5 with that wave. We've got some pretty important scores. I mean, that last wave of Nanaho's to lock in. Scores for Jingwei Wang and Michelle Wang to lock in as well. Nanaho's may better the 3.57 that she has already, which could really better her situation. And yeah, we'll see. A 4.43 is what she needs to go up into second with 4 minutes to go. All right, here we go.
Yang Weihua, big blast there, upside down. Wraps it around here again. Great two-turn combo. 2.67 is what she's looking for. And she's well on the way to getting it. That was a big first turn. Nanaho behind. Hopefully we'll see if she did anything out the back. 3.5 left. We're still waiting for scores to come through for most of the surfers in this heat. This is a replay.
Okay, let's take a look at this Nanaho. That's a better, stronger start for the Japanese competitor. That was smooth. Okay, now she's really starting to open up exactly when she has to. Only 3 turns, but 3 turns with enough force behind it. That was big. That was huge for Wang Yiyao. Really big first turn on a critical section, and she just ties the bow as well through to the inside, really just navigating this section and the lump and the bump expertly. Pretty much she needs a score as well to go up into second. This is going to be huge. That previous, the last of Nanaho's was a 4.1, so it wasn't the score, but definitely helps her situation.
Oh yeah, she only needs a 3.91 now, so she's going back into that second position. We still have a lot of scores to come through, but Michelle Wang 5.67 now. That's gonna start feeling really good. Nanaho Suzuki's last wave, a bit of whitewash on the face, a little bit smaller, but her surfing really uplifted it. So I think it could be a really good score.
Yep, I agree. I think it's gonna come in pretty strong. I feel like we may even see a complete flip in the leaderboard because Wang Yiyao's wave was also really, really smooth. She doesn't need much to go to second, and I think she might just go to the lead as well. I love that one-turner. And then Nanaho's wave is going to come in pretty strong too, I think, with 2 minutes to go. It's a nail-biting finish. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. All right. Live action, Jingwei Wang, good looking wave, currently in second. Nice blast there to start things off. This wave really bowling up for her. Good wave selection. She picked this one off under everyone. So a couple nice turns there. Still waiting for scores for red and blue to come. So this is going to be a really, really interesting last minute and a half.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I feel like we're going to see more waves ridden as well. It looks like the ocean's starting to liven up a little bit. So yeah, this is going to be intense, the final moments of this heat as well. And we're still waiting on some really, really important scores.
Yeah, so Nanaho just asking for the situation. You know, as we said, not a comfortable position to be in, chasing a score. But I'm pretty sure that 3.91 is going to be enough with her last ride. It was really nicely surfed. She really pushed it. All right, white, current heat leader, Michelle Wang, tried to catch that one, unfortunately, losing priority. So a bit of a mistake there, especially coming in the last minute of this heat. She decides to pick another one off the inside, wants to get rid of a 3.60. Good first turn. But that will be it. 35 seconds. There we go. Nanaho's last wave of 5.4 jumps to the lead. Big backhand blast. Wraps it around again. A bit of a victory lap here. Waiting for scores for white, green, and blue. So it's not over just yet.
This is crazy. There's so much going on right now. Wow, so many scores. Nanaho, she's looking really nervous. She's in the lead, but only just, and by how much. And we've got scores for all 4 of our competitors to lock in. This is going to be a really nail-biter finish, and maybe an upset, who knows. This is crazy.
Yeah, so Nanaho probably hasn't heard her 5-4 just yet, as she was actually surfing the wave. But wow, scores for all 4 surfers come through. I think we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll give you guys the updated situation next heat.
东南亚美食，热带风味，大快朵颐。海南4大名菜独占2席。从释放到重建，治愈系的曲线兜兜转转，月季的最终落脚点在哪里？来万宁吧！心动的感觉源自哪里？有人说，心动是逐梦时自我实现的充分满足，收获时瞬间迸发的由衷喜悦。是蓬勃发展中焕发生机的新业热土，是预见未来时无限可期的前景之城。
Exciting heats is underway. We're going to be seeing Bonsai Asia's Super Series champion Kana Nakashio up against one of the Japanese the best female surfer Olympian Shino Matsuda, up against 2 local surfers, actually 1 local surfer and one of the twin sisters Hinano Shimizu in this heat. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with True. Welcome back.
What's up, Dai?
Good. I mean, it's been amazing to watch whole heat since heat number 1 of the women's side. So this is a heat number 4, which is the last of round of 16, the women's side, and we are going to be straight into men's side round of 16. So it's going to be a great big day of action, and potentially finals day tomorrow.
How crazy is that? I was just about to say we're going to have semi-finalists locked in by the end of the day today.
Right.
What is going on? That is the craziest thing ever. This event is going so quickly. I just honestly cannot even fathom
actually, it does go really quick. This is day 5 out of 7 event windows.
Wow.
So, and we've seen a lot of great action, and I'm loving this beautiful Riyue Bay, just providing this my favorite wave.
Yeah, well, it's a left.
That's
the
mine.
goofy goggles are in full force
Right.
for Dai Wako right now.
Definitely.
I love it though. I think it's amazing.
So this is heat number 4 of the round of 16. We have Shino Matsuda in red, Shuji Jian in blue, Kana Nakashio in white, Hinano Shimizu in green. So great matchup. And I actually saw Kana's post yesterday, and she had a wave session, which was the air session, and she did land on this pretty much full rotation air reverse. Yes.
What?
You have to check it out.
Get out of town. That is so cool.
And she was really stoked about it. Probably it was one of her first time to just land on the
Yeah.
full rotation air
Yeah.
reverse. So yeah, it was
That's
great
amazing.
to watch. And
Oh my goodness.
that's a wave pool, so
Di, do you know what that means?
what is
We're
it?
on.
We're on. Yes. Yeah, it looks like we are on. Actually, we're gonna have a little bit of staff session
Yep.
tonight from
Yep.
9 to 10 at Wave Pool, so which is great, and it's gonna be left. So
Yeah.
that's what I heard.
I'm super excited for sure. But 9 till 10 p.m.
That's pretty late for you.
It's
Yes,
really late for me. It is late. That's so late for me. But I'm really grateful and I'm super excited. But
Are you going or?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
All right.
It's 1 hour
Mm.
and I can make it work.
Yeah.
I can do this.
We all go there.
Yeah.
And have a great time, and
Just
coming
need
back,
to get hyped up.
and then coming back with the big finals day tomorrow.
Ooh.
So we're gonna see Green taking a look at this one. She's up and riding a little bit too deep on this wave. Unfortunately, couldn't really quite come around a section. That was Hinano Shimizu, and looks like we're gonna have Giada with the last heat winner. Sorry, it's Nick with last heat winner.
王一瑶，恭喜你进了第一，真的非常重要的一个结果。你是哪里人呢？
是山西人，山西，对，北方。
I of course congratulate you with Wang Yao for the fantastic result. Going through heat in the round of 16, it's an historical result for her. And she's from Shanxi province up north, so based here in Hainan, but coming from a landlocked province. 你进水里面进比赛之前的你们定的什么策略 What was your strategy while starting such an important heat?
就是对我自己来说，就是不要太紧张，发挥好自己的知识水平，然后在海里面尽情的享受。
She tried to stay calm and relax in the water, and this helped her bring out 100% of her technical capabilities. 那恭喜啊，祝你好结果。
Thank you。
给你的家人说两句啊。
好，谢谢我的家人、我的父母、我的朋友们，还有最重要的是我的团队们对我的支持与帮助。然后很感谢我的大山教练，然后一直以来对我的指导。然后剩下的就是希望我用我的表现，还有之后的比赛成果来回馈他们。谢谢。
Congratulations again. See you in the quarters. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you so much, Nick. And what a big win for Wang Yao. Taking out win in heat number 3, serving up against Nanaho Suzuki, who is currently CS surfer.
Yeah.
That was a big win.
It's a huge win. It was actually a crazy heat because Nanaho didn't really open up until maybe the last 5 minutes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I was thinking, is what's going on with the Nanaho right now? Not that she surfed bad, she surfed really well, but she just was looking a little bit, I don't know, in her head at the start of the heat, and I was like, okay, this is not the Nanaho we're used to seeing, but she did enough to get through the heat in the last 5 minutes or so.
That's the thing, all the way to the final, you only have to be in the second place. You don't have to be getting into the first place.
Yeah.
It all matters in finals.
Exactly.
So it's good that I know that Nanaho now moving into the quarters. So yeah, that's definitely big win for Wang Yao, and congratulations for her moving into quarterfinals. Man, oh man, we're gonna be seeing this afternoon.
Yeah.
Big matchup. And 7 minutes in so far, only one wave have been ridden, so it's being really quiet in this heat. But looks like we're gonna be seeing some of the sets. Looks like there's a few lines at the back.
Yeah, wow. There's a couple of, hopefully, waves rolling through. That last heat was kind of slow up until the last maybe 15 minutes. So, fingers crossed it starts to fire up a little bit.
Right, looks like Kana is fired up. She was taking off this one really deep. So unfortunately, again, she couldn't quite come around the section. Probably there's no priority at the moment, right? So everyone wants to get deeper. So probably that will give everyone disadvantage on the way, because a little too deep and couldn't really, everyone is not able to come around the section. So a little bit, probably they need to reposition themselves a little bit further in or further towards the right side of the area.
Yeah.
But there's still 22 minutes left on the clock. There's heaps left. But when you have like a 30-minute heat, and when you think, okay, it's a long heat, so I can wait. And time goes so quick, and then, ended up being like, one of the Nanaho situation in the last 5 minutes, and you haven't got any wave yet. So probably with the long heat, you better have like quick start as well.
Absolutely. And I think too, like, we keep saying, you want to have those quick starts and you want to start off really strong, but as long as you're on the good waves and you're doing your best surfing, and I feel like for Nanaho and for Kana and Hinano right now, maybe they just found themselves too deep, a little bit of a hustle at the start. They probably would have really liked to have opened up with 5s and above, because that last heat 5s were tricky to get.
Right. Even though waves are pumping and firing, sometimes it's really hard to get 5, because judges are expecting so much from you, especially on these good waves. Judges are rewarding those turns without any bumps or without any downtime. So definitely, I feel like it'll be more difficult getting 5 on the good waves. But looks like we have Safa in blue up and riding. That's Shu Jung-an. Nice setting up turn and tries to come around the section. Gets to the section, little too late probably. And this is Shino, her first wave. Beautiful, powerful hack from Shino. But again, probably too late to the section. But she managed to come around the section and gets this finishing turn. And she's trying to get one more in, but decided to kick out. So great combination from Shino Matsuda. That was half first wave. So she waited for that wave pretty much 10 minutes.
It's so tough when you're waiting for 10 minutes and you're taking off on your first wave. She faded back to start this one off, which put her in a good position for that turn, but you could see how quickly the wave was running. So she really had to adapt here, wait until she could get back onto the open face. Love how she tagged that. It was a really good 2-turn combination for Shino. So definitely the best wave we've seen so far. And then this one for Shuji Jiang. Nice opening turn for her. Unfortunately, just too late to that second section, and she went down.
Right. So probably Shino will get the best out of 4 waves. Yes, the first wave for Shino comes in at 4.33, so great 2-turn combo. And I think condition like this, 4.33 is going to be a decent keeper. But definitely she wants to get rid of that by the end of this heat.
Agreed. It's, and when you're looking at the round of 16, you're expecting them to be, dropping 5s and 6s. But in that last heat, people were getting through with 4s as well. So it's kind of one of those things where right now it almost feels like that's a keeper. But it shouldn't be at this level, because there is so many good waves coming through. It's just that it's quite slow. And I think even now it looks like it's tricky to read and that it's running pretty quickly. So she should, really build off that 4.33.
Right, so this is Shino up and riding again. Little bit off balance there, but still great first turn. And getting to this inside section, trying to get one more turn in. But wave kind of tapers out, so she decided to kick out. Still good 2-turn combo. I think she had a smart decision, to go on the smaller size waves, just trying to get 2 waves in really quickly. So I think she did an amazing job there.
Yeah, agreed. And it was really, that was smart. It looks like she's been watching the last few heats and gone, okay, hang on, it is sort of slow. I do need to wait to be busy and just keep catching waves. And I liked that from Shino Matsuda. She is such a smart competitor.
Such a smart competitor. That's how she
Yeah.
got into the Olympics
Yeah.
in Paris. So, and looks like we're gonna have something green Hinano up and riding. Beautiful backhand attack from Hinano straight into the second turn. That board looks amazing under her feet, and get this third turn in. So this is gonna be the best wave so far in this heat. Great combination from Hinano Shimizu. So she's gonna be back in this game with that wave.
Yeah, she is. That was so strong. Love Hinano's backhand attack. Look at this. Just such a beautifully surfed wave. Great opening turn. She gets pretty vertical with it and navigates the lump of the bump. You can see the texture on the wave as well, causing a bit of havoc. But Hinano, wow, that was smooth. Really, really love her approach in these waves and how she's just has that patience but really strong determination. And then this is the 317 of Shino Matsuda. That first turn was so nice, just really carving it down. It's a smaller wave, but a really good backup for Shino, and she's got herself out in front for right now, and that's exactly where she needs to be.
Definitely, she's done the job. 4.33 and 3.17 on her scoreline for Shino Matsuda. But look like we have Kana Nakashio up and riding on this medium set. Looking a good wall ahead of her. Nice first turn, throwing buckets of spray. Well, stay in the power source, getting the vertical off the top, get the third turn in. So this is turning into good waves, a good 3-turn combo from Kana Nakashio. She's back in the game again. So this is turning into great heat.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like now we're ready. We've got scores coming through, and we're going to see. We've got a heat on our hands now, which is good. We've got some good foundations. I love kind of surfing. I mean, she's been so consistent this year. She's the Bonsai Asia Super Series winner, which she took out in the Taiwan Open of Surfing, which was really cool. And, you know, for this event, I know she's hoping to back it up and get another win and, you know, find herself in a good position. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Kana can do.
All right, last wave for Hinano comes in at a 4.83. Definitely, that is a great score for Hinano. Still waiting for the last of Kana's to lock in, but you know, Kana's has been this year has been really great for Kana, starting with the runner-up in the World Junior earlier this year and having a great run in the QS 6000, and like you said, she took out a win in a Bonsai Asia Super Series. So now, you know, she's ranked number 1 in QS Asia rank. So she probably will go to next year's Challenger Series.
Yeah, how amazing is that too? Because she's still so young, getting second at the WSL World Juniors this year, to now be winning leading the QS rankings at the moment with a potential Challenger Series campaign. I mean, yeah, it's honestly just mind-blowing the stuff that she's doing at the moment. It's really, really inspiring.
Still waiting for the last of Kana Nakashio. And wow, a couple scores started to lock in, and it looks like it's going to be a decent score for Kana Nakashio. It's a 5.20 for the first wave for Kana Nakashio. It is a decent score. It is the highest score so far in this heat. That put her into the second. So at the moment, Shino Matsuda in lead, 4.33 and 3.17, and Kana Nakashio is in second with 5.20 and 0.40, and Hinano Shimizu is in third place with 4.83 and 0.50, only needing 0.78. So that's pretty much if she takes off, and then she'll get it. But this is Surfing Blue, Shuji Jian up and riding on her front side. Beautiful off the top, vertical off the top, and straight into the check down and setting up for the next section, and carving back down to the power source, trying to get one more turn in. Unfortunately, waves just tapers off, but this is Shino Matsuda up and riding, trying to get rid of the 3.17. Not too sure what she's done at the back, but beautiful carving turn from Shino, and this is Hinano up and riding, trying to get the backup score, but unfortunately it comes unstuck from the first turn. So really unfortunate for Hinano on that wave. So a lot of waves have been ridden. Probably Shuji Jian's wave will be the best out of 3 waves in exchange.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we'll see that lock in at a pretty healthy score. Let's take a look at this last one of Shino's. Oof, that was strong. Love that first turn. Look at how much bigger this wave is as well. The judges are going to really love this. Tags it once again, loving the variety and the difference of turns that Shino is showing right now. But yeah, that start and finish of that wave was really, really smooth. This last one of Hinano just a 0.83, and then we'll see this one for Shuji Jiang, a 3.57, just locks in. So much speed and flow on this wave. Really nice connection there. She falls down with the lip, and then you can see she's really just navigating this inside section. There's a little lump and a little bump on these waves. You can see the ridges kind of on that inside as it goes into the fatter section. So 3.57 for Shuji, and she's improving her situation.
What exchange, Shuji got a best wave from the last wave, and Shino's wave was amazing.
Yeah.
We didn't see the first section of the wave, but the first section, the second section was super great. And this is Hinano up and riding. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck again, but that was a beautiful wave. And this is kind of like a shoe up and riding. Beautiful backhand attack, wraps around all the way to the power source and gets this beautiful backside carving turn, and it's surfing all the way to the inside and gets this big finishing turn. So this is going to be another decent score for Kana Nakashio, and this is Shuji up and riding again, nice off the top, trying to stay in the power source, trying to maintain the speed, and hoping to this wave will step up, and it did. Gets another particle off the top, so beautiful surfing from Shuji Jun'ang. But the last wave for Shino comes in at a 6.17. That put her into the lead. That was quick in and out from Hinano. So a lot of waves have been ridden, and probably kind of will get a decent backup again.
Yeah, I agree. I think she'll get a good backup. She's already got a 5.2, so few waves to kind of digest. Let's take a look at these replays. This is Hinano Shimizu. Good whippy first turn, goes straight up and over, unfortunately. So that's really unlucky for Hinano Shimizu. And then we can see Shuji Jiang really, just putting together a couple of really nice turns and connections. She's trying to take her way through to the inside. Got good flow and just belts it there. I liked that turn. It was a different moment on the inside, and she found a critical section. Kana Nakashio, she's been in form this whole event and just really proving that right now. Wow. Oh, and she just navigates her way around Hinano Shimizu, and you can see the experience. Look at that. Great bottom to top turn connection. Really finding a good, strong finish. And this is going to be a good score for Kana Nakashio. We've got a score to lock in as well for Hinano Shimizu, but that's 6.17 of Shino Matsuda. I love that wave.
I really love that wave too. Beautiful first turn, second turn, and love the third turn. Big open face carve from Shino. That was a beautiful combo from Shino. But the last wave for Kana, I'm not too sure if I'm kind of excited to see how much the last wave goes.
Yeah.
Because that was one of the smaller size waves, but it had more steeper walls compared to the other waves. And she got the big finish as well.
Yeah.
So, it's exciting to see how much Kana's gonna get for the last wave with the 8 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Just judges are taking a good time to think about it, which sometimes means good sign. It's gonna be really decent scores.
Good signs for Kana too. Being rewarded for that. It's gonna be pretty decent die.
All right, a few scores starting to lock in for Kana's last wave, and looks like it's gonna be a decent score. So one more, still waiting for one more score to lock in. it is a 5.83. So now she is in the lead with a 5.83 and a 5.20. So quick in and out from Shuji Jian, currently sitting in the third place, needing 6.93. And Hinano Shimizu is in fourth place, needing 5.68. So now Hinano locks in 2.00. That put her into third, but still needing 5.68.
Wow, this is crazy. Look at this scoreline, 11.03 to 10.5, literally 0.53 between first and second right now. And Kana and Shino, they're two of the, best surfers on the Asian tour at the moment, and they're really kind of pushing each other, and you can see that they're both trying to lift and better each other throughout this heat, which is super cool. I mean, a quarterfinals appearance in a QS 4000 is pretty huge.
Oh, it's going to be a huge point for them, and it's a very important event, for Shino, especially Shino, because she's sitting in around like a 6th or 7th place. So probably it's going to be a really, really important event for Shino Matsuda. Definitely wants to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
That's
big, being 6th or 7th, you're not really in the zone of that Challenger Series qualification, and for the likes of Shino, she should be a Challenger Series surfer.
Definitely. Her surfing is just there. That's how she get into the Olympics. So her surfing is just there, but just, she needs a result.
Yeah. Consistency.
Yes.
Consistency is key.
That's the key. Every event you kind of want to make to quarterfinals, and that's how you get the great points.
Yeah.
And speaking of the best surfers on the Asia ranking, we're gonna be seeing a lot of great top surfers in the first heat of the men's round of 16. Bronson Meidi up against Yuji Nishi, Ryo Inaba, Kituta Goose in the heat number 1.
That is insane.
That's like a final.
Yeah, literally is like a final. I cannot believe that. Oh, here we go. Look at this one.
Wow, Hinano up and riding, needing 5.83, but it is quick in and out. So this is Shino trying to get 4.86 to go into first place. A beautiful first turn, and love the long bottom turn, hold the rail, driving through the bottom turn, and it gets this beautiful opening curve, throwing buckets of sprays. She's gonna stick with it. Nope, she kicks out, but that was a great 3-turn combo. She only needs 4.86, and I got a feeling that she's done the job.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's got the work done on that wave. So, this is really, this is going to be a really crazy heat, because these are some pretty important scores. I mean, Kana's is looking just like a quick in and out. But for Shino and Hinano, that's, really, really important. Let's take a look at these replays. This last one of Kana, just a bit of a big open wall. She's going, I don't like the look of it. Shino Matsuda needs a 4.86. Wow, that was such a good first turn. She's really lighting up right now. It's almost like she's just feeling free, and that was so smooth. How's that extra kick that she got off that last turn? It was so nice. Shino is just, she's so in form. And then this one for Hinano Shimizu locks in at a 2.17. It's not what she needs, but I feel like, you're right, Di. I think that is going to increase off the back of that last score of Shino.
Definitely, and Shino will make everything a little bit harder for Hinano and Shuji, because definitely she's gonna get rid of the 4.33, potentially, moving into the lead with a 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So this heat goes super quick. It's a 30-minute heat. It's a long heat, but still goes super quick.
Yeah.
And a few scores locked in. It looks like it's gonna be a good number for Shino Matsuda. One more to lock in. It's a 7.67. That is a huge, decent, good number for Shino Matsuda. Straight into the lead.
Yeah, wow, that is so awesome. Shino Matsuda. Her last two waves, they've just gotten better. 6.17, backed it up with 7.67. I mean, let's take another look at this and just appreciate the 7.67. This first turn, wow, so big, so strong, so critical. And that was just huge stuff for Shino Matsuda. And then she just brings in a little bit extra. Love this turn here. This extra whip that she gets on that connection. I really, really liked that die.
Wow, that was a beautiful combination. And she didn't even serve all the way to the inside. She pretty much done everything at the back. So which means you don't need to serve all the way to the inside.
Yeah.
You kind of have to have the steeper section and hit 3 times, and then you get to 7-point range. Or maybe potentially could go into the excellent range. So that was a great ride for everyone, pretty much every competitors, so that they know that what kind of maneuvers, what kind of wave they need to get into the excellent range. Great surfing from Shino Matsuda. Now she is in the lead. Kana is in second. Hinano now needs 6.20. Shuji Jian now needs 7.46, which are kind of big requirement with the 2 minutes.
Yeah, that is a big score. It needs to be the second best wave of the heat, and I just feel like Shino found herself on one of the better waves that we've seen in this heat so far. Hopefully it comes through for Shuji Jiang, and look at the confidence just oozing out of Shino right now.
Wow, she's gonna up and riding again. This is inside smaller waves, but still beautiful carving turn to start with. Did a beautiful carve in a critical section. Little bit fumble there, but still it was a beautiful surfing. So this is important way for Shuji Jian. Couple cutback turns, unfortunately it goes down, and at the back we have Kana Nakashio surfing, just setting up the turns, and beautiful surfing. A little bit hang up on the top of the wave, so she decided to kick out. So this is important wave. Hinano as well, needing 6.20. Couple of turns. We didn't see the start of this wave, so we're not too sure how much it's gonna go, but she's gonna stick to this wave all the way to the inside with 50 seconds left. So I love to see the replay of Hinano's, because we kind of missed the first bit of the section. So this is a replay of Hinano.
Okay, let's take a look at this. That was so strong for Hinano. It's a smaller wave, but her surfing is big. And this is really, really smooth, so whippy and fast. You could see that she's really wanting a 6.2 and, getting super assertive with her turns and, bringing a lot of power to that wave. And with 15 seconds to go, we have so many scores to lock in. This is crazy. Kana, this is her last wave as well. She needs to better a 5.2, and I think that's really, the challenge for her right now. That was nice. I don't know if it's going to go into the top 2.
Yeah, I don't really see it's going to be better than her backup score, 5.2. And this is the last wave from Shino. She did an amazing job on this first carve.
Yeah.
But, unfortunately after that wave didn't really offer too much, so I don't think it's going to be her best too. So it's just Hinano's last wave. It's going to be crucial. But thing is, he needs 6.20, which has to be the second high in this heat.
Yeah, that is... it's going to be really, really close. This is going to be such an interesting score, and it's going to really change this whole situation. Well, obviously, it's going to change the whole situation of the heat. The last one of Shuji Jiang is a 2.57, so unfortunately, she's bowing out. It all comes down to this next score of Hinano.
Well, this is really nervous and stressful moment for Hinano and Kana, because, like you said, Hinano's surfing was there.
Yep.
It was just a little bit smaller size waves, I gotta say.
Yeah.
But she did everything she could on the wave. She hit the section really hard. So it's exciting finish for us, but stressful moment for Hinano and Kana.
It really is. Kana's last wave didn't go into the top 2, so it still remains at a 6.2 is what Hinano needs. And she's probably sitting on the beach and she's thinking, okay, what is going on? Is this a score? Is this not the score? She wants to understand where she's sitting at, if she's going to be in the quarterfinals or not. What do you think? What's your first initial?
Well, if she's gonna get it, she's just gonna get it, but probably can be a little bit
under.
lower, just under. So surfing was there. She hit the critical section a couple of times.
Yeah.
So and she shows the variety in maneuvers. So few scores locked in, and don't say it's gonna be a 6.20. It's a 4.47, so it's not enough. It is Shino Matsuda and Kana Nakashio moving into quarterfinals. So we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be coming back with men's action round of 16 heat 1.
Round of 16, heat 1.
是孩童的嬉闹，是邻里的闲暇。也有人说，心动是万家的灯火中最温馨的红尘众生。但不论怎样选择，承载心动的都是那座充满生机的城市。它是旅游胜地，是心灵港湾，更是你我难舍的乡愁，奋斗的坐标，拥有的梦想。它是唯一，是偏爱，是那个令人心动的万宁。
Straight into men's action. This is QS men's 4,000. What a stacked heat to start men's side of the QS. So on screen we have Ryo Inaba already have his first wave ridden. Looks like he surfed all the way to the inside. So this heat is a stacked heat. We have Bronson Meiri in red, Yuji Nishi in blue, Ryo Inaba in white, and Ketuta Goose in green. What a stacked heat. This is like a final band.
This is the big names, dude. This is going to be so entertaining, man. This is going to be like a video edit.
Definitely. You know, Bronson Meiri took out a win at World Junior earlier this year. Now he is the Challenger Series surfer. This is surfing white. Ryo Inaba, former Olympian surfer. Beautiful first turn, and the second turn straight into the third. It's one of the smaller size waves, but still he capitalized every section. He hit super hard, so he's not wasting any time. There's a great quick start from Ryo Inaba.
He's looking so on top of his game this event. He also looks a lot more fit.
Right, yeah.
I think during the Olympics he had a couple more pounds on him.
Yes, because he had to surf one of the heaviest wave.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm thinking back to Tokyo Olympics.
Oh,
Tokyo Olympics. He had a little more weight on him, but he is always just a flashy surfer. Really stings those turns and puts a lot of flair on every hook that he does. And I've had so many fun. Well, there you go. 5.67 for that opener. But coming from living in just down the road at Taito, of course, his dad, Yasumune-san, at Deep Surf Shop right in Ichinomiya. I've surfed a lot of fun free surfing sessions with him. No heats with him. Luckily, I would have lost every time. I would have lost when I put the jersey on. But he's such a bright and fun guy, really sociable. I was amazed at how good his English has gotten. That last interview that he did, his English has gotten amazing. And, man, I used to see him in contests in the Azores, in Portugal, in Spain. I've seen him all over the world. He's such a world traveler. You know, he's got that experience and he's got that confidence. And just his own attitude alone outside of surfing is like a super bright, open, outgoing guy.
Yeah, always smile on his face, and he's always top of the surfing in Japan. He always there, well-known surfer in Japan, and
his dad rips.
Yeah, definitely. his dad is a professional surfer
Yeah.
in Japan, so he rips.
And here we go. We are seeing him smart, keeping busy. He's already got that. He's got a great score. Just using that freedom of priority, not sitting and waiting for everyone else to kind of take waves with a higher priority position. And as we mentioned in the previous heat that we saw, I think it was yesterday, he's worked with Wade Tokoro for so long on his boards and his equipment, and he's probably got, I would think as a shaper, Tokoro's probably got 2 or 3 of his really, really magic programs and able to just duplicate and get better and do little tuning every event.
All right, so as we have a little break in action, we're going to head over to True with the last heat winner, Shino Matsuda.
Thank you so much, Dai and Ben. Shino, that was a great heat, a 617 and a 767. You were ripping out there.
Thank you. Waves were so fun. It looked slow, but just 3 other girls are there, so it was so fun.
You're into the quarterfinals as well, so you'll be out there with one other person. How are you feeling for it, and how are you going to contain the excitement? Because I feel like it's going to stay really good all day.
Yeah, the waves are my favorite waves. It's left and left all day. So yeah, I'm excited to the quarterfinals.
The goofy footer is just shining in you out there right now. Shino, it's been a massive year into the quarterfinals. This is a huge result in regards to, climbing up that leaderboard and getting to a Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, I'm just focusing myself in here, enjoying the waves, and so excited.
You're looking really good. I know you have some fans and family back at home. Is there anything you'd like to say?
応援ありがとうございます。すごいヒートの中でも後半いい波が来ていい波に乗れてよかったです。次もクォーターファイナル午後あるので頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Shino. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Shino. She just had an amazing run in a run of 16, hit number 4, scored 7 and 6. She was on fire.
Yeah, and it's you goofy footers, you're getting the best out of this. It's just an amazing left point break. You've got that front side approach. You've got that much more vision of what's happening because you're facing the wave. And it's interesting between the low tide and high tide heats how the backsiders are able to kind of sometimes get in the tighter pockets. But as far as driving across and covering sections.
All right, Ketut Agus is up and riding. His backhand is just on point every time I've seen him surfing. So this is his favorite. He's going to be on fire. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck on that one, but definitely down the damage at the back. He took out a win at the Korean Open, the Korean event at a wave pool, and his backhand was just amazing, just on fire. He just precise every turn. He hit super hard. And this is Bronson Mady, the world champ, up and riding on this smaller size waves. Beautiful first time, throwing a lot of sprays, floats the section, come around, and gets another one in. Little bit of tail slide there, little bit of flares in it. Still going, it gets the finishing done. Didn't ride out of it, but still beautiful combination from Bronson.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just finding his way around that wave so well, really navigating the sections and taking advantage of every little critical point all the way through. So here we have green Ketut. Lots big down carve with little tail flare. That one releases the fins, showing some variety here. And he throws so much spray. And this is, he put on the brakes thinking that this thing was going to stand up and misjudged the section, unfortunately. But let's watch that one of Bronson again. I love this. Just takes the lip off that one. So much spray. Gets this next whip. Real functional floater to get himself in front of this next section and wastes no time into that hit. And once again, there's this end section that's really tricky and unpredictable. And we saw that with Ketut's wave as well. So this is live action.
Right, he's up and riding again. Quick in and out. Probably he's done some of the turns at the back, but we didn't see it. But probably we're going to see a replay of last of Ketut Agus way, but this is a beautiful drone shot. What a shot, mountain at the back, beautiful. Riyue Bay is providing great left, and this is men's qualifying series ranking. Kei Kobayashi is in first position right now. So you can see all the names. Dylan Wilcoxon is second. So Bronson Mady and Ketut Agus third and fourth. Yuji Nishi is 5th, and Ryo Inaba is 8th. So this heat, we have all the top 10 surfers. What
Yes.
a matchup.
This competition, we've got everyone except for number 3, I think, was not here. But yeah, it's amazing. We got the all-stars, and what an all-star heat we have in the water. This is just insane.
Yeah, and we are still in round of 16, not even the finals, quarterfinals yet. We've seen all the top 10 surfers in just one heat, and it's interesting thing is, Ketut and Bronson, they both traveling together, and Rio Yuji is traveling together, I'm pretty sure. So it's a Team Japan versus Team Indo. it's
buddies versus buddies.
Yeah.
It's very cool. And I saw Bronson last night at the pool, and they were talking about the air sections and everything else. He said he's still trying to figure out the landing, but he said the ramp just provides so much air time.
Right.
And here we go.
All right, this is Yuji Nishi up and riding on his backhand. I love the first and straight into the second, throwing back into straight. And there's no downtime in between all the free turns. Little bit fumble there, but still amazing surfing from Yuji Nishi. He recently took out a win in a Balea Procus 4000 and in the Japanese national event. And this is live action Bronson Meidi on a smaller size waves again. Series of turns and turns. Great surfing from Bronson again.
That it's amazing. Even a surfer of his level, they're really struggling with that last little bit. So I think they're learned. He would have learned by now the last 2 waves that you want to avoid even trying to do anything. Just save that kick out. But late takeoff here, takes off in the wash, able to build up some speed. This is where he really starts accelerating, and he hits the lip line so well. He knows exactly where to hit it to throw the most spray. And I love how he just coils up, unloads. There's so much spray. The spray is taking forever to fall down. And that was where that section just sneaks up on everybody. And Yuji, there's a point in this, out of this next turn, you can see his board flexing in and out of that bottom turn. He's such a strong competitor, such a strong body, strong legs, that he's able to just contort that board and get so much punch in between the maneuvers. And I love how he surfed that wave perfectly, and he knew to kick out at that section. And here we have another angle. I love the drone angle because we get a different appreciation. But just on one rail to the other all the way through, no dead space between the maneuvers, and also just kind of perfectly orchestrated takeoff to kick out. All the way through, didn't miss one opportunity on the wave, and I think the judges will super recognize that.
Yeah, definitely his second wave will be rewarded by judges. So it's 4.8. Okay.
Let's start over here. Let's start over here, dude.
A lot
Come
of
on.
scores locked in, right? So first off, second wave for Yuji Nishi is locked in 4.87. So now he is in the lead with 4.87 and 3.50. Ketut Agus actually locked in 4.10 for his first wave. So he is in second. Wow, there's a situation change. Bronson made it, just locked in 4.50. That is enough for him to put him into the lead. So he is in the lead with 4.5 and 4.10. Yuji is in second. Ketut is in third, needing 4.28. But Rio is in fourth place with first priority, but only needing a small score, 2.70.
You know what's wild, though, is you can expect every one of these surfers to be leading the heat at any time.
Yeah, it's just constantly changing the situation, so it's a quite exciting
It's a four-man tennis match. I love it. And we've been having so much fun in and out of the water. The Chinese government has done such an amazing job of the infrastructure of this contest site. We have great Wi-Fi. We have so many little touches that have changed since the last time I was here with a competition 5 years ago. I mean, we have a giant stretch of beach all dedicated to this big event. Huge competitors area, and I think it's going to be the next big international surf destination.
Oh, definitely. I definitely want to come back again for the event. All my private surf trip to Riyue Bay is probably one of the box I have to check. And here we are in the booth with myself and Ben. We are having an amazing time here, just watching, commentating all the best surfers on Asia region.
And a bunch of new names. We're learning about some some future stars here, especially in the Chinese side. They've done so much work with their coaches. They're really, really finding the best resources that they can to push their level. And I've seen a lot of new nations coming into surfing, especially in the ISA events.
Yes.
But I think the progression in such a high curve has all gone to China.
Definitely. I've seen the Chinese surfers last couple of years, but they growing super fast, super quickly. Now they're competing in the high level competition on the WSL tour. So.
And them having that seasoned competition, all is going to feed down into the future generations as well. And it's going to show the up and coming Chinese grommets like, hey, there's a future and we can be in the world stage. It's super cool.
Right. It's super cool to see how Chinese government put effort to investing the surfing industry here in China. So, but looks like we're gonna have Bronson on the right, but quickly decided not to go. But probably he was looking for this ramp to take it to the sky.
That's one thing I was going to mention is he's known for stomping down those frontside rotations at the end of a combination to get unbelievable scores. You don't have the option as a backsider on this wave, as well as these offshores are not air winds.
Right, so this is Riyue Inaba. Beautiful wave, beautiful turns, a lot of power in it. Unfortunately, a little bit bogged the rail, but still, this amazing finish, his signature move, big layback turn. So that was a great combination. There's a little bit of downtime in between turns, but still beautiful 3-turn combo.
I think no other competitor would have recovered out of that. That was insane, and that just shows his balance and his connection with his equipment. He was only needing a 2.70 to jump up into second. Let's see if he does it with this one. Huge hit off the top there. Gets another strong lip line turn. This is where the wind and the backwash almost took him out, but he's like, no way, I'm keeping it going. And then comes out of it with style with a layback off that section. And the way he tapped the whitewash on the way out just shows he's still like feeling playful.
And it was the best wave, and how good looking from the drone angle here. Little bit fumble there, but still managed to get a great recovery and into the big layback turn. And that was a great surfing. And definitely he'll be get rid of the 0.50. And I got a feeling that he's going to be straight into the lead with that ride.
Yeah, so I think the next in line to do some work is going to be Yuji. I have a feeling that he's going to pop into that second spot, give a little work in front of everyone else. Bronson's in the lead. He's just trying to keep some distance, but his wave selection hasn't been the best in this heat.
Definitely, and looks like Riyue is up and riding again. He's not wasting any time in this heat. Quick start, and now he's in this wave. Great combination of powerful turns. He's going to surf all the way to the inside. Decided to kick out there, so wave didn't really offer after a couple of turns, but still we are waiting for the previous wave from Riyue Inaba, and that's going to be one of the big score, and looks like a healthy number on the way for Riyue Inaba, but looks like Bronson up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful off the top. Straight into the second. Nice turn under the lip, throwing a bucket of spray, and here comes the last section. It gets the finish. Wow, so Bronson is in a second, trying to get rid of the 4.10. But last wave for Riyue Inaba comes in at a 6.50, which is the highest score so far in this heat. Wow. So what exchange.
Yeah, not only the second, he takes over the lead from fourth place. And this is that next one where he's just on his way out from that big score. And it's just showing he's so in tune and so in rhythm with the ocean that somehow he happens to be in the right place at the right time. Every set comes through. And it's so hard. But this, I really like seeing Bronson actually finally able to showcase his talent. He's picked the right wave, and now he's getting revenge on those last couple wave selections. And this last turn is so sick. He gets a little bit of wind up on that section. This is really going to show that last turn. So watch him. He's eyeing up this section. He loads up, puts a lot of flare, releases the fins, gets that pivot on the lip, gets this next hit. Here he's setting up, and this is the one I want to see. Boom.
Wow.
You see the tail, it's like, it's a full blow tail, but he actually falls down, going backwards with the lip and recovers on the transition of the wave to come out with speed. Highly technical.
Highly technical, and that's what you want to do on this offshore wind with a little bit further section in the end. So you want to make sure you ride out of it really clean, and that's exactly what he did. And still waiting for the last of Bronson made in, and they got a feeling that it's going to be a great score, and he's going to get rid of that 4.10.
For sure, dude. It's the fire in his feet. Look like he's kind of answering back to Riyue. He's like, what? I just got pushed out of first? No way. I'm going back there. So he's needing 7.67 to get up there. He'll chisel that down, I figure, by getting rid of that or improving on that 4.50. That I would expect that to be his backup score. And we keep playing that like guess the points game, and I'm super wrong every time. Let's see if I'm learning a little bit more. I think I'm going to call it in the sixes, maybe high sixes. What do you think?
Oh, right.
I'm being more conservative now.
I would say, yep.
I'm kind of going for safety.
You're right. There you go. I mean, few good scores locked in. It's a 5.67.
Closer than my last guess.
Right. So the situation right now is Riyue is in the lead pretty comfortably with 6.5 and 5.67. Bronson now is in second with 5.67 and 4.50. Yuji now needs 5.31, and Kituta Goose now needs 6.07. So they pretty much need the good wave to showcasing their surfing, because they have the skill sets to score the requirement easy.
And they have first and second priority. And while it's really spelled out on where that takeoff point is to get the high scores and get behind that rock takeoff, get that first critical hit, they're stacked up. So everybody knows that they want to be right where blue and green are. They just have to wait for them to get waves.
Right.
But also, Bronson did improve his top score. Now he's looking at a 6.50, and now he's probably going, all right, I'll be back there soon. So it's exciting.
It's exciting.
There's hope for everybody.
Yeah, let's hope for everybody, and let's for more waves to come for everybody, because once the wave comes, probably the situation will be changing a lot consistently.
I just noticed, where did time go? It's just 8 minutes left.
Yeah, I know.
So things are getting more stressful than we're thinking.
And more tense for all those surfers, because they know even Kituta Goose is sitting in the fourth place. Everybody knows he can get a 6.07 with no problem.
Yeah.
So it's not over yet.
I love how they're lifting their heads up. They definitely see something. We saw those bumps on the horizon. And now it looks like Kitut's probably going to... Nope, he's waiting for another one. This is wild. So, Blue, Yuji lets him have it.
All right, Yuji, it's up and riding. Nice setting turn into this whipping turn. Straight into the third turn. Unfortunately, a little bit off balance. So he's going to be kicking out on that one. Probably he knows that he's not going to get the requirement. But this is Kituta Goose on a foamy wave. It's hard to surf, hard to navigate. So, wow, that was unusual thing to see. He just kicks out. Probably didn't like the look of it. So I would say it's a little bit of, I don't know, I wouldn't say mistake, because there's still 7 minutes left on the clock. There's still time.
Kind of an unfortunate choice,
Unfortunate,
though. But you know what's wild is, I think more than anything, that green Kitut was sitting a little too deep.
Right.
And so even though he had the priority and he saw that it was a great wave, go for it.
Wow, Riyue Inaba, live action, beautiful layback turn on his first turn, throwing backwards of spread, and then series of big turns and turns after. Great surfing again from Riyue Inaba, one of the smaller size waves, but still, he was smashing on the wave.
Well, we're joined in the room by a bunch of young rippers. I'm going to ask Nick who we have visiting us right now. Nick Zanella, who do we have here?
Okay, we just invaded you guys with the youngest kid from the Sichuan team. They're the kids that I train.
Exciting.
And it's not all of them. Okay, these are the oldest, because the youngest are like 8, 9, 11. They're the new rippers, the new generation. I'm taking them around thanks to Will for helping us go through security. and
I
I'm
love it.
showing them around the competition area.
Well, they're going to get to know competition really well after you kind of taking care of them. You've got all the experience in every competition that's been here ever, basically.
Thank you, Ben.
And
you under 12 number one boys, they're growing fast, man.
well, you're going to have to give me those names so that I can start studying for the future. I'm super excited. And as I told Kathy earlier, I'm going to try and change my ticket and be around for the local contest that's coming up in a couple days.
Beautiful, we'll be here.
Oh, you can see right on our drone. Hey, guys, go look out the window right there.
Hello?
So there you got Will Hayden Smith on the left-hand window, and that is the whole crew in here. We've got a cool party going on here in the booth. And out in the water, we're not leaving you guys off the action. There hasn't been any changes.
Thank you.
No, you're good. You're good. Until someone really makes a big change, things are sitting the way they are. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys later.
Ben. Thank you, Ty. Love you.
Very good, Nick. Thank you. So that is so cool. He said that's not even all of them. So
Wow.
that just shows how many future stars they're building. They're just planting the seeds to have amazing big names in pro surfing.
Like we were talking about it. We have a bright future. But this is Keto Goose. Very important way for him. Need score 6.07 is a requirement from Keto Goose. Big turns. So definitely he's done a lot of damage at the back. This is Riyue Inaba up and riding. Currently setting the lead comfortably with a 6.5 and 5.67. Probably he trying to get rid of the 5.67, creating a lot more gap. It's a great surfing again. And this is Yuji Nishi up and riding, needing a 5.31. Beautiful off the top, but unfortunately hang up on the first wave a little more. And this is Bronson Mady currently sitting the second. First time, great Camarana section. Just a little bit of setting turn, just waiting for the wave to send up. Here it comes. Goes to vertical, but unfortunately couldn't really ride out of it. So a lot of wave have been ridden and great exchange.
That was nuts. There's so much that just happened at
So
once,
much to
and
digest.
literally in a matter of 1.5 minutes, and you could see the other two riders paddling up the face on Bronson's wave here. So gets that sick lip line hit. Love this top turn. And there's one point of this wave right there. So he S's into the whitewash, and it drives him so hard, but he almost just had too much speed going up to the top as the wind kind of met him at the same time as he was meeting the lip. And here we have Yuji. Hangs that one up. Unfortunately, he really needed to get less rotation in the nose to come driving out of it. This one's not going to do too much for Riyue, but it's just him having a great time, enjoying being in that lead position and not feeling any pressure. And I swear, this is goofy footer paradise.
Oh, definitely.
If you're out there, you just want to get waves, especially if you don't need a score.
And the waves have been firing since this morning. And this is a very important wave for Keto Goose.
Yes. So knowing he needs a score, he's been holding that priority for a little while, and he hasn't really gotten the waves that have served up to show his talent. Really got some strong turns. His body language isn't looking completely confident that he got the score, but no one else could throw that much rail game into a wave of this quality. It's not the best wave, but he's definitely really throwing a lot of spray. He loads up so much power. He's got such strong legs. This is
100% right.
3.73. So the judges definitely, they're recognizing it's not one of the good waves. It was a little less than average actually compared to the top waves that we've seen today. And Yuji Nishi, 3.23. I think even if he would have come out of that maneuver with control, there wasn't much left of that wave. It was one of those tapering waves.
All right, this is the last wave from Riyue Inaba. Nice cutting back. And a little bit of a reverse there from his backhand attack. And probably he's going to surfing all the way to the inside. There's still 1 minute remaining, but I think he decided to just...
He's looking so playful in this heat.
Right.
I love that. I love the cut back to reverse off the wash. That's the old Andy Irons combo right there.
All right, 40 seconds left in this heat. It's really tense moment because Yuji has fast priority and he's in third place, needing a 5.31. So this is Keturu needing a score 6.07. Huge first turn straight into the second. Really forming wave, and it's hard to navigate. But he is doing really well to stay in the pocket and managing the surfing. Here comes the steeper section. Probably is going to put one more turn in. So he's done the job. He's done the big surfing at the back, and he got the big finish in the end. Down to 5 seconds.
Very tense moment for Bronson Mady at the moment, and Ketut pulling the trigger in the nick of time. And I really think his rhythm, everything, that was his best ride of the heat on a better wave finally. And so he's had the surfing, he just hasn't had the wave through the whole heat. And to get it and use your priority and have that heat management to get what could be the score that he needs to advance through is just amazing surfing. So applause to that.
Wow, so it's a tense finish there in this heat. So it's safe to say Ryo Inaba is going to move into the next round, but it's just a matter of the Ketu's last wave. So it looks like it's not going to be enough. It's 4.83, so it is Ryo Inaba, and then Bronson Mady will move to the next round. So we're going to go to the quick break, and we'll be coming back with a lot more actions in the men's round of 16, heat number 2.
President Xi Jinping has called for accelerating the development of Hainan into a free trade port with Chinese characteristics and global influence, and positioning Hainan as a paradigm of reform and opening up in the new era, and a shining Chinese model in the world. Standing at the forefront of China's reform and opening up, the Hainan Free Trade Port, FTP, shoulders a new mission in the new era. The third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, CPC, stressed accelerating the construction of the Hainan Free Trade Port as a major reform goal. Each step forward by the FTP represents a concrete move by China to embrace the world with open arms. The Hainan FTP covers the whole of Hainan Island. With a total area of 34,000 square kilometers, it is the largest free trade port in the world. It offers clear policy advantages, including low tax rates with dual 15% income tax caps for high caliber, urgently needed professionals, and for enterprises in encouraged industries. Boasting China's first negative list for cross-border trade and services, and the shortest negative list for foreign investment, the Hainan FTP is a more convenient place to engage in trade and investment. As a result of greater openness in transportation in Hainan, the number of international ships now registered at Yangpu Port of China has reached 46, ranking second nationwide in tonnage.
Welcome back, surf fans. We are in day 5 of competition of the WSL International Wanning Pro WQS 4000, and we are now in our heat number 2. This is Ben Wei, joined by Jada Legati. In the water right now, we have Varun Tanjung in red, Imari Ariana in blue, Rel Borman in white, and Sentaro Sakai in green. And we'd seen something go on during the break, so we have some scores. Blue got a quick start, very quick start within the first 2 minutes, and I'm like completely adrenalized from the previous heat. The conditions have come together, the wind's gotten better, and the consistency in the sets has just gotten that much more consistent.
All right, replay 4-3-3 for Pajal here. That was a beautiful air reverse. Clean landing, I would say. Pretty clean landing, but I know Pajal pretty well, and he can go much bigger and much better than that.
Considering the winds, it's amazing that he even landed that. Like, basically, it's not an air wind. It's if you had bigger waves with more power to push you out into the flats, it would be, and that would have been probably a full rotation. The wind did slow the rotation, but he rode out of it, and it's one of the only airs that we've seen landed.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. We haven't seen too many airs being either done or landed throughout the event for now. It is only around the 16 Heat 2, so early days. I'm surprised we're already seeing airs. But that was nice from Pajar. I liked it.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to hear about the ever peppy Ryo Inaba winning that last heat. He's down with Dai right now.
素晴らしいライディングでトップ通過を果たしました。波も、昨日に比べて少しサイズが上がったように見えますが、まずはヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
ちょっとこの大会の中で一番ハードなヒートだったんで、ここを超えれば次から楽かなと思ったんで、ここで、1位で勝って次につなげれたんで、良かったです。
ブースの中でもこのヒートはもうファイナルのようだというような話をしてたんですが、やはりそのかなり熱い戦いになるという予想もあった上でクイックなスタートを切ったんですか？
やっぱり1本目でスコア出せば結構ヒートコントロールできるなと思ってたんで、1本目あと全員レギュラーフッターだったんで、グーフィーフッターはこう奥から差し込めるなと思ったんで、一番奥から1本目行きました。
1本目から5点台といういいスコアを、スコアしてヒートをスタートさせましたが、その後に6点台をスコアしました。その波はもう狙っていた波で、自分の思った通りにサーフィンができたんですか？
そうですね、1本目乗ってから多分10分15分ぐらい待ったんで、その中であの波乗れたんでもうバッチリでした。
その後はもう自由にサーフィンしていたような印象ですが、もうその後はプレッシャーもなくサーフィンしてたんですか？
でもみんな6点7点すぐ出せる選手なんで、できれば手前でアンダープライオリティでもスコア伸ばしてさらにプレッシャーかけれればなっていう感じでした。
So he knew that it's gonna be a stack heat with 3 other surfers. They were all shredding. So he wanted to have a quick start, and that's exactly what he did. He started with 5, and he waited for like 10 or 15 minutes for the third wave, but he get to score 6-point ride, and he just had a good fun, and he trying to get the small ones to put some more pressures to other surfers, and that's worked out really well, and he got through to the quarterfinals. それでは次はいよいよマンオンマンのクォーターファイナルですが、今日あります。どのようにこの後過ごして臨みますか？
今日朝男からだと思ってたんで、もう6時半から来てたんで、ちょっとお腹ペコペコなんでご飯食べて、戻ってきてまた試合見たいなと思います。
では最後にたくさんの方応援してくれてると思うのでメッセージお願いします。
このまま優勝して今年締めくくりたいと思うんで応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Domo arigatou gozaimasu, Dai. Really fun interview, and yeah, I love Ryo's attitude always. He's super positive, and I used to say a lot, even when he was surfing in the Olympics, he smiles in every wave. And here we have Red live action. And this is Barun Tanjung. He surfed really well yesterday. This is a kind of foamy wave. It might have been like the second or third wave of the set with all that foam left, but he's really navigating, slicing through that. And green, Sentaro Sakai. Quick hit there. Unfortunately, the section bends in and takes him down. So a little bit of action happened.
Yeah, so we've had quite a few waves ridden while we were in that interview, waiting for scores for Varun, Sentaro, and Raul Borman. Would like to get a couple replays, see what we missed. There you go. This is the last of Sentaro Sakai. Nice first turn here. This wave really walls up. Unfortunately, just gets that nose stuck in the water and goes over the handlebars. Varun Tanjung, the wave we saw, as you said, a bit of foam on that whitewash, but nice control. You know, he gets that turn in around the section, then a bit of a sleepier wave, so he's weaving through it nicely. He's keeping that board moving. He's keeping the speed, but just not too much on offer there. This was Raul Borman on a good-looking wave, so first good turn there. Kind of has to pump around the whitewash. I love that one. Really extends the back leg when he's carving down, so couple good scores. Pajar, I think, caught this one, came in at a 3-point ride, so 2 beautiful turns, a bit of a layback there. So exciting heat. We've got some scores in. We've put the base to the heat. Things are starting off a little slower, but I think as the time counts down, things are really going to ramp up.
I love that first turn of Raul Borman where hit the lip and grab the rail. It was like a goofy foot Tom Curran turn. It was pretty sick. But there was a lot of dead space on that wave, unfortunately, just as you were saying. It was waiting, having to pump. The judges like you saying go from rail to rail and not having to pump the board to keep the speed up. However, if that's the wave you chose due to your wave selection, you got to do whatever you can on it, and he really did, and he came out of it hot.
Absolutely, and he had a great heat yesterday and got himself into this round of 16, but he's got a much tougher heat now. Pajar is a surfer from Serangan. He's from the island of Bali and is known for his deadly forehand. He is extremely fast, though. Live action.
Raul Borman, layback jam right there. Puts a little flare on that next hook. Puts it on rail. Shows the variety. Kind of 3 different turns there. A little check turn slash. Meets the lip line there. The wave goes a little bit flat, but he's trying to use every ounce of power and speed that he can get from that wave. And from the looks of the camera moving, someone else was just up. Looks like Sento Sakai maybe up and down on that one. So we see a little box that the judges are thinking about the last ride of white and green at the moment. So see what happens. And it's still really close. Everyone has pretty obtainable requirements.
Absolutely, and all 4 of these surfers want to be meeting either Riyue or Bronson into the quarterfinals, which will be coming up later today. We already have our women's quarters locked in. Heat 1, we're seeing Rita Suzuki up against Sumomo Sato. In Heat 2, we have Sara Wakita going up against Minami Nonaka. Heat 3, our Chinese surfer Wang Yiyao going with Kananaka Shio. We'll get back to the 4th one, live action, Pajar.
Imale put it on rail off that first one, really finding every nook and cranny, staying close to the pocket. I loved how he broke the tail out and was able to come right out with speed. He's looking so precise on this wave. And not one of the bigger waves, but he's no foam on the face, able to keep it on rail and be very slicey and sharp on it. I love that ride.
Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, he's here with, unfortunately, his friend Kutut lost earlier, but he is here traveling together with him. So I'm sure Kutut is now on the beach watching him. But let's break this one down. Good first opening cutback here. Sets it up for this turn, but this was the money turn. Wow, really pushes a tail. That was beautiful surfing from Pajar, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Pajar is known for his fast, low stance style. He barely makes mistakes, and he just came off a win in Papua QS 2000 there. Behind him, Sentaro Sakai. Good blast, extends the back leg. A bit more in the pocket for that second one. Gets a nice, good third one in, and unfortunately just falls out the back. Raul Borman. Nice layback to get things started. Kind of setting the tone for this wave. Bit of a sleepier section, but beautiful carves here to just kind of get through it. I'm liking how strong he's looking right now. Good cutback. This wave just kind of wavers off a little bit, but he did most of the damage out the back, so nothing to worry about, really.
I really like the way everyone's surfing. Sentaro, we had just caught the end of that ride, so there was a bit of damage done before he fell at the end. He got a 3.80. Still in third, though, needing 3.54. We don't actually know what they're needing because we're waiting on scores for white and blue's last waves, but blue previously with a 4.33 and 3.0, we can comfortably say that he'll get rid of that backup, and I'm looking to see what he got because I think he surfed that wave perfectly.
I love this wave from Paja. This is the last one he got, and it's looking like it's going to be a pretty good score for him as well. The setup turn, and here's the money turn. Love how he extends that back leg all the way around. I mean, he has so much power throughout the turns, and he can do that in his sleep. I mean, he's known for this type of surfing.
And he controlled the board. He controlled the rail beside his front heel and just kept that rail engaged and set the fins down at the perfect place to drive out of it. Very, very difficult maneuver.
517. All right, scores are in for all surfers. Pajar, that 5-1-7, backed it up with the 4-3-3. Raul, a 4-5 and a 3-3. Sentaro, 3-8, 3-5. Varun Tanjung, a little more quiet in this heat, only on that 2-7-3. I've said a few times, Varun has incredible wave choice. So he is that type of surfer in competition that is going to be sitting out there and waiting with priority. He likes to drop anchor and be on the best waves of the heat.
Yeah, and he's going to have the benefit of not having that backup score at the moment. So whatever he gets, if he improves on this, he's putting himself in a very easy requirement to move up later on his next wave.
All right, both Indonesian surfers, completely different approach. Pajar keeping busy, catching waves. Unfortunately, gets his nose a little stuck there on the rail, but he's not sitting still. He's catching as many waves as possible. He's putting scores under his belt, whereas Varun dropped anchor with priority out the back, going to be waiting for that good set to come through. Replay here of the last of Pajar. Nice cut back to set the tone. This is where things really get interesting. I love how much he pushes that tail out. Bit of a more tight in the pocket turn there. Unfortunately gets that rail dug, as we said, for that last turn, but he did most of the damage out the back, so it's not too much of an issue.
He's just manhandling that board too. He just came out of that and he was like so aggressively driving up into that next section that the board couldn't even handle him. But it's just as you were saying, red holding priority, being quiet, exactly the opposite contrast as we just saw the fifth wave of blue, and it just seems like Pajar's gaining momentum through that first 15 minutes, and he's just getting hotter and more aggressive every wave.
I think that's a probably good approach on a day like today because it's really slow out there, so you want to have some scores next to your name. Otherwise, it's never a comfortable position to be chasing a score. You never want to be out there needing a score because you don't know what the ocean's going to do. So I think it's smart of Pajar that he's keeping busy. He has fourth priority, so not until a set comes and the boys actually catch waves, he can just keep going.
Yeah, and Riyue actually just said in his interview that if you can get a score on your first wave and get into that lead position, it's pretty easy to keep controlling the heat all the way through. And first one, I mean, Pajar got the first wave of the heat within 1.5 minutes. He was so laser focused on his strategy for the heat, and he's doing a great job. Now he's finally taking a breath. Finally sitting back.
Only because there's no waves.
letting the blood pressure settle. And yeah, well, here he is. He's trying to get away from everyone. He's in a position to where he's the only one who could take off on this one. It's not an easy paddle with that offshore, a little bit too far out to get into it, but I just love how lively he is.
Yeah, Raul Borman now taking off on this one.
All right, Raul had to pump, get in that first one. Gets a little jam there, really nice turn there. And he puts a little flare on that next carve. Gets another quick jam, puts it on rail, like cuts it back, taps the wash, and his body language on the kick out was much more confident than his previous wave, so he's probably feeling better about that one and going to put a little more distance between him and green and red. As we have blue, Pajar taking off under priority, finds something, gets great positioning. Oh, just slams that tail down. I love that tail blow frontside air there. And he's just so hungry to keep attacking the next section. I love it.
Yeah, wow. Pajar is on fire right now. He is not stopping, just coming off that win in Papua. So he's looking really comfortable under the Rashi. He wants to be meeting up either Bronson or Rio in the quarterfinals. Let's break these replays down. Raul, nice first start here. Love that one. He really jams into it, lays back, cuts back here, gets a couple nice turns on the inside, but I think it will definitely be that first layback that kind of gets the majority of that score. Right behind him, Pajar, not sitting still. This will be his sixth wave of this heat. Pushes that tail, that trademark turn he has, takes to the air there, releases the fins, and finishes off pretty strong. So it's gonna be an interesting comparison for the judges, seeing what type of surfing they prefer. And this is going to be a crucial moment where they're going to be like, we like this better, or what Pajar did, a bit more variety or a bit more classic surfing. So I love the comparisons of the styles.
Yeah, and it's kind of Pajar's just playing around with trying out some new mixes. He's got that little progressive element in that wave. And so it's just showing the judges something that they haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's we've said in the past before, it's just that element of new, of fresh, and I think the deeper we get into the draw, the more exciting things we're going to see. Most of these athletes are probably surfing at their 60, 65, 70%. Whereas once we get into those quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, things are going to start ramping up. Things are going to start getting really interesting. We're going to be seeing a lot more airs, a lot more big hacks. It all just depends the athlete and what they're more comfortable.
That's such a great point. And you never want to peak too soon. You also don't want to give your judges everything at once, because the second time they see it, it's going to lose that wow factor. And so, yeah, it's amazing. If these guys are holding out, we're going to see some unbelievable surfing towards our semis and finals.
Yeah, I saw Paja recently drop the clip from his win at Papua. A massive full rotation, I think, on his backhand, and it's definitely worth the look. So he's really been on point. I think him and his girlfriend Taina, which I'm sure is probably watching this heat if she's not out surfing Ulus, they've been working together and training with the Indo team a lot. I know Kailani.
Is that Taina Izquierdo that you're talking about? No way.
Taina Izquierdo, yeah. So they're probably... The Indo team trains and practically almost lives together when they're in Bali. I love the small team they've built together. And they've been working so hard. They've really been putting the hours in. I know the junior team is in Peru right now. They had a pretty good run, but I know they're hungry for more, and that next generation of Indonesian surfers is coming in really strong. Some names off the top of my head are Suri Jabrik. I know Weston Hurst is an incredible young talent as well. I can think of... oh, wow, I'm blanking right now. Made Balon is an incredible athlete as well. He's part of that CI surfboard team. Then we have... Who else do we have on the team that's really incredible? I can't think right now, but eventually the names will come up throughout the heat. But yeah, so I'm excited to see that next generation really pushing the limits. They've been training every day. They surf most of the time in halfway Kura, which is the beach break. And I think that's great because that puts in that grindy conditions element into play.
And you surf a perfect reef and it's just spelled out for you. Yeah. And when you get stuff that's shuffled around and you have to go and hunt, you really need that beach break training to really find the energy that people can't really see.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing bumps and opportunities in junky conditions. It's going to help so much when you go to a perfect wave that just makes everything easy for you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, just remember, Jas Studer is another name who just won the Penang Cup. So a huge win for Team Indonesia. That is a massive title, a very prestigious contest back at home. So that's a massive congratulations to Jas Studer as well. There's so many names that I just can't remember right now.
Yeah, I see back with Taina. I see Taina and Izquierdo in so many different events. She's the kindest person, so soft-spoken, but then in the water she's vicious.
Taina has been surfing for a really long time, and she's been competing as well a bit. I would say almost a pioneer in the Indonesian women's side of surfing. Her, Kailani Johnson, Dea Natasha as well. They are three young ladies that really, push the limits for women's surfing. Kailani spends a lot of time in the bigger surf. She also surfs Penang a lot. And that's the beauty of Indonesia. We get those big days.
All right, Varun, finally using that priority after holding it for about 10 minutes, maybe more. And this wave, he's still trying to kind of read it, get his feet going. That's the one thing about sitting is you kind of you freeze up a little bit. You need to start getting your legs warmed up, and to be starting this late in the heat is a little bit dangerous. One thing we didn't notice, 5.43 put Raul Borman in the lead on that last one. And so definitely a nice variety of turns. I think they're probably rewarding just of having that versatility and changing up the maneuvers every turn. And it looked like he was kind of almost consciously doing it.
Yeah, that's true. He was really on time with this wave. He didn't miss any of those sections, so really good backup there for Raul. Yeah, unfortunate Varun Tanjung, he's been a bit quiet in this heat. He's sat with priority for a really long time. Decided to pull the trigger on that one, and it wasn't a great wave. Raul Borman now, live action.
All right, so he's got to be feeling good. He's coming out with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence, knowing that he just popped up into the lead, and now he's in a pretty comfortable spot. So he's just seeing how much more he can distance and kind of solidify that lead position right now. But I love how his head's so far over his front foot on every approach. It's just like this aggressive, hungry style. I really like his stance.
All right, a couple of replays. This is the last of Varun that we talked about. Good first turn, straight off the takeoff. He went and did it. Gets a little bit stuck here on this whitewash, but finds the face. Nice cutback, but it was the wave that just didn't have so much on offer. It wasn't his surfing that's letting him down. I think that he probably could have had a better wave under his belt. Raul Borman, though, good first massive hack there. Wraps it around here. He's looking like he's on time with this wave. He's not missing beats, so it's really coming to his favor. Raul Borman spends most of his time in Uluwatu now, surfer from Brazil. He feels at home probably at this left. It looks a little bit like a small day at Uluwatu on the high tide. Really pushed the fins on that last one. You could see all three fins out the back of that wave. So he must be feeling really good right now.
Yeah, definitely. And what a great time to pop into the lead and just take those nerves off. And everyone else on the opposite side of that definitely getting a little tense out there with green and red not able to really find the waves in this heat, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've been a bit more quiet. They've been a bit more patient. We can see that Raul and Pajar took the keep busy approach, whereas Sentaro and Varun are just dropping anchor and waiting, where sometimes it can pay off and other times, like now, it's not looking like it's really going to their favor. But Varun with a bit of work to do. A 6.43 is his requirement to get himself back into the heat. Sentaro Sakai 5.70, so they're going to want to start really getting into it, getting back into this heat, catching those waves, because at the end of the day, the only way to pass the heat is by surfing.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with those requirements that they have, it doesn't look like such a steep requirement, but with their wave selection up until now, it's going to take it's going to take something twice as good as what they've been able to get.
Raul
They're
Borman.
sitting on 3.8, 3.0. So they've only put on half of the performance at their best up until the last 4 minutes of the heat. So they really need to change things around.
All right. Pajar again with priority.
All right. Draws it off. Has that kind of lumpy start. He's having to stay patient, but we do know that these ones sometimes start growing. And from the look of his head, he's starting to see something down the line. Smacks that lip line, comes out with so much speed. There's that turn that we love. He's just answering back. He wants that heat interview. And Red taps that one, just unable. Man, that one pinched on him. There's that weird rare bend where the section comes at you and doesn't stretch, doesn't give you any opportunity to connect that inside, and that was a bad wave choice.
Yeah, all right. So let's see what he did on the outside. Good first check turn to get things kind of started. Gets around this section. Good first jab there. Does it again. This is kind of where we caught up to him. He closed this one down.
I spoke too fast. That was a combination.
Yeah, that was a good 3-turn combo he did. Pajar, though, a bit of a sleepy start, you're right. But he weaves through this section nicely. He's keeping that board alive. He's keeping it moving without losing any of that speed, because here you can see him eye this section down. Beautiful blast there, then wraps it around really tightly in the pocket. So good exchange there from Varun and Pajar. Varun finally getting himself into this heat again, catching a good wave, getting some turns in. looking like he was liking that wave. He was liking what he did. So last 2 minutes, he's got to, I don't know if it's a 6-4-3, but he's definitely chipping away at his score.
Yeah, I need to stop speaking before I see the whole wave again. But yeah, that was, I really liked that ride actually. So him pulling the trigger, finally just getting into momentum in the last couple of minutes, but giving himself a fighting chance with that one. But Pajar off of that floater, that was the fastest and driviest setup that I've seen of the whole competition. Has like literally shifted gears in that setup into that turn. It was insane. So looking fiery and building momentum throughout this heat. And wouldn't be surprised if he ends up popping up into the lead with that one. They're taking a long think about it.
6-2-7 is a pretty big requirement. I mean, Pajar is known for his speed, so that's like his trademark surfing style. He has that low center of gravity that just keeps him like a little rocket, you know?
Full-on rocket. That was NASA. We got, thinking back at his 5.17, there was a little bit more maneuvers linked up, and it didn't have that slow start now that I'm thinking about that. So I think he'll sit safely in second. He does not make that requirement. It's the same, a little bit less than his top score, 5.13. So definitely putting a lot of work for green and red at the right time. And we're going to see, I would love for green to pull the trigger, use that priority, and at least get something before the end of the heat.
Yeah, so he does improve his top 2 scores, making life that little bit harder now for Varun and Sentaro. 20 seconds left. Looking like there could be some lines, but it is Sentaro with priority. Raul second. So they're not going to make, Raul's not going to make life easy for Varun. And here we go, Sentaro live.
In the last 5 seconds, buzzer beater, carves that one up. Unfortunately, that section bent in and took him out. Wow, what a finish, but great heat management on Sentaro's side of knowing that he had the choice of that last chance effort. What an amazing heat. I had tons of fun. Thank you, Giada Legati, and I'm excited to go down and talk to Raul about that heat.
Registered international ships. Cross-border capital flow is more efficient thanks to the FTP's Multifunctional Free Trade Account, EF account system, which facilitates global business operations. Visiting Hainan is also easier. Ordinary passport holders from 59 countries can now enter the province without a visa. Cross-border data flow trials are progressing steadily, with the China Mobile Hainan-Hong Kong submarine cable now put into operation. A ship needs to maintain stability to sail far on the ocean. The promulgation and implementation of the Hainan Free Trade Port Law of the People's Republic of China has provided solid legal safeguards for the development of the Hainan FTP. The Hainan FTP is accelerating the development of a modern industrial system spearheaded by tourism, modern services, high-tech industry, and high-efficiency tropical agriculture. It is leveraging its advantages in temperature, ocean depth, geographic latitude, and ecological environment to build a key practice site for new quality productive forces. The Nanfan Agricultural Silicon Valley has been responsible for cultivating over 70% of China's crop varieties. Major marine technology and equipment represented by the Fendoja Striver Deep-Sea Manned Submersible were introduced in Hainan. The Wenchang Space Launch Center, China's southernmost low-latitude coastal space launch site, is where the Chinese space station, Tianwen-1 Mars Probe, and Chang'e 5 spacecraft were successfully launched. Also located in Wenchang is China's first commercial space launch site, capable of handling domestic and international rocket launches. In its effort,
all right, athletes are in positions, judges are in place. We are in the round of 16, Heat 3, live action straight away. This is looking like Jiahao Zhang on a bit of an up and out situation there. Riyue Ito Iko Watanabe and Hiroto Arai in this heat. Welcome back, True Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, I'm happy to be back. We were just talking last 2 4-man heats of the event.
That's right. We are arriving to the pointy end of the draw, and it's going to get really interesting now.
Yeah, bring it on. I'm looking forward to it. I'm feeling like semis and finals are going to be so exciting. We're still yet to do the quarterfinals for the QS. Still a lot of action, but honestly, a lot of exciting stuff as well, because I think we're going to maybe see some upsets. Oh, we did see some upsets in that last heat. Wow. Varun and Sentaro getting knocked out. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw Kutu Agus dropping out in the heat before as well.
No way.
Yeah, it's really upsetting. So,
no bueno.
No bueno. So we started this gorgeous day with the women's round of 16. We already have all the women's quarterfinals locked and loaded to start right after this round of 16 of the men's. We have in quarterfinal 1 Rita Suzuki with Sumomo Sato. Heat 2 is Sara Wakita with Minami Nonaka. Heat 3, Wang Yihao, our Chinese surfer, up against Kana Nakashio. And finally, Heat 4, Nanaho Suzuki and Shino Matsuda. So big moments there. And on the men's side, we already have our first 4 quarterfinalists. We have in Heat 1, Ryo Inaba and Pajar. Heat 2 is Bronson Mady and Raul Borman.
Wow.
So 2 of these surfers in this heat will be joining those athletes in the quarterfinals later on today.
I'm really excited. I feel like obviously quarterfinals is a big step in the right direction of, finding a champion, and one of those 8 surfers is going to be it. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it's an exciting thing, and someone's going to be walking away with this new title. So we haven't been back in a couple years to China, so it's an important historical moment.
It really is. You're so right. It is a historical moment, Giada.
All right, let's throw it down to Ben with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you so much. Winner of the round of 16, heat number 2, representing Brazil, Raul Borman. Congratulations, parabéns.
Thank you. It was every heat from now on is a tough heat. Actually, since the beginning of the comp, it's such a high-level comp, and I was just trying to keep myself busy. I was like, doesn't matter the wave I get, I'm just gonna try to capitalize and surf the maximum as I can. Try to bring all the way to the inside and see if I get this corny.
That's the one thing I've loved about your surfing since the very beginning is no matter what you take off on, you're going to surf it to the best of your ability. And some of the surfers you see their disappointment in their wave selection. You just milk everything out of every wave that you can, and also looking so great and connected with your equipment.
Well, back in the days, life has been really tough for me. So that's something that I learned, just try to give your best and do your best whenever the opportunity show up. And that's what I'm here doing.
Always pick yourself up. At the 9-minute mark, you got that 5.43, what put you in the lead. And I could almost see in your body language and your confidence increasing on every ride. It seemed that you were starting to really mix up your turns, show the judges a variety, not do the same turn. Was that a conscious decision or was that natural?
I think the waves are providing way more than on the beginning of the comp right now. And as I'm a big guy, I have this kind of struggle, especially because I live in Bali and I work on the Mentawais. So I'm used to really good waves. So that makes my life a bit harder in some of the comps. But I just try to think on a positive way, and that's what I'm doing.
So I was with Giada Ligari. She spends tons of time in Bali. She said you spend a lot of time in Uluwatu. She said, maybe it's just feeling like small Uluwatu for him.
Yeah, that's what my coach back home, he said. He was like, just think yourself in the inside corner, high tide, a little racetrack, and do your thing.
Well, I'm sure everyone is super, super stoked at home and around the world, especially the Brazilians. Finalmente, mensaje a todo o brasileiro apoiando desde casa.
Yeah, mais uma vez, obrigado, minha mãe, a Deus, toda a minha família em primeiro lugar. Minha namorada em casa sempre torcendo muito. Meus amigos, meu primo que está aqui na praia comigo, veio fazer essa viagem comigo para me apoiar e vamos para cima. Obrigado.
Bom demais, irmão. Parabéns.
Valeu, thank you.
Back to you, ladies.
Thank you so much, Raul and Ben. So Raul excited to take that heat win. It was not an easy one. Pajar, Varun, and Sentaro are massive names especially in this Asian region.
Yeah, absolutely. And to come out on top of that heat, that's a really great step in the right direction, and lots of confidence going into the quarterfinals coming up next. But during the action, we saw a fair few waves come through. This is a 2.83 for Jia Hao Zhang. A couple of good connections here for the Chinese surfer, the lone Chinese surfer in this heat, surrounded by Japanese competitors. This right here, though, we missed this one, a 7.33 for Riyue Ito. Big opening swoop there, or second turn, and oh wow, really ditches the fins out the back and relying on that rail to keep him in the power source. Oh my goodness, Riyue is just opening up. What a well-surfed wave. I mean, a 7.33. This is kind of crazy, Giada. Love that first turn.
Yeah, that airdrop was pretty gnarly. Here we go. Really pushes the tail. What I love about Riyue is that he gives so much variety. I mean, look at that. That board just flies around and so much water just thrown out the back. That is a really, really strong finish as well for Riyue Ito. So what a way to start a heat, a 7.33.
Yeah, that is incredible. I mean, we haven't seen too many sevens today. I think back to the 7.67 of Shino Matsuda a little bit earlier on, but a 7.33, that's a big score, and to get that on your very first wave is huge.
Yeah, and such a confidence booster. I've watched Riyu's heats. He's just going to sit there now until he backs that 7.33.
Yeah. She's a big fan.
I'm a big fan. But he is that type of surfer who just sits there and waits, and the nerves don't creep in on him. You know, he has that ability to just sit down and drop anchor and use the priority in the right times. Varun Tanjung is actually one of those surfers. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to string it together in that last one, but as well, there's different approaches to heats, and everyone uses what makes them comfortable. Riyue Ito tends to go with the catch less waves, which means more quality over quantity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like it and completely agree with you, Giada. He seems to really take that sit and wait approach, drop anchor, waits for those good waves, and clearly is working for him right now. And it's, a really big testament as well to his confidence when he's up on his feet, because he doesn't look like he's second guessing his surfing at all, and he's just straight into it and ready for it.
Yeah, so that on your screen is our tower. You can see the judges at the very top. We are below. You can see Ben Wei taking a quick photo there with that blue shirt. So that is us at the International Wanning Corona Cero Pro. We've had incredible surfing throughout the week. We already have our Pro Junior semifinalists locked in, and one of them is actually Iko Watanabe, who is in this round of 16 of the men's QS. So he's been getting a lot of surfing done this past couple days.
Yeah, he really has. I feel like for Iko, he's just such an incredible competitor. Yesterday, he was looking so strong on his feet. As soon as he was up and riding, it was just like, oh, okay, he's going to drop another good score. So hopefully he can back that up today in this round of 16 heat and move into the quarterfinals. We'll see.
All right, so speaking of Iko Watanabe, that is him on your screen. Big closing turn, just airdrops from the sky, lands it nicely right behind him. Riyue Ito, current heat leader, wanting to back up that 7.33. Nice first blast. Bit of a check turn there, a bit of a foamy section here. You can see that the remains of Iko's last one. So he gets a bowly, nice inside section, really gouges that one, that tail going all the way around. So even though it was a smaller wave, he surfed it nicely.
Yeah.
Right behind him, Jia Hao Zhang, our Chinese surfer, on his backhand. Nice backhand blast there to get things started. Needs to get around this section to get a good score to back that first turn up. Unfortunately, wasn't able to, but a good exchange there from our surfers in red, green, and blue.
Yeah, a great exchange. And this is a really exciting heat because, we've only seen Riyue, Jiahao and Iko on their feet. Hiroto Arai is also a really experienced competitor. He's super seasoned in the Rashi. I feel like he's got a really cool approach, and he's also helping the Shimizu twins as well, Hinano and Hinata. So much knowledge to give for Hiroto Arai. So I feel like he's going to, maybe walk the talk.
That's what he was saying yesterday.
Really?
In the post interview, I was like, you won your heat, but did you feel nervous? Because you're here with your students, so you got to kind of break your own heat down and show them how it's done. He's like, oh, definitely. If I didn't win this heat, my students were probably asking why I'm coaching them. So I thought that was pretty funny there. Jiahao Zhang. Fine, just picking one off the inside. Nice bowly one, though. He gets a couple really nice turns in. Lots of flow in between those turns. Decides to pull off, but nice to keep busy. We saw Pajar doing that approach as well in that last heat, just catching waves, creating opportunity, getting some scores in, and putting that feet on the wax is never a bad idea.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to keep up with the momentum. Nice first turn for Jiahao. You can see how it's a smaller wave, but I really like how he's like, you know what, I'm going to keep going with it and just give myself the opportunity to better my scoreline. And the Chinese competitor, really showing us what he's got. This last one as well. Bit of a cleaner face, good strong first turn. That was really, really nice. Just one connection, but still strong, and I feel like quality over quantity is always the way to go. And then let's take a look at this third wave of Riyue Ito. He's been surfing so good. Bit of a check turn there as he places it in the pocket. A smaller wave, but still really nice surfing. You can see how he just identifies this section and he's like, okay, now I can really open up the wingspan. Riyue kicks out of that one. So that locks in at a 4 and 6-3 for Iko Watanabe. Two really strong turns. This is what he was doing yesterday in the Pro Junior. And we were seeing that be well rewarded, but we are at a QS 4000, so the level needs to lift a little bit for him to get into those 5s.
Yeah, so actually Jiahao Zhang it's his first time competing at a WSL event.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is his first QS event, first WSL event, and I would say the first international one he's actually been competing in too. So already around a 16 is a really good result.
Yeah, that's amazing.
He's not showing any signs of nerves or anything. He's just going for it. He's keeping busy. He's kind of keeping to himself as well, keeping a little down the line with that 4th priority from the other 3 servers on the heat. So I think he's looking in good form.
Yeah, he really is. And particularly as well with, the experience and the talent of the surfers that we have in this Asian region. To be in the round of 16 is, like, as you said, Jada, it's incredible. And it's a testament to, I guess, the confidence he has in himself and the team that's really helped him to get better. And I feel like it's, super exciting and an amazing achievement so far for Jia Zhang. And if the heat was to finish right now, he'd be moving on through to the quarters.
Absolutely, and he's going up against someone like Iko Watanabe, who is 7th in the ranking in the Asian QS. He's already has a QS 2000 win. He's won a couple Pro Juniors this year in the Krui and got 2nd in Omezaki Pro Junior. He won the Manokwari Pro Junior as well. So that's a big name into having a heat. Riyue Ito as well, internationally known, a Challenger Series surfer, and spends a lot of time in Hawaii. So I think this is going to be a great moment for Jiahao Zhang.
Agreed. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. We just saw Iko actually paddle with 2nd priority and miss a wave. So that was a bit of a mistake there for Iko. I'm not really used to that from him. He's usually pretty aware of whether he's going to make a wave or not. So that's a bit unusual.
Yeah, you're right. When I saw that, I was pretty surprised as well, actually. But, everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah.
But it's not a good place to be doing so with Riyue Ito and Hiroto Arai in your heat. Hiroto Arai still hasn't caught a wave. Sitting out there with priority, has had almost 20 years of experience in the QS. So he definitely has had his time in the Rash. He has been doing this for a really long time. As you said, coaching the twins, and what better person to do that than Hiroto Arai, someone who has been doing this for so long. He has so much experience to give and to teach. So I think it's a great thing that he's actually also competing in the event to kind of show the girls, like, you know, I talk the talk. I walk the walk. Sorry, I don't just talk it.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like as well for Hiroto, he's one of those surfers where he can make anything work at any point in time. And it's really exciting to watch him surf because you know as soon as he gets to his feet, he's going to do something exciting.
Absolutely. And, you know, with other surfers, I would say, like, ooh, probably the nerves are starting to hit right now. But I think he spent so much time in the Rashi that he can sit there for most of the heat and not get nervous. But speaking of live action, Hiroto Arai, big backhand upside down turn there, needs to get around this section to get a really good score. He's going to stick with it. Maybe this one going to offer something on the inside. Looking like it does. So a couple good turns here from Hiroto, but decides to pull off. Good start. Not a 7.33, but it's going to be a good wave.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score, and at least he's got a score to lock in as well. So he's putting himself in a good position. That was a really strong turn from Hiroto, and he's looking really smooth. You can see the patience right now. He's like, okay, hang on a second. Let me just get around this one, and he really starts to open up here. So a score to come through for Hiroto, and he's put himself back into this heat. He needs a 5.83. If he at least gets into the fives, he's looking for a really small score to go to second.
Yeah, there hasn't, besides that 7.33 from Riyue, there hasn't been anything too crazy or significant, you know, kind of showing that it's been a slow heat. It's one of those heats where you need to be patient, and I'm sure at the very last minute or so we're going to have a big exchange happen.
Yeah, bring it on. I'm ready for it.
Me too.
Let's see it happen. I feel like, you know, it's always so frustrating when you're watching a heat before yours and there's a flurry of waves, and then in your heat it goes slow.
Yeah.
It's really hard to plan your heat strategy with that, because you're thinking, oh, there's going to be heaps of waves, and then when it's slow, you have to adapt so quickly.
Yeah, you're there just like, oh, should I just paddle down on the inside and catch a whitewash or what? All right, Iko Watanabe on a good-looking wave. Nice backhand to really start things off. Does it again. Needs to get around this section. He does. Pulls off. Most of the damage was already done. That wave not offering anything else on the inside. But that was a beautiful start of that wave.
Yeah, that was really nice from Iko Watanabe. Here we go,
Riyue Ito now. Nice floater. Gets around that section. Does it again. They're a little more vertical. He's going to stick with it. Oh, no, he's not. He decides to pull off. Needs to back up that 4. I don't know if that's going to be what he was looking for, but nice to get him on his feet. Nice to get him surfing. That's what we are here for.
Exactly. We're here to watch surfing, and these men are really starting to show it. That 7.33 is still obviously the highlight of the heat from Riyue. Let's take a look at this last one of his. It was a bit of a wobbly wave, but really just working well with the ocean right now. Gets that second turn in, and Riyue hoping to open up, but unfortunately that wave kind of goes pretty fat quite quickly. And then this one from Iko Watanabe, good connection there. You can see he just really pushes his board out and underneath him, and Iko locks in a 4.57 on that last one, so changes his situation.
Yeah, so gets himself into that advancing position. Like we were saying in an earlier heat, it's not comfortable to be chasing a score. You don't want to be sitting out there reaching that 8 or 7 minute mark, still needing a score, especially on a day like today where there are those big lulls, and you can't really predict what the ocean's going to be doing. So you want to be in that first or second. We're still in those 4-man heats, so he's surfing this heat smartly.
Yeah, he really is. I agree. And I feel like you just got to, I don't know, because we've seen it be so slow this heat, the only thing you can do is try and hustle and sniff out some waves and find an opportunity where you can get yourself onto one. So, yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, Hiroto Arai needs a 5.5 right now, and he is well and truly, he could probably do that with his eyes closed, to be honest. But it's just about finding the wave that allows that opportunity, because we see great surfing, but if the wave is too small or if it's kind of got a weird moment in there, that's where the scores really get capped.
Absolutely. So Hiroto Arai has had a pretty good year. A couple good results, a 5th in the QS 4000 in Bel Air. But right now, Iko Taking a look at this one, good turn there, really pushed that tail around, wasn't able to ride out of it. Wants to back up that 4.63, Hiroto right behind him, but I don't know if that's going to be anything too significant for the scoreline, but the current heat leader now on your screen. Nice turn to just set the tone here. Sets it up again.
Oh.
I'm a big fan. He's such an incredible surfer. I mean, it's natural to him, you know? It's very natural. There are certain athletes that, yes, everything is obviously hard work and training, but there are certain people in this world where certain sports just come naturally to them, and I feel like Riyue Ito is one of those.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like he's just, you know, when you meet those people and they're just good at everything.
Yeah,
he's that. And I honestly wish I was one of those people, but sadly I'm not.
Another name that comes off the top of my head is actually Kian Martin. Growing up together, he just had this natural talent for surfing. He was it was a gift to him, you know. Obviously, after that, hard work comes into play, but they just have this extra like sixth sense for the sport that it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to watch. It's like just magic kind of goes through, and you're like, whoa, okay, they're so in rhythm with the ocean right now. It's crazy.
All right, Iko Watanabe looking for a good score to stay in second. Upside down blast there, gets around it. Got a bit of a fumble there, but recovers really nicely. That was a really good finishing turn. Our man, Jiahao Zhang, coming out of the whitewash as if he did something pretty impressive. So can't wait to see those replays.
Yeah, it came out with a lot of speed. Let's take a look. This is the last wave of Iko Watanabe. Oh, sorry, no, this is Jiahao Zhang. So that was smooth. Gets a second turn in there. And wow, really, that was tricky to do. You could see he dug his nose and just like stomped on the back tail and lifted it. And this one for Iko, nice. Float to start this one off. That was really clean. And a little bit of a fumble, but not so much that it's going to ruin his speed, and he just opens up even more on the inside. That was a well-surfed wave for Iko Watanabe, and we'll see the difference in the comparison in scores between Iko and Jiahao. I feel like Jiahao, his wave was really strong, but the completion was not as tidy as what we saw from Iko Watanabe.
Yeah, okay, we're getting to that last 5-minute mark. This is extremely crucial. Besides that 7.33, we've had pretty similar scores throughout the heat. Hiroto Arai still with priority, only caught 2 waves in 25 minutes of this heat. One being that 3.70, backed it up with that 0.5, so he's gonna be itching to catch a pretty decent one. A 5.5 is not a small ask. You know, it's pretty decent, so he needs to start really kind of pulling it together now.
Yeah, he does. He needs to pull the trigger on something.
Yeah.
He needs to find an opportunity and just go for it and back himself. And I feel like he's being a little bit selective right now.
All right, this is our surfer from China. Good first turn to start things off here. Sets it up again. Unfortunately, pushes just a little too hard there. Gets that board just swung over the back of that wave. He's looking for that 5.73, so a pretty decent requirement as well, especially on a day like today. He now has 4th priority. He needs to kind of create his own opportunity, maybe find a bit of one of those long runners on the inside where he's far away from the other 3 surfers, so yeah, needs to really start stringing it together as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really tough. 5.73 and 5.5. They at this stage need to be the second best and third best waves of the heat, and it's really important that they find an opportunity in the next 3.5 minutes because they could be out of the event.
Yeah, that would be pretty unfortunate, but it is looking like Riyue Ito and Iko Watanabe have that 1 foot in that quarterfinal, so already really good results for both of them if they get it. It'll be a little bit of a high note if they end the year, you know, getting some good results here. You're kind of wrapping the bow on 2025.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think quarterfinals and above is a huge result, almost a keeper, really, in the QS 4000 as well. So it's such a big tick in the regards to a Challenger Series campaign and on. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how this heat is going to play out in the next 2.5 minutes, and then also, coming to finals day potentially tomorrow, who's going to be the champion.
Exciting days here. Looking at the forecast earlier on this morning, it's looking like we're going to have pretty similar conditions tomorrow. So the size may be dropping slightly, but it's going to be just like we've had it for the past 2 days, just showing how consistent Wanning is and how good the waves are here. This time of year is known for these surf spots, and right behind us the wave pool, so there is a lot of surfing happening. If these athletes are not out in the lineup, they're probably out surfing in the wave pool, so it's such a great little spot in the world.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right, live action now. Jihao Zhang, nice first turn here. Does it again. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck on that second one. Iko Watanabe wanting to solidify his second position. Good float and wrap there to start things off. He's going to stick with it. A minute 40, wants to improve on that 4.57. A little bit repetitive here on that sleepy section, but that wave not too much on offer. I don't think it's going to be improving his score, but maybe a smart play to keep the other surfers off of it. Hiroto Arai still sitting out there with priority. About to reach the 1 minute mark, and it's not looking like there's too much happening on the outside.
Yeah, he needs to reel in the anchor and start catching a wave or something. He needs to. I feel like that set was maybe his last opportunity to be on one of the bigger waves, because with 1 minute to go, I'm not too sure if there's going to be anything that's coming in.
Yeah, that's right. And even so, that set didn't have too much on offer. Last wave of Iko came in at 3.33. Jihao a 2.47. Good first turn there, but unfortunately fell off on that second one. It was looking like it would have been a pretty nice score for him.
Yeah, and I feel like if Iko was on that, if Hiroto was on that wave that Jihao was on, he maybe could have manufactured that score of a 5.5.
Yeah. He has a surfing for it, and he has the experience to do it. He knows what a 5.5 feels like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm curious that he sat there for so long. Only 2 waves in 30 minutes. All right, so we're going to be reaching that 10-second mark, so it's pretty crucial. A couple lines coming through here. We'll see if anyone decides or is able to really change the situation. Hiroto Arai paddling out, looking like there's a set. This could be the last chance, but I think time will run out for him. So it is congratulations, Riyue Ito and Iko Watanabe. We'll be seeing them in the quarterfinals later on today. We're going to throw to a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
3, 2, 1.
Create a clean energy island, Hainan is expanding offshore wind power and hydrogen production and speeding up the development of internationally competitive green energy supply chains. Standing at the intersection of the Chinese mainland and Southeast Asia, 2 of the world's most dynamic markets, and facing the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the Hainan FTP is leveraging its unique geographic strength to make itself an important hub for domestic and international dual circulation. It is rapidly evolving into a headquarters base for Chinese enterprises to enter overseas markets, and a headquarters base for enterprises from countries and regions overseas to enter the Chinese market. Consumer spending is thriving with the buying and selling globally model exemplified by the China International Consumer Products Expo, held for 4 consecutive sessions since 2021, and Hainan's offshore duty-free shopping policy. The Boao Lecheng International Medical Tourism Pilot Zone has implemented a zero-tariff policy on medical products, creating a key pathway for medicines and medical devices piloted in the zone to enter the broader Chinese market. The Ling Shui Lian International Education Innovation Pilot Zone has attracted 22 renowned domestic and international institutes of higher learning. Hainan Bielefeld University of Applied Sciences, the first university in the Chinese mainland independently operated by an overseas institution, has officially begun enrolling students. From 2018 to 2023, The Hainan FTP registered an average annual growth of 65% in the number of newly established overseas invested enterprises, and a 22.2%.
Riyue Bay is firing. This is day 5, but I think this is one of the best days of the event window. We're gonna be into men's QS 4000 round of 16, heat number 4. So this is the last heat of the men's side of round of 16, and we're gonna go straight into women's quarterfinal. But this heat we have Raiha Ono in red, Jai Liu in blue, Kei Kobayashi in white, Miyu Furukawa in green. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with True. Yes.
Yay, I'm really excited. I feel like this last heat is going to be a really interesting one because all 4 of these surfers have such a cool, different approach on how to surf this wave, and they're all, really vying for a quarterfinals appearance.
Yes, and we're going to be seeing Kei Kobayashi, who is the winner of the Bonsai Asian Super Series. And he's currently ranked number 1 in QS Asia region. But on screen we have surfing. That was a Kei Kobayashi actually. He was on fire throughout whole year, and this is him up and riding again. Nice first and second turn, and straight into third and fourth. So he's not wasting no time on this wave. One of the smaller size waves, but still, wow, he's still going, and he gets this bonus section and it kicks out. Beautiful surfing again from Kei Kobayashi. He is on fire this year. He took out a 3 back-to-back win in the QS 2000 in Japan. This is on screen. We have Raiha Ono, who really wants a good result here. What a performance from Kei Kobayashi, throughout the whole year.
Yeah, he's been on fire. I mean, taking out the Bonsai Asia Super Series was such an incredible thing to do, along with Kana Nakashiro, and now here for the WSL International Wanning Pro, looking for another QS victory is pretty insane. And I feel like Kei is one of those surfers where he rocks up to every event ready to go. He's recharged, hungry for a win, and his surfing is really doing the talking right now. This is such just seamless, smooth connections for Kei Kobayashi. I'm really, really enjoying his style and, how he approaches each heat. It's like, I'm not going to leave anything in the tank. He gives it 100% every time, and it's really inspiring to watch.
Definitely. He's super hungry for the winning this QS 4000. He took out 3 wins in the QS 2000, but probably he hasn't experienced the winning in the higher than the QS 4000, so definitely he's just so hungry for the win here.
He's been close a couple of times. He got second in Belair, right? To Yuji Nishi. He got second or third in the Shion Open. So he's been close a majority, quite a few times, but he just hasn't quite got the trophy yet.
And I believe he went back to US before this event and had a great surfing session there. I've seen the footage of him getting a big barrel somewhere in the California beach break, and featured by Surfline. So
sick!
He had amazing surf sessions back home as well, and he came back to Japan and he surfed, and he had a practice in Chiba, and I'm pretty sure he had a good surf in Shizunami area as well. He even had a wave pool session before he came here, I think.
Wow, he's fitting a lot in.
And he's been surfing pretty much every single day for the last, I gotta ask him, what, 700 something days?
Every day.
Every day. I have to, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Just kidding.
Right, we have Kei Kobayashi up and riding, so looks like he's the only one getting those waves. He's already locked in 3-3 and 4-3-3, and this is gonna be another great, decent score for Kei Kobayashi. So like I said, he's already locked in 3.33 for his first wave and 4.33 for his second wave. So already locked in 2 decent scores to start his campaign. He's always has a quick start in heat.
Yeah, always does. And I think Sorry, so he's been surfing every day for 2 years, basically.
Can I double check?
You can double check.
But
Please double
I'm
check
pretty
because
sure.
that is
I
insane.
know. So even, you know, we as a surfer, we travel quite a long time in the days. We spend a lot of time on plane, but definitely he just calculate everything. Make sure he surf every day.
Oh my gosh! Wow, that's huge. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I gotta figure it out.
No
how many
wonder why.
days.
Yeah, no wonder why he's so energetic in the ocean because he's just always out there.
Okay, let's back to the conversation after this post-heat interview, and we're gonna have Giada with Riyue.
All right, I'm here with Riyue Ito. Congratulations, an incredible heat, 733 to start things off. But you win a lot of heats. Let's talk about your surf film you were telling me about. Talk where you were filming.
Filming? My movie is in Japan for I don't know what to say.
Okay, last wave for white,
Hawaii,
3.83.
Tahiti,
3.83 for the last wave of white. So white,
somewhere, yeah.
you're in the
I
lead.
surf the barrel and
You have a 4.33. Your low score is a 3.83.
And when is your next premiere?
All scores and surfers catching waves now.
When's your next premiere?
I don't know, but maybe 3 years to go, maybe.
All right, you told me you're heading to Hawaii after this. What's the rest of your year planned?
Okay, so that was the surfer in blue from
my
China.
plan is
Opening up as well.
next
So early
contest
days,
is
plenty of time.
pipeline at CS, and yeah,
Surfer
I
from
wanna
China, Jai Liu.
win this event.
Liu
Yeah.
Chen.
But I
Liu
focus
Chen.
for
He's in blue.
the pipeline. Yeah.
All right, I'm sure you have a lot of people at home watching. What would you like to say to everyone?
応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Giada and Riyue. Beautiful interview because Giada is a big fan of Riyue Ito, and Riyue got through the heat with 11 point and 23.3. And on screen we have surfing red, Raiha Onu. Big single maneuver, but couldn't really, ride out of it. But still big surfing from Raiha Onu. So I just checked his Kei Kobayashi's Instagram.
Okay.
6 days ago, he marked 707 days straight surfing, which is
That's almost 2 years.
that is almost 2 years. But that's how
Wow.
much he put an effort to surf every day, and so pretty much he surfed every condition that you can imagine.
That is crazy. I mean, it's amazing.
It's amazing, right?
Incredible. 707 days. That, wow. Even when it's really bad, he's out there.
Yes, and because he's presented to Japan, and he is in the Asian QS tour. So he spent a lot of time in Japan as well. And we have sometimes a flat days in my area. But he even surfed that when it's really flat. Maybe he paddled for it and he took off one of this knee-high wave and just get
Ready to
one
go.
wave in and come in. Yeah.
Wow, that is, that's pretty incredible.
That's how he dedicates to this sport every day, and that's how he's really super hungry.
Yay.
For it. And we have live action that is surfer in blue, Jai up and riding, our local Chinese surfer. He's one of the guy who stands out in the free surfing. Actually, I had a surf at the point this couple days ago, and I surfed with him. He was on every single wave. It was a good wave.
Wow.
So he was one of the standout surfers in the lineup.
Amazing. And that's a really, a great thing for him right now. A couple of really strong connections for Jai Liu, and he's looking really smooth on his feet. He's got a 2.8 and a 2.57. This replay here as well for Raiha Onu. Good connection. I really, really love Raiha's surfing, but I don't know if that's going to be complete. He kind of backed off it a little bit early, and then for Miyu Furukawa, his backhand is so nice, and you can see this wave sort of starting to fatten out, so he gets out of there. A bunch of replays here, Jai up and into it once again. You can see one really big first turn, throwing a lot of spray, and yeah, just really patient through to this inside. Love this type of surfing. That is 257, I believe, of Jai Liu. So with, you know, all of these scores locked in and 17 and a half to go, Kei Kobayashi, 707 days, well, plus 6 days.
Yeah.
That's 713 days in a row, and he's coming out on top right now.
Yep, he's the only one getting a decent score at the moment. He's in the lead with 4.33 and 3.83. So Jai is in second with 2.80 and 2.57. Raiha now needs 3.54. Miyu needs 2.34, which are really, you know, small scores for them. They are very capable of getting those scores so quickly. And the waves, you know, with that low tide, the wave tends to run away from surfers really quick, so it's kind of tricky out there to get 2 turns in at the moment. So definitely the wave selection is going to come into play. And this is men's qualifying series on the Asian Tour. So Kei Kobayashi, like we said, he's ranked number 1 at the moment with a pretty big, you know, point. And then Dylan Wilcoxon, who currently is in Peru and surfing for the Team Indo, and Bronson Mady got through that heat. Unfortunately, we lost Ketut Agus and Yuji Nishi, but you know, Iko is here, and wow, top 10 surfers are surfing in the quarters.
Big results here. Oh wow, Kei.
Wow. And this is live action from Kei Kobayashi, the currently number 1 ranked surfer on the QS Tour. Beautiful surfing, the series of big turns. So it's going to be a great score. Definitely he's going to replace his 3.83. Pretty much he's the only one getting those sets and getting those opportunities actually hit a couple of turns in.
Yeah, and he's really finding those waves, and I feel like for Kei right now, that one as well, he was able to open up even more than what we've seen.
Right.
And I think no matter where we go and no matter what contest we're at, Kei always finds the waves and builds his momentum with every single time he stands up. And it's kind of crazy how he'll catch a wave and it'll be good, the next wave is better, the wave after that is better, right. And he's so dedicated to the craft, clearly with 713 days of surfing in a row. But being so dedicated it's really paying off, and you can see how hungry he is just by, you know, the way he surfs and attacks each wave.
Definitely. And we have Miyu Furukawa up and riding. It was a really tricky section, but he did amazing job to hit the section really hard and stay in the pocket. Decided to kick out. Probably didn't like the look of the rest of it, so he quickly turns back and regained higher priority. But let's take another look. What did you think of this one?
I liked this wave for Miyu. Nice first turn. He gets a little bit hung up, kind of just waiting to go down that wave. I mean, it was a really nice wave, well surfed, but I just felt like it didn't offer a whole lot. And then here we go for Kei Kobayashi. This is huge. I mean, oh, look at that turn right there. So much speed, power, and just that extra bit of oomph that he has. It really gives you that emotion and feeling of, wow, he's, you know, giving it his all on this wave. So I think he'll be well rewarded for it.
Judges are rewarding that last wave from Kei. It comes 7.83.
Wow, that's huge.
That is huge score. So he's the only one getting those steeper walls. Actually, you can hit really hard. So he's finding his rhythm, and he's the one. You know, he's one of the surfers that creates rhythm by himself. He's not waiting for the ocean to provide the rhythm.
Yeah.
And we have Safa in Green Miyu up and riding on this set wave. Just, you know, a lot of setting up turns. So probably this wave didn't really offer too much after that, because that one's just breaking out the back and really wide and tends to taper out really quickly.
Yeah, some of them really offer those steep sections, and then you can see some that just kind of push wide. Let's see what this one does for Kate.
Well, Kate's up and riding, but quickly in and out, so probably didn't see the opportunities.
Even his kickouts have energy.
Right,
Even
definitely.
his kickouts, like, this is going to be the best kick out of my life.
And he goes again,
Wow.
up and riding. This has a lot of steeper walls, actually. Nice first turn, again hits the second turn again. I don't know how, but he found every opportunities, pretty much. He's the only one who finds a rhythm in the ocean, who finds the steeper sections so far with 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's clearly Kay is in the lead with 7.83 and a 4.33. Miu is in seconds, but before back to that, let's take another look on this one.
Wow, that was really nice. I like how he's just like, yeah, okay, I'm going to stay as tight in the pocket as I possibly can. And he turns on a dime. His board is reacting so well. He's looking really smooth, surfing super sharp. Yeah, everything is just paying off for him right now. This is great.
He is having a great heat so far. He's locked in a high good range. 7.83 and a 4.33. So Mio is in second, Jai Liu is in third place, needing 3.01, and Raiha Ono with first priority, needing a 3.97. So it's pretty much the battle for second at the moment. It's anyone's game for the second place right now. Small scores are required. And this is Miu trying to get rid of the 2.77. Beautiful two-turn combo on the smaller size waves. Definitely he's done the job. He's done the job to, replace 2.77 with that ride. Finally to see, someone else just hitting the twice.
Yes, exactly. It's good to see someone else, getting themselves into this heat, getting themselves in a good zone. Apart from Kay, everyone else is 2s and 3s. And Raiha Onu as well, he's got a pair of 1s. I mean, this is really unusual and uncharacteristic from Raiha. So I'm interested to see what's going on. I mean, we still have 11 minutes in this heat. It feels like we've had a lot of action, but there's still a lot to come.
Definitely, it's just a wave selection, and it's getting trickier and trickier.
Yeah.
But definitely, Kay finds the best waves in the 15 minutes or like 20 minutes. So definitely there's a plenty of opportunities.
Yeah.
And hopefully with the 10 minutes on the clock, all other surfers find what Kay's been riding.
It just seems like he's a wave magnet. He's hogging and taking all the good waves, which is really annoying. And we're hoping that someone else is going to find a good opportunity right now, because someone needs to. Let's see some better scores. Oh, Kay
right.
again.
Kay up and riding again. Nice. Lows off the bottom, straight up into the critical section. And just he keeps going. He stick with it. He's surfing all the way to the inside. Beautiful surfing again. So Kei Kobayashi is just non-stop ripping, shredding in this heat. So let's take another look on this one. What did you think of this wave?
Oh, I love this wave from Kei Kobayashi. I mean, look at that. He's really, really quick in the pocket. He's turning on a dime. He's looking so smooth. He's already got a 7.83 and a 5.93, 2 huge scores. Feeling like he could even back that up as well with 9.5 minutes to go. I mean, it's pretty incredible surfing from Kei Kobayashi.
Oh, it's his show in this heat, actually. He's the only one.
It's the Kei show.
Yeah, it's Kei's show.
Yeah.
He's only getting this 7-point ride and a 5.93 he just locked in, and the last wave comes in at a 4.93. So he's building up so many scores now.
Yeah. Even the waves that Kei is like throwing away, the 4.93 and then the 4.33 that he has, any of these other 3 surfers would want that.
Definitely. He's got the best score, the second best, third and fourth best score in this heat. He's on fire. He found the rhythm in the ocean and just connect to the ocean really well in this heat.
It's what happens when you surf for 713 days in a row.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wish I was able to do that kind of surfing, like 707 days straight in the water.
That is kind of crazy.
Mm.
I mean, It's incredible.
Right.
But it is a little bit crazy too.
Mm.
I love it though. Good kind of crazy.
And sometimes he served at the night time because
Wow.
of the traveling.
No way. He's out there at night. Oh,
Yeah. All right.
commitment.
We have Riyue Ono up and riding. Beautiful first turn. Finally gets this steeper section ahead of him. Straight into the third turn again. It's a beautiful combination of Riyue Ono. He's back in the game. He's getting rid of the 1.83 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He really is. And this is what I wanted to see from Riyue, that commitment. Let's come back to it. This is his last one for Kei Kobayashi. What's he got? The patience at the start, and now he starts to just wind up. Not much on offer for the rest of that wave, and then Riyue Ono really starting to unleash. Good connection there. Gets a second one, throwing a fan of spray. Riyue Ono is looking really smooth on his feet. It's taken him quite a while, 23 minutes pretty much, to get this wave. He's been really, really patient, but maybe too patient for his own good.
Right. He was kind of dropping an anchor in the lineup and just waited for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But it was kind of worth waiting for. He did a great job. He did manage to stick with the first priority, and he wasn't nervous at all on that wave. He did amazing job. So definitely it'll be a great, decent number for Riyue Ono, needing 4.93. So do you think it's gonna be a requirement?
I think it could be.
Yeah, I reckon
Yeah.
it is.
I was kind of like, Riyue is in a position and he's kind of on the ropes, but Miyu only has a pair of threes. So Riyue's actually in a really good position, and I think he could get that score.
Right, definitely.
So it's actually not out of reach right now with 6.5 minutes to go. He's, really, that was a smart thing to do.
Definitely. Still waiting for the last of red to lock in. Judges are just comparing each waves to each. So taking time, which means pretty good actually. So few scores locked in already. 5.43, enough for him to go into second. So great job waiting for 10 minutes to get that wave, and he got the requirements. Now he's in a second. He's now trying to get rid of the 1.83, and Miyu now in the third place, needing 3.54. Jai needs 4.47. Still small requirements.
Yeah, small requirements for Miyu and Jai, but they need to do something pretty soon.
Right, important wave for Miyu, needing 3.54. Nice first turn straight into the big slashing turn from Miyu. So he's done a pretty good job at the back, and he rides out of the finishing turn. So that has to be 3.54, and I gotta say he's done the job.
Yeah, he has. That was cool. That was really, really good surfing. Riyue now needs to answer back. And this is where it's going to go really toe-to-toe. And I'm excited because it's a battle for second right now. Kei is so far out in front. It's a Kei show. It's a battle for second.
it is a Kei show.
Yeah.
So it's battle for the second place. But tense last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
For all the red, blue, and green, they all capable of getting those requirements. Still waiting for the last of Miyu to lock in, but looks like we're gonna have Riyue up and riding on those smaller size waves. He's just trying to get rid of the 1.83, but he's pretty much done the job with the first and second turn, and even gets the third turn and finish.
Wow.
So great surfing. He must be super happy with that ride.
Oh, you'd have to think so. I mean, Riyue waited for pretty much 23 minutes to take off, basically. This last one for Miyu Furukawa, really, really smooth surfing. It's a 3.63, so it takes him to second, but this is where the exchange is going to go really toe-to-toe. Riyue gets a good wave in as well, which will definitely change the situation again. Miyu's surfing has been smooth.
Right.
Just a wave size, and then Riyue goes to town on this one. First and second combo to third turn. So powerful, really spicy, and then gets a good finish there as well, just solidifying that wave.
Wow, 4.0 for the last of Riyue Ono. He answers back nicely. Now he's back in the second place. So Miyu now needs 5.70. Jai with the first priority, needing 6.63, and it looks like there's a set coming, but unfortunately no takers on this one. Wow, what a what a heat, back to back. Great answer back from each surface. So, but like Miyu is stacking with a 3-point range at the moment. I think to get out of the 3-point range, probably Miyu needs to find a steeper section and then go to vertical.
Yeah, I agree. I think he needs to find some steeper waves. He needs to get in the spot, and I just think Miyu's such a good surfer. I'm really surprised to see him living in the threes right now.
All right, this is Miyu. Has to answer back, needing to score 3.70, but didn't like the look of it, so decided to just kicks out. And there's still 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. There is enough time for getting one more wave, probably, I would say, but the priority situation will be coming into the play.
Yeah.
Probably Raiha will play some defense time right now to Miyu Furukawa.
He has to. He, with 2 minutes to go. We actually saw this yesterday between, oh my gosh, who was it? Yuma Nagasawa and someone else. I can't remember, in the Pro Junior.
Right.
And whoever it was that was winning had first priority, and they just gave who was in second space. And I was like, what are you doing? You've got a minute to go. Why are you giving them space right now? Like, be sitting on that. You need to be their best friend so that you stop a wave, or you block them from getting something. Because it wasn't, I think, they still needed a big score, but the likes for who the surfer was, I can't quite remember who it was, but for who the surfer was, they were well within their rights and had the ability to get an excellent score. So I was like, it's not over yet.
Yeah, I know. It's always not over yet until the home goes. So definitely 1 minute and 25 seconds left. It's enough time for everyone to get one more wave, and one wave will change everything.
Yeah.
Because requirements are really, really small from two other surfers, and this is Jai, important wave, but unfortunately couldn't really come around the section and hit the section, so definitely he needs to get back out there and trying to get one more wave. Needs 6.63. That is a requirement for Jai Liu right now. So Miyu with a third priority, needing 5.70, but Raiha will be just following wherever he goes.
Yeah, he will be. He'll just be sticking to him like glue. And Miyu sells Raiha.
Well, Raiha is up and riding. It was one of the smaller size waves, so I would say Miyu did a great job there to sell Raiha on that wave.
Yeah.
But 25 seconds left. Is there going to be one more wave for him?
I don't know, and I feel like if there is, I think Kay's going to take it, potentially. I mean, 10 seconds pretty much to go, and a 5.7 for Miyu and a 6.63 for Jai Liu. It's not out of the question, but this wave's just not going to be enough.
All right, so Jai's up and riding, but I don't think it's going to be his requirement, 6.63. So it's safe to say Kei Kobayashi and Raiha Ono moving into quarterfinals. And he's going to be surfing later on today. But we're going to go to a quick break now, and we'll be right back with women's quarterfinal heat number 1.
Will increase in imports and exports, making Hainan one of China's fastest growing provinces. Its economy has become more foreign trade oriented, with its foreign trade to GDP ratio increasing from 15.8% in 2018 to 36.7% in 2023.
With that possibility of having a free port, of course, more intensive trade and economic relationship could be established between Hainan and the other parts of the region. That means particularly Southeast Asia. And that will be a big bonus for us to have that possibility to cooperate with China direct.
Well, I've heard excellent news about not only what you've achieved already, but your plans for the future and for your plans for stepping up trade in financial and professional services, healthcare, life sciences. And it just makes sense for us to work with Hainan as an extraordinarily enterprising and open economy that is facing outwards as well as inwards. and I hope we can do more together.
Avec son port de libre-échange à la pointe du progrès, Henan, la plus jeune province de la Chine, avance à pas de géant en contribuant à ouvrir davantage la Chine au monde et le monde à la Chine.
Hainan's door will only open wider as the free, open, and inclusive FTP continues to bloom with fascinating development. With vigorous enthusiasm, Hainan is writing its brilliant chapter on Chinese modernization. Opportunities in Hainan are opportunities for the whole world. The Hainan FTP looks forward to working with you for a better world and boundless possibilities.
Beautiful afternoon at this beautiful left-handed break at Riyue Bay. We are now into women's quarterfinals heat number 1. On screen you see the names. We have Rita Suzuki in red, Sumomo Sato in blue. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Ben Wei. How are you this afternoon?
Oh man, I'm having such a good time. And where is this contest gone? We're already to quarterfinals. This is nuts.
This is QS 4000 and we are already in the quarterfinals and potentially finals day tomorrow.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'm refusing to go home.
Right. So on screen we have Sumomo Sato up and riding on her first wave. Beautiful carving turns from Sumomo. She's such a powerful surfer. You know, she's competing on tour quite long time. She's from Shizunami and she's constantly have practice surfing at a wave pool in Shizunami area. So she's capable of getting surfing done on the perfect wave.
Yeah, Shizuoka's almost kind of the Hainan of that part of Japan with the wave pool right there.
Right.
Here we have that replay. Nice solid turn there. Not an amazing wave, but she's really getting that early start, getting her footing, and looking confident.
Right, this is a great matchup. You know, Rita Suzuki is still, I'm pretty sure she's still 18 years of age, and Sumomo is 20 years of age. So, pretty much the same generation matchup.
Mada senpai desu kedo.
Little bit, yeah, right.
So in Japan, you have, even if someone's even a few months older than you, you look at them as your elder, and you have to treat them a little different sometimes.
And we use different words to
show
in the polite
there's a completely
way.
different keigo vocabulary, which is used for anyone that's above your age, which is a really beautiful thing about the Japanese language. It's also very difficult for someone who's learned Japanese on the street like me. So I'm ちょっとずつ勉強してます。
Yeah, you're getting there, right? So it's a 30 minutes heat in quarterfinals again, and we're gonna see a lot of wave being ridden, but also you can be really selective as well.
That just reminded me that I used to call you Dai Kohai.
All right, as we have a little bit of break in action, we're gonna go head over to True with the last heat winner, Kei Kobayashi.
Thank you so much, Dai. Kei, that was an incredible heat. It really just felt like the Kei show, really, in that heat.
Felt good. Finally felt like I was in rhythm and felt more locked in. Yeah, got a couple of really fun waves, got almost an 8, so yeah, pretty stoked with myself.
It's a really good momentum to move into the quarterfinals. The waves look really fun. Talk to me about the conditions out there and kind of give a little insight into what it's like.
I love going backside, so makes it a lot easier, simplify things. I feel like when I go right, I overthink things, and yeah, just focus on what's on hand, and yeah, just stoked to make another heat, and yeah, just taking it heat by heat.
And Dai and I were talking in that heat that you've been surfing for over 700 days straight, which is pretty incredible. Talk to me about the thought process behind that and the reasoning.
Yeah, so I started that streak since last year of 2024, and the main reason why I started that was I wanted to beat my dad. I wanted to beat him, and I think during COVID he missed 3 or 4 days out of the 365 days. And last year was a leap year, so I got 366, so I snuck in an extra day. And yeah, there's been days where I just catch one wave. My goal is one wave every day, no matter what kind of board I'm riding. It's just got to stand up once. And yeah, I had a couple days in Korea. I surfed on a soft top, so got the job done there, and yeah, stoked at 700. It'll probably end sooner than later, but yeah, I'm stoked. I never thought I'd be hitting 2 years. Kind of nursing a hip injury since Korea, so might not be the smartest decision, but life is short, so just want to have fun. And I feel like the last couple of years I've definitely taken it a little too serious, and I'm definitely serious. Still want to qualify, and that's my goal at the end of the day, and that's everyone's goal, and that's why we're all here. But I feel like I was way too fixated and focused on the end goal and not focusing on what was in front of me. And lately I've just been so stoked on life and just surfing, and it made me love surfing more. So yeah.
That's really special as well. And Kay, talking about how you were taking things seriously and then changing your mindset to still be super focused, but also, bend and adapt and have fun where you can. Coming into this event, the last event of the 2025 calendar year, what's been your main focus during heats, but then what's been something that you've been doing outside of the heat and contest time that's kept everything fun?
Just having a good crew. I'm here with my Japanese manager, Ami-san, and her daughter, Si-chan, and just having a good crew, and I have Tepe Tajima coaching me this week, and just having fun and enjoying the moment. And that was my 30th heat win this year, so that was pretty cool. Just looking at numbers, but also trying not to get ahead of myself. And the end goal is the Challenger Series, but I just want to take it heat by heat. I love this wave. I actually lost first round a few years ago, and I knew the potential this wave had, and China is it's bringing a whole new game to the world, so I'm super stoked to be here.
Speaking of the world, I know you have lots of fans and supporters everywhere around the globe. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, thank you everyone for all the support. It's been a long year. There's been some ups and downs, and it wasn't the best start of the year, but we're finishing strong, and that's what matters. Not how you start, it's how you finish. And I'm super stoked how my surfing is going. Getting scores without doing errors is a definite confident booster, and just having it heat by heat. And thank you everyone for all the support. And say a little bit in Japanese. 今回も次がクォーターファイナルということで、一つずつのヒート徐々に自分のサーフも出せて、今日もクォーターファイナルなのでみんなをよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, Kay. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Kay. What a beautiful interview from Kei Kobayashi. He's hitting the 700 something, 10 days of straight surfing.
Wanting to beat his dad, it's classic.
Yeah.
I actually surfed with his dad, Masaki, who lives in northern Baja, Mexico, at a beautiful right point called San Miguel. And Kay's won some of their local their local contests there. But he's one of the only foreign locals at this kind of localized right point break. And his dad's older than I am, still ripping on a 6.0 shortboard.
Wow, that's a great insight from.
So I can totally see them being competitive. That's funny.
And his brother was also a great competitor.
Sho Kobayashi.
Sho Kobayashi. But let's back to that conversation. But this is live action from Rita Suzuki. Already locked in a 1.50, not a major score. That's 2.50 from Sumomo, and this is her. Sumomo just hitting the section really hard. Unfortunately, she didn't come around the section, but still, it was a big one single maneuver from Sumomo.
And it's really, since my last rotation here, the waves are looking a lot more tricky.
It is actually. I noticed that in the last heat. As the tide is going out with the low tide, the wave tends to break really fast and running away from the surface. So it's really tricky to hit twice on one wave.
Yeah, and even when it was the higher tide in the morning, we'd see an occasional set that would bend in that section and kind of end the ride for a lot of our riders. And we're starting to see that come in even more in play now that there's less water on top of the reef.
Right. So definitely it's a trickier condition, but still two surfers out. There's so many opportunities out there, so definitely you can wait and be selective. And the last wave for Sumomo comes in at 3.83, which is good actually, because it was just one single maneuver, one big hit. So definitely if she can put that into the 2-ton combo, then it'll go to the 5-point range.
Yeah, and before that wave, Rita was only needing a 1-something, so it was way too close for any safety for either of the riders. And a very even game. Now it's starting to put a little bit of stress, and there'll have to be a little bit of a planning for Rita, needing that 4.46, holding that first priority. And it's it's gonna be interesting to see how they deal with a 2-man heat after seeing 4-man heats all mornings, and especially with more difficult and unpredictable conditions.
And especially with the long heat, it's a 30-minute heat, and you think you have a really long heat, but actually when you're in heat, it goes so quick, and then as soon as you realize, it's pretty much like, well, I only have like 10 minutes left on the clock, so definitely you need to have a quick start. But in this heat, probably it's really hard to have quick start because like you said, the conditions getting trickier and trickier, so probably they been really selective in this heat.
Yeah, and we do have the tide going out, but Jared was saying that it's a very small change between high tide and low tide, as we see have some live action.
All right, this is Rita Suzuki trying to come around the section and trying to hit the section, but the wave actually didn't offer too much, didn't have the steeper section after that.
Yeah, those sections are just running. And so while with more water on the reef and the higher tide, even with those sections that run, it seems that you have a little bit of transition below the whitewash where you can still keep your speed and wait to get around it. Right now, the flats are flat, and there's no transition. So if you get stuck behind it, there's no way of making speed outside of that area right there. So really, really difficult.
Definitely. In last heat, Kay was the only one getting those 2-turn combo waves, and what he did was just keep himself really busy. He wasn't waiting for the bigger sets or anything. He just got the inside waves and gets a 5. So definitely you don't want to be stuck like dropping an anchor and stay there. You just kind of want to paddle around and see if anything pops out.
Makes sense, because it's right now with these conditions, every wave is a gamble. And so you got to try and put your bets on every wave, and you never know what you're going to get. But the more you get, the more likely you're going to find one of the good ones.
Yeah, definitely right. So, and it's a 30-minute heat, like I said before, so you can do the try and an error kind of stuff. So
just as you were saying, time goes so fast. We're already halfway through.
It's
amazing. We did have the interview, right. So we lost a little bit of time in the heat, but wow, it's amazing. We Rita in 4.46, and that had to be a little bit discouraging, seeing that she had to answer back. She held first priority. She used it. It didn't work out. And now Sumomo has more of a commanding lead with power over the peak.
Yeah, with the first priority, definitely she's going to be on the next set and trying to get better the score, trying to get rid of the 2.50, which is super easy for her and for these two ladies. They are capable of getting high scores and excellent range, so definitely they are waiting for the right ones to come. But the thing is, like I mentioned, it's getting trickier, so you don't really want to be sitting there and just waiting for the one, because you don't really know which one is gonna be the one.
まあ絶対いっぱい応援してくれてる日本人が見てる今、もうちょっと日本語の会話しましょう。海南のこととか。
では、現在ウィメンズの QS4000 クォーターファイナルヒート1が行われています。現在第1位が佐藤すもも 3.83、 そして 2.50 スコアしています。そして第2位には鈴木リタ 1.87、 1.50 とまだリズムをつかめていない状況です。
すごくいい声がもうこのヒートから来ます。
このヒートは30分ヒートで行われています。残り時間14分30秒です。この後は QS、ウィメンズクォーターファイナルを行って、その後メンズのクォーターファイナルへと進んでいきますが、ベンさんどうですか、中国海南島。
もう大好きです本当に。5年前、最初の時、一番初めて来た時が6年前、で本当今のホテル、私たちもすっごい VIP な感じの5スターな感じのフューチャリスティック、世界的なホテル。昔はもう本当ファンキーなサーフホテルだった、全部木なんかログハウスみたいな感じ。動き始まった。
それではライブアクションです。ファーストプライオリティを使って佐藤すももこの波、いい波にテイクオフしていきました。ファーストさん大きなターンを入れてきました。2.50 以上を出すとその差を広げていきますが、この波はしっかりと スティープなセクションが出てきていたようです。この波で 2.50 を出すとその差を広げていきます。素晴らしいライディングでしたね。
もうヌゼキ持ってもすごいいいストライクでした。もうすごくストロングなファーストターン、そしてこのカービングターン、それでホワイトワッシュに戻って、次のセクションちょっと待ってる。それでもうナイス3発のコンビネーション、もうそのコンビネーションにもう2つのすごくいいターンでした。
素晴らしいターンで、このライディングを終えたのが佐藤すもも、現在第1位の、ポジションです。毎日ベンさんはこう音楽を夜になると DJ をしてますが
もうとりあえずこのライブアクション終わったら、
そしてここで鈴木梨太テイクオフしていきます。現在第2位のポジション 4.46 が現時点では必要です。ターンを重ねていきます。クリティカルなセクションにターンを重ねながらインサイドまでしっかりとつなげていき、そしてここでクリーンなフェイスが出てきたところで大きなターンスプレーを上げてきました。ここでキックアウト、素晴らしい、アンサーバックとなったのが鈴木梨太。今のが4本目のライディングです。
もうこの最初の3分の1がもう結構難しくて、vertical hit、それでもうちょびっとスタックビハインドからもうここからもすごいスピードアップ、あれすごくいいヒットだった。でここからも本当にもうlike a super good form. She made all of that happen on the second half. I didn't have the vocabulary. 日本語の単語がなかった。Maybe I got myself into too much trouble here. No, but 音楽の話、もう本当昔の WSL Japan の時でもういつも大会のパーティーもすごいオーガナイズ大好きだった。もう友達とスタッフとこの大会の皆さんも集まるも俺大好きで、ここもすごいいろんなベニューもいろんなバー、毎日音楽がある、もう本当超音楽があるの文化、ここダンスとかもう本当昔からもうそういう文化があった、でもう今若者に本当にもうちょっと音楽うるさくてもう全部のバーも超フルパワーのパーティー毎日、本当に平日でも全然もう超パーティータウンになってる。そしたら俺もういろんな DJ と友達になって、昨日ウェーブプールで回した。この前目の前のグーフィードッグのコーヒー屋さん、それでやって、で私たちのパーティー会やすごい楽しかった。みんな集まってめちゃめちゃ嬉しかった。
Great parties every day from Mr. Ben Wei, but looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a situation change. Sumomo Sato just locked in 5.50, and then Rita Suzuki just locked in 4.50. So nice answer back from Rita Suzuki. Now Sumomo still actually is in the lead with a 5.5 and 3.83, and Rita Suzuki now with 4.5 and 1.87, needing 4.84.
Well, Sumomo used that priority to get that 5.5, so really gaining momentum through the heat. Rita, perfect. Needing a straight back, going after that score, hoping to turn it around. But now, in the meantime, while Rita was riding that, Sumomo got back out and got that first priority again. So she's getting in more of a commanding position, right, and also probably gaining confidence.
Definitely, and how she positioned herself in a lineup is really interesting. Sumomo has first priority, but she's sitting in the inside position so that she can actually see what Rita's doing, and whenever she goes on the good waves, then probably Sumomo just will get that wave.
That's a great point, because if it was the opposite positioning and Sumomo was on the left side, she'd be having her eyes on what's coming. And meanwhile, on the right side, just behind her, Rita would be able to sneak in one without her seeing her. So she's basically keeping her vision open. That's great.
That is a smart competition move from Sumomo Sato, because you never know which one's going to be the one you want to take, and this is it. So this is how she uses her first priority and getting this wave, and this actually has a wall to walk on. Couple turns in, so probably it wasn't the wave that she was actually looking for, but still she did an amazing job to play defense there.
And within, I think, the last 3 minutes, that's the only good wave that's come through. So, wow, amazing striking when needed, and Rita now has the priority, but Sumomo, you can see, just puts the block on. She didn't even look at the wave. She was just looking at Sumomo, making sure that she knew she was going. And Rita, being the smart competitor, she backed out, didn't want any kind of consequence from priority. But this wave didn't really work out, but she got the job done, and she's in a position to just cruise.
But we can think the other way around actually. Probably it was a good move from Rita, sell Momo actually going for the wave. And now she has fast priority. So it was because it wasn't the wave that she was looking for. So I could say
exactly the
around.
opposite game.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't seen many good waves, but I like that a lot. That's giving her a chance. It definitely wasn't the wave for her 4.84, so that's a great point. Now she's in the commanding position to wait for something better, but not a lot of time. 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Probably she will get at least 2 sets within the 8 minutes time. So definitely it's great to have first priority right now with Suzuki. So definitely she's gonna get on the next one and trying to get a 4.84.
What a great tennis match going on.
Yeah, it is. And then now Momo is with second priority. She can go anywhere if she wants, and probably there is going to be a good medium-sized set rolling through and which doesn't really break at the back, and he holds and doubles up, and those ones actually have steeper sections.
Yeah, so she now has the freedom to play around and try and just keep putting that distance and pressure. So
there's
really smart surfing going on.
There's a lot of strategy that you can play in man-to-man heat. You can wait, or maybe you don't really want to be stuck with the first priority, and you rather have free to just play around.
Definitely, and Rita's not going to be playing around, needing that score. She's really going to have to sit on that priority. You can see her eyes are just locked onto the horizon. Probably looking at the top of the point, see if there's any indicator of sets coming.
And an interesting thing is, I had a chat with Rita at the post-heat interview, and she was saying she knows where to sit. She knows exactly what kind of wave she needs to get. So definitely she's just not eyeing for Momo's action right now. She's just eyeing for that wave that she was thinking. So
was it her interview that she said, like, high tide demo, low tide demo, onaji point?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's Rita.
Yeah, so I've remembered that since your interview with her. That was a really good point, and really good to see that they've, after 4 days of competition, they've locked into their lineup point. They probably have markers on the beach that they use to kind of help them figure out their positioning, make sure they're in the right zone. For me, the other day when we surfed, my marker was our left side of our judges tower.
Right.
And that seemed to somehow kind of line up right to the rock.
It feels for me is just a little bit too far away to just mark the building from the lineup, because it's pretty far away. So I just sit on the next side of the rock. That's my go-to place, actually.
And even when it was small and it was kind of like full high tide, you can still kind of see the water movement that lets you know that it's shallower right there.
All right, so with 5 minutes, 25 seconds, looks like there's going to be a set. There's a few lines at the back about to rolling through to the lineup. Rita Suzuki has first priority, currently sitting in the second place, needing 4.84, which is not a big requirement for Rita's capability. She's gonna get it no problem. So it's just made of the wave selection. So we're just reaching the 5 minutes mark.
There's that bubble you can see. That's exactly where it lets you know that you're just around some shallow water. There's kind of some ripples that sit around the rock, just about a longboard's length away from Rita, just on the left side of her on the screen. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. もうすごいあっという間に。
はい、それでは最後の5分になりました。鈴木リタ、4.34 で逆転していきます。現在ファーストプライオリティを持っています。残り4分でセットが入ってくるか。このラインナップ真ん中あたり、少し左側ですねに大きな岩があるんですが、そこから割れる波、そしてその手前で割れる波といくつかポジショニングが分かれています。どこで乗るかによって、波の割れ方が変わってくるので、この辺りを把握しながら自分が演技しやすいその波を探す、これが鉄則となっているのがリユーベイとなっています。
そしたらもう昨日のヒーローインタビューでしたかな。で、その岩がもうロータイかハイタイどっちでももういつもそれが一番いいポイント言われた。
For sure, that rock you got to think about the rock all the time in a lineup. That's a good indicator actually.
I bet if it's small and it's low tide, you could probably be a little dangerous. Maybe kick the rock. There are some shallow points in the reef, and there's the kind of mispositioned uni also out there. So you got to be careful of urchins in the shallow spot as you jump off your board.
Definitely. And 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So it's been quite a long time since the last set came into the lineup. But Rita is doing great managing her emotion and just maintain calm.
Yeah, and just as we said yesterday, the lack of waves is actually adding to the tension.
Right.
And so it's making it entertaining even though there aren't waves ridden.
All right, looks like we have set now. Rita has first priority and she's going to go for it. Takes off. Important wave for Rita. First turn. It's more like setting up turn for next. But unfortunately, goes down. So that was something that we don't really see from Rita Suzuki. Just goes down. And probably maybe she was rushing to the next section, but something happens, slips. But that was really unfortunate for Rita Suzuki. Now she's gonna be with second priority with 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So Sumomo will be playing some defense time now.
Yeah, and Rita's really going to have to try and distance herself away from Sumomo and try and find one somewhere else. But we did see that exact rock bubble. You could tell that was going to be a good one. Rita's surfing is so solid. She's so well balanced. It just shows that it must be very tricky out there.
Right, definitely. And then now, with second priority, Rita is just paddling just back out. And then probably sitting right now outside of the rock. But Sumomo just following everywhere she goes.
As she should be at this time. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Blue is definitely going to strike and throw the block, giving no time for Rita to get a wave, unfortunately, unless she sells it.
Right, probably Rita was trying to sell Sumomo that wave.
They were actually they were too far back, either way.
All right, 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. It's crunch moment, tense moment for both of them.
So Sumomo asking for time. We have the international sign language of competition. 2 arms in the air. I mean, you want to know the situation, who's in first, second, third, or fourth, what third and fourth need, and the tapping your right hand on your left wrist is the sign language for time. So that's how you communicate without having to have the audio reach the beach announcer. And Nick Zanella, great beach announcer, was right on it.
All right, looks like on screen we had Shino Matsuda getting ready for her upcoming heat in the quarterfinals. She was on fire in a run of 16, so definitely it's going to be exciting to watch her surfing again this afternoon. With the 25 seconds left, is there going to be another wave for Rita?
It's looking very, very quiet. And while we saw kind of some darker shadows of the lines off the horizon earlier on in the heat, we're not seeing that right now. And whatever's at the top of the screen is going to take more than 10 seconds to reach them. But let's see.
All right. Probably safe to say it is. Sumomo Sato will be moving into semifinals tomorrow. And we're going to go to the quick break. And we'll be right back with women's quarterfinal heat number 2.
北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉试过，你才知道有多美。 几番沉浮，畅游上岸，体验的又是另一番风味。聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源，相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡，就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月波涛，孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the WSL International Wanning Cero Pro. We're in day 5 of competition, and we have just determined our first semifinalist, Sumomo Sato, in that last one. And this heat, Cero Wakita in red and Minami Nonaka. I'm Ben Wei, joined by Giada Legati for this one. 30 minutes, and we had a really tense heat in that previous heat. And so the conditions have gotten a little trickier, and we kind of have that wind swirling around. So there's heats that have a little more difficulty, and here we have live action. Red getting all over this one. It looks like she already had a previous score coming in, so we're waiting on seeing what happened at the very beginning during that commercial break. But what an amazing day of competition.
Absolutely, and it's an important one as well. After today, we will have all semifinalists locked and loaded for tomorrow. All right, Sara Wakita, big blast off the top. Does it again, more of an open face carve there. Gets a little stuck on the way down, but recovers nicely to continue on with these couple turns on the inside. And that's a beautiful way to start off her quarterfinals against Minami, who is on your screen right now, replay of her first wave. Nice one there. Really love the connection she has in between her turns. She's not really rushing it, so it's looking really nice for Minami. So I'm loving this matchup. Both backhand surfers in this gorgeous left that we've been seeing just peeling down all day. This is where we caught up with Sara, so nice couple turns here. I really love this one. It was unfortunate that she got that inside rail just stuck on the way down and wasn't really able to ride out of it. But this is a good matchup. The first of Sara, a 6.67. Huge number, actually, to get things rolling here.
I would say that that's one of the highest first wave scores that we've seen. And so it just shows starting it up and nice and balanced with their talent level. Minami getting a 5.0. So what a great start. We do have another score to come in for Sarah, so we won't get into a requirement just yet. We'll see what happens. But I don't figure that second wave will be the 6.67 because she did dig that rail, 2.33. But putting a very small amount of pressure on Blue for at the moment.
Yeah, but looking at the results on the quarterfinal heat 1, I mean, the girls already in the first 5 minutes have gotten the same heat total that Sumomo Sato did to win. So it's already quite a big difference, showing that maybe there's a bit more of an improvement in this heat with quality of waves.
I would say from the drone shot right now, we're already seeing a lot less texture on the ocean than we did in the previous heat. So it's wild because the wind will be predominantly off the side shore, go dead at moments. Doesn't really blow onshore here. We haven't gotten too many onshores. The second day, we had to cut short because we did have some funky winds, but we had a lack in swell. We got tons of swell on the water, as you can see the corduroy out on the screen. But yeah, I think I'm digging what you're saying about the conditions. It looks like it's on its way to get better.
Absolutely. It is 12:40 here in Riyue Bay, and the low tide was at 11:20. So it's already that incoming tide. We've seen yesterday that when that tide switches and it starts to push in, we're going to probably see a bit of a pulse. So hopefully means a couple more waves ridden throughout the heats, a couple more sets coming through per heat, and that just creates more opportunity and more surfing, what we're here for.
Yeah, for the less surf savvy viewers at home, when the tide goes out, all that energy is sucking the wave power out. We did have blue. Take a look. She's just going to kick right on out. That was not the wave she wanted. She's going to save some energy and her positioning. But then when you have the tide moving in, you have all that ocean energy helping all of that swell energy to move itself in and push it over the reef. Instead of pulling the power out, it's pushing it in.
All right, Cero Wakita.
So Cero Wakita, nice solid hit on the lip line. Her timing of meeting these sections has been so good. Strong second turn. Gets that third one in that deep spot. She's just buying herself time to see if it stands up on the inside. It looks like that will be it. And Minami, quick hit once again, catching the nose. She's had a little misfortune on the last couple waves of having that really tricky section.
All right, so Sara, I'm absolutely loving her heat right now. She is looking like she has great timing with the wave, and she's not really holding back. So I think she's going to be a hard one to beat in this quarterfinal. Let's throw down to Dai with the winner of the last heat.
非常に難しいヒートだったと思います。すごくスローでなかなか波も来なく、どの波にテイクオフしたらいいのかがわからないようなコンディションなのをこうビーチサイドから見てても分かったんですが、実際海に入っているとどう感じましたか？
最初にヒートが始まって、6本ぐらいもうすごく大きなセットが入ってきて、でそれを2人で逃してしまったので、こう沖にちょっとその後行き過ぎたのかなっていうのもあって、とにかく引っかかりにくいっていう感じでした。
波の割れ方も多分この朝の、ヒートよりももう少し難しいというか、早く割れて肩がなくなるようなすごいトリッキーなコンディションだったと思います。乗っていてこうアジャストする部分はあったんですか？
やっぱり肩がない波は今までも点に全くならないので、やめようと思ってて、肩のある波に乗ったら今度コブで速くてとかっていうので結構厳しかったので、一発当てて終わってしまった波があったので、左にもう割れそうなピークが来た波は乗るのをやめようと思ってました。
It was a really tricky condition because they missed one of the big sets in the first couple of minutes, and then that's how they just sit at the back and wait for the set, but set never came. So it was a tricky condition, but she managed to get a one wave and did a big hit, and that's how she got through. いよいよ、次セミファイナルです。 QS4 戦でのセミファイナル、行きましたが、今の気持ちどんな気持ちですか？
Great scores coming in for red, a 7.67. Surfer in red, a 7.67 for your third ride. So red out in the lead with a
今ビーチアナウンスが非常に大きくて自分が話している声聞こえないと思うんですが、もう終わると思うので、はい、聞こえてます。セミファイナルということで大きなリザルトだと思います。今どういう気持ちですか？
ファイナルデーにつなげれてとても嬉しいです。明日もいい波が割れてくれることを願って、しっかりいいサーフィンを見せれるように頑張ります。
最後に何かメッセージありますか？誰かに向けて。
毎日すごくいい波で練習できているので、はい、もうちょっと頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
ありがとうございます、大ちゃん and great work, Sumomo. She was about to give her message when we got that score blasted out. Why don't you tell these people at home what that third wave came in for red?
A 7.67 for Sara Wakita, so she is well out in the lead. Minami now a 9.34 requirement. That is not a very good position to be in, but 19 on the clock, so it's not over just yet.
No, it isn't, and I think what we've seen is we're definitely... Well, let's see how she built that score.
All right, so this is that massive score we're talking about. Huge upside down turn to start things off. A beautiful, round, carved down cutback, I would say, or carve, as you would also like to say it. She is absolutely on fire. those two turns, got that 7.67. Minami out the back. I'm pretty sure this came in at a 3.4. One big backhand turn. Unfortunately, wasn't able to back it up, but I'm sure if she did, that was going up to that scoreline like Sarah.
All right, so live action. We have Minami trying her luck on a couple waves. She was under priority, so not sure where Sarah's positioning was on that exchange, but Blue was able to kind of sneak one in, just trying to build on her score line. But just as you were saying, that is a hefty score she's after. There we go. Replay.
Yeah, so this is the replay of Minami's 5, I'm pretty sure. Really beautiful, smooth surfing she has. It's pretty flawless. Minami doesn't really skip a beat here. Really tight in the pocket. I love that every time she kind of opens up that chest, her board really connects with that tight pocket that gets those bigger scores. So her technique is extremely well. That was a 4.5, sorry.
So that was her last wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks similar, but 4.50. So she's bumping her way up, but she needs double that and more.
Yeah, so Minami is currently 3rd in the Asian QS rankings, and that is an extremely good position, especially eyeing a Challenger Series qualification. She came off a win in WSL International Pro QS 4000, bit more of a beach break setup, so very different to what we're looking at right now, but she's showing how quickly she adapts to situations, and she's having a quarterfinal here, and that's already a really good result in another 4000.
100%. But Sarah looking so confident and so precise with her navigation and read of the waves. Of course, she comes from a very solid surfing family in Japan. Her dad's known as Mr. Pipeline, Takayuki Wakita. Brother Taichi was a QS surfer, and her mom Sayuri also rips. So when you have that family unit that all rips and also has probably been breeding her into a top competitor since she was little, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, that's family goals. Yeah, I've known Sarah through social media. Actually, at first we were both riders for Volcom back in the day, like I'm so old. But yeah, so I started following her on Instagram a couple years back, and I was always so amazed at how beautiful her style is. It's very feminine but really strong at the same time, and I think that's gorgeous actually.
It's a really interesting combination of the two. But I've just over the years I've seen her when I started with WSL Japan back in the day, just ripping as a grum, winning tons of heats, but she has grown into such a powerful, she's got all the skill, but now she's got the body of an adult.
Yeah.
That can really handle conditions, throw spray, and not widgeting out turns, but really like moving water.
And apart that, an incredible human too. Every time I see Sarah walking around, she always says hello, is always very polite, and is a really fun, nice woman to be around. So I think the whole family seems to be very easygoing by what it seems. I don't know them personally.
They used to spend a lot of time between Hawaii and Japan, and then spent some time in Chiba in recent years because there's just more waves there than Shonan. Dad owns a surf shop called Sylphide Club, which is on the other coast, not the Olympic side, and close to where I'm at. And there's not that much swell in there, but it's almost the Huntington Beach of Japan. And so right down the road is where my girlfriend lives, and at that same town, Taichi, her brother's girlfriend, lives there. So I see him through the station sporadically now. It's pretty cool. It's fun seeing them around, and great family. Minasan yoroshiku. Saying hi to the family. So 15 minutes, and wow, we had a flurry of action, and now things are getting a little more tense.
Yeah, and Sarah has had a great year. She's currently 7th in the Asian QS ranking. She got a 3rd in the QS 2000 in Hamamatsu, a 3rd in the 6000 in the wave pool in Korea, and 2 5ths in the 6000 in Taiwan and in the International WSL Pro. So she's had an incredible year. Again, also wanting that Challenger Series qualification. She's well on the way, and with that scoreline, a 7.67 and a 6.67, she's looking like she's in great form.
Yeah, and she's probably got the heart rate down, just feeling really relaxed and just waiting to see if she needs to strike, but not at the moment.
I mean, now Sarah, all she has to really do is sit and wait for a set that will be better than a 6-6-7. And it's we haven't seen too many come around, and she did most of the work in the very first 5 or 10 minutes of this heat. So that's a great way to be starting off your quarterfinal campaign here in Wanning. So I think she's feeling pretty good right now.
Kind of slamming the first half of this heat.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've already, it's amazing how fast moving this competition is. Day 5, we've already seen our first semifinalist in the women's with Sumomo Sato in that previous heat. And we've had non-stop waves on offer. We were able to get basically sun up to sundown of competition yesterday. So it just shows what an amazing surf destination this is, known as the Hawaii of China. Sarah was looking at that one and did not want that, and you always don't want to show any intent of going after it or you'll lose that priority and it will switch over, and she definitely does not want to give that up.
Yeah, very fine line. She's in control. I mean, with priority, Minami needing a 9.34, so it's she's not going to make life easy for her. For those who maybe don't understand priority systems so much, Sara Wakita has the right of way, so Minami can't alter her wave, alter her score in any way whatsoever. So if Sara starts paddling, Minami has to give her all the space possible. We've seen in the past maybe some people accidentally getting a little too close to a surfer with priority, and that could even include as a priority interference.
Yep, and that leaves you in a really, really tough spot. The judges are always looking for intent. Actually, our panel is 5 judges. They'll all put their ideas in. We'll have one judge that is the head judge that releases those scores, but we have one judge that's strictly watching priority. If they're watching who reaches the primary takeoff zone first, and they're also watching for any sort of intent. Even if it looks like they're kind of taking a look, I've seen priority change at that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to be really careful with how much intent you show when you're paddling for a wave, as long as it's not, really putting the effort to catch it. You can still look at waves. But with 11:40, it is a really, really great quarterfinal heat 2. These women want to be meeting Sumomo Sato into the semis. We will be going straight into the men's quarterfinals after this, and finishing off our day really strong.
Can't believe the days are going to be over. This is
I know.
insane. I was wanting more.
So to give you guys a bit of a rundown of what the rest of the day, we have all the quarterfinals in the men's side locked in. Heat 1 is Rio Inaba with Pajar. Heat 2 is Bronson Meidi and Raul Borman. Heat 3, Ryaru Ito with Raiha Onu. And Heat 4, Iko Watanabe and Kei Kobayashi.
Wow.
So big matchups. A lot of surfing to be done. We had that tide switch. It's that incoming tide, what we've been waiting for. They're going to have a flurry of waves all afternoon. And just don't miss out, guys. This is what we're here for. Surfing. Wanning has been such a great spot. It has given us so much waves every single day. We've had 2 days of swell, I would say. We started off the first couple of days mostly with the Pro Juniors. All the Pro Junior semifinalists are locked in as well. And yesterday and today, we really prioritized the QS. And tomorrow, probably, or maybe, finals day.
Well, the calls have been completely on. The directors, Will Hayden-Smith and Ty Serrati, as well as head judge Todd Rosewall, have been looking at it, and I think knowing exactly how much time would be allotted to reach those men's quarterfinals, they placed it perfectly in that incoming tide, that the money zone of the tide, and so I think we're going to see even better surfing than we saw from those riders in the morning.
Yeah, this is a great afternoon, and with that incoming tide, we always see a couple, say maybe centimeters of wave size as well, just increase. So yesterday we saw it get really good, and then as soon as that tide got a little too high, it slowed down a little bit. It
brings the wonk factor.
Yeah, so it's a very specific moment that we were looking for, and this is the very start of it.
I think that scheduling puts it to finish just before that happens, so that's great. We have been a little disappointed with that tide filling in and pooling up in the afternoon as that tide fills in. And we have a really steep shoreline here. The beach is really steep, unlike beaches in California where the water can just run up the beach. It kind of gets stuck in a pool, and the water has nowhere to go. The right side's that bay, so the water can't escape from the left side, and all of that just comes back out in the ocean and just makes those weird warbly backwash steps in the waves.
Yeah, we don't love those warbly back steps. They're annoying.
So 8 minutes and 40 seconds, and it's definitely been a stressful 4 minutes for Blue, I would think. And speaking of warbly steps, there aren't any warbly steps. It's a perfect wave. You're going to go to the wave pool tonight.
Absolutely. I think we will be having a session later on. Minami, though, on a good-looking inside bowl. She gets 2 nice back-to-back turns. This wave starts to fatten out a little bit. She's showing some frustration. 9.34 is a big requirement, and she knows it with 8 minutes left. She had to go on those inside waves because there's not much happening on the outside. Sara with priority in a really good position.
All right, so that's our beach marshal. That's where our riders come to sign up. That is Raul Borman. We'll be seeing him in a little bit with his coach. And
actually, that's his cousin.
Is it his cousin?
Yeah, his cousin.
Oh, okay.
So Raul came here with his cousin that I'm sure lives in Ibiza, if I'm not wrong.
Wow, not a bad place to live. Well, I loved that Minami grabbed that wave. Sara might have handed her the wave. I didn't really see where she took off. But she did manage to grab and give herself a chance under priority. It didn't factor into her top scores. And this is that wave.
All right, replay. Minami Nonaka's last one, a 5.10. So beautifully surfed. I think the wave was a little smaller than Sara's one. So it does alter your score. You know, the judges want to see those bigger sets. They want to see you on those good quality waves. So I think it's not her surfing letting her down. It might have just been her wave selection throughout this heat.
I would agree. Now she's kind of in a sales position now with Sara. So her best hopes is to try and sell Sara on a wave, leaving her something better. We'll see what happens in this 6.5 minutes. Sara's showing no interest. I love that. Just so confident and so cool.
I mean, Sara needs a wave that will better a 6.67, you know, so it's not very useful for her to catch a wave that will be anything lower than that at this point of time, especially with 6 minutes on the clock. Minami needs a really big score, so Sara doesn't have to play defense at this point. She just has to sit there and just make sure that Minami is or doesn't get the chance to get a score even close to that.
Yeah. Otherwise, she's just letting the clock run out. But it's interesting. Throughout a lot of the heats, the conditions have consistently changed. And you can see Minami a little bit in panic mode, just searching for everything, looking for any chance. But same thing is she needs to get a wave that gives her almost a perfect score. And so she's going to have to wait for something that's possibly not even out in the sea at the moment.
Yeah, earlier on I would have said that Minami could have broken it down and done it in 2 different waves, but at this point with 5.5 and priority sitting with red, I think Minami slowly has to try aim to do it on one wave, which is a big ask.
I don't know what I was just saying, actually. So if she would have improved her 5, she would be chiseling that down and making it a little more digestible, but we haven't seen it. But we do have some live action. I like seeing her strike. Beautiful airdrop lip line floater, but just nothing left. So she seems to be really picking out those waves that taper off, where Sara's somehow able to read the ones that are going to stand up longer. And in Sumomo's interview, she was saying the ones that don't have a shoulder on them have not been getting the scores, so I made sure to only get waves with the shoulder on it. And with time running out, you're going to sort of be less selective and be hungry, but you can't be too hungry.
All right, Sara sees potential in this one.
Live off the bottom, just so assertive, placing those turns and reading, contorting her body, fitting it into every little steep critical section, finding all the money zones on this wave. There's that warble. She's even able to get across that and kick out with control and confidence. Blue answering back, finally left on her own on the outside to find a set wave. I really like that deep bottom turn. This is definitely, as far as wave selection, I would say that's one of her best waves, and that was a big critical turn at the end. So she could chisel down that score. 4 minutes, things have actually kind of come back into play now.
Yeah, so this last one of Minami, I think was going to be her best score and definitely going to start chipping away at what she needs. Nice 2 turns here, but I think this last one was really critical. Bit of an airdrop to kind of finish. She disappeared behind that whitewash, showed control coming out of it, showing the judges that she finished and completed that wave. But this wave of Cero, oh my goodness. Those first 2 turns were so strong and critical that I think she might even be improving on her 667 with this one.
I would not be surprised. This surfing is been so perfect and just looking so in control and confident throughout this heat. She's just been precision from the start. But I really loved how Minami handled that last one. And just as you were saying that last, you saw that explosion of the whitewash that popped the nose up, and she was still able to get low and push her nose out to show the judges that it was complete. So exciting stuff. I've been so charged up. This has been so much fun. And this is one of my favorite days so far, for sure.
Absolutely. Everyone likes a good man-to-man heat. It gives athletes more space. It gives them more chance to just paddle around and kind of do their own thing. And you know, every time you get to those man-to-man heats, people start to ramp it up, and it gets interesting.
Yeah, it's gone from like a pairs tennis match to a full boxing match. And for me, it's been super exciting. And it's really cool to see how they use their head games against each other and the different type of approach and strategy to each rider. So, wow, they're really thinking about that one from Blue because they know it's a very, very important score. Blue's probably dying to know what her requirement is next because I figure that would go over those. Wow, just as I say that, I'm seeing the scores coming in for red, and just, you've been calling it all heat. Have you taken judging courses?
Actually, I have.
Have you? No wonder you're schooling me.
But this is the first time I'm not quite on point. But that wave was incredible. You know, and she killed it. It was pretty flawless the whole time. So there we have it. The best score of the heat, a 7.73. Minami now in a combination. She is fighting back, though. She's not giving up just yet. Beautiful 3-turn combo here. Pretty gorgeous surfing from Minami Nonaka.
She's really come alive at the end of this heat. And riding out of that, which, well, got a little chunk off the side, but yes, Sarah really using that priority at the perfect time. And she just has that read of the wave. She could tell that it was the wave that she could improve her situation with, where many of the other, I'll let you call this replay.
All right, nice 2-turn combo there. Finished it off really strong. We're still waiting for that last score of Minami to come through, but she is currently in a combination situation. So if you just look at the scoreline, if Minami was in the previous quarterfinal, she would have won the heat. But Sarah is looking unstoppable right now. I mean, look at that heat score, a 7.73 and a 7.67. She is looking so strong and powerful. Her confidence level is just at another pace. You know, she's not looking like she's ready to stop or give in just yet. We're going to be counting this one down soon. We are still waiting for the last of Minami to come in. I don't think it's going to, you know, change the situation so much. I think Sarah
should still be left with a pretty large score either way, and there's no time to even make it up. So well surfed by both of those competitors. That was nuts. I don't think we're going to wait around and wait for that score from Minami. So it looks like Cero Akita's our second semifinals in the women's division. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Stick around.
何谓底蕴？每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，它的答案是这样的：它 是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。他是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。他是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进郎中。他是市井记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻化境。我想让自己更快乐，或许也只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。东南亚美食，热带
Energy out here is amazing as Cero Wakita absolutely dominated that last heat, a 15.40 total, getting herself into the semifinals here in the International Wanning Cero Pro. Though in the water, quarterfinal heat 3, we have our surfer from China, Wang Yiyao and Kana Nakashio. Welcome back, Truce, darling.
Thank you. Happy to be back in. Straight into the quarters.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I know.
Where's the day going?
It's just, we're storming through it. This is day 5.
Yeah. That's crazy to me that we're in day 5 already.
I feel like I just got here.
I know, literally.
It's been an incredible week almost of fun, surfing, eating. What more could you ask for?
Not much.
Yeah.
The waves are good.
Waves have been cooking for the past 2 days. We had that beautiful point break left here in front of us, and it's just been showcasing some incredible surfing, the last of Sarah, and I'm excited to hear this interview because she, in the very first 10 minutes, got a 6 and a 7, and then in the very end got another 7. Minami got a 7-9 at the end to kind of fight back, but unfortunately just a little too late. But it's all about this quarterfinal heat 3 now.
All eyes are on these two women out there in the lineup. I'm actually really excited. I mean, Kana at the moment is the one to beat, right? She's leading the Asian rankings at the moment, and she's up and riding.
This is Kana Nakashio, big backhand blast to start things off. She's setting the tone of this quarterfinal heat 3. Good looking wave. She is going to finish it really strong here. Decides to pull off because she did the damage out the back. It is now Wang Yiyao out the back by herself, waiting to answer back.
I'm really looking forward to how this heat is going to pan out. Wang Yiyao has just been a complete dark horse in this event, in my opinion. She's been putting together some really strong heats, looking really solid on her feet, obviously surfing with a lot of confidence. Quarterfinals appearance is huge, so this answer back is what I'm really looking forward to from the Chinese competitor. But Kana Nakashio, once again, she's just been looking so smooth and so in form, like she has all year, and that's why we're seeing her leading the Asian rankings.
Yeah, I'm excited as well to see one of our Chinese surfers in a quarterfinal. That's a huge result for Wang Yiyao. With a bit of this lull, we're going to throw to Ben and Cero Wakita.
Thank you so much. Here with that winner of the quarterfinal heat number 2, Cero Wakita. What an amazing heat.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a really good battle between me and Minami because we've been surfing against each other for a while now. and I know how good she is, and so I knew I needed to get the best waves, and yeah, I finished my turn, so I'm happy to get 2 good runs.
Well, one of the highest first wave scores that we've seen right away in the heat. Just gotta give you that confidence booster. And also, it just seemed like your read of the waves was so perfect. Every wave, you happen to be at the right place at the right time, but it's so hard to, it's been so unpredictable for many riders to see those ones that are going to stand up all the way through. You found them and you met them and surfed them perfectly. It was amazing.
I know my surfing's there, and I knew it this whole year, but I just couldn't really find the rhythm, and I just, for the last 2 heats, I was really lost out there, and I couldn't really catch the best ones, so I just focused on just catching the best ones and the ones that matched my surfing, and yeah, finally.
Like, pretty late, you had that priority for a while, and you had 2 pretty solid scores, but once again, reading the wave that was going to help you improve that score line, 7.73. Those were some of the most brutal turns. I felt sorry for the wave on that one.
Well, I just needed to find the good ones, and I knew Minami had she has the potential to easily get the 9. So I needed to really focus on getting better in my 6, and yeah, I needed to get a set to get a 7 or better. So yeah, I just waited and waited, and I was really nervous out there, but I'm happy it came through in the last couple of minutes.
As far as the tide goes, your heat draw was kind of right after the midday low tide, getting that first surge. Could you feel the difference in energy out there?
For sure. I was watching the heat before, and it looked really slow. And me and Minami were talking on the side, like watching them, like, oh, it's super slow, like I'm really nervous. But I knew it was going to come, and it's just a man-on-man heat, so we have so much chances, and yeah, I'm happy.
I've seen you since you're little, and I was speaking on the during the heat about coming from an amazing, successful surfing family. How much does that help you, and also how much pressure does that give you?
There's not much pressure. You know, my family's a surfing freak, and they surf. My mom surfs more than me, so yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with them, and they give me good advice, and I always surf with them, and they push me, and I push them too. So yeah, it's a really good family, and I'm happy and blessed.
Making sure no one takes a wave. We're still got a little bit time to talk. Your dad has a shop in Shonan, Sulphide Club, but I heard that you'd moved to Chiba and you were training over there. I know there's a lot more surf in Chiba. Have you had a lot of sessions with Minami over there to kind of get to know her surfing even more?
For sure. I lived in Chiba since I was 2 years old, and since then I met Minami when I was like 12 maybe in Chiba, Ichinomiya, and you know, I've been surfing with her in Chiba all the way from 12 years old, so yeah, I've had a couple sessions with her.
最後いっぱい応援してくれてる日本人の方日本sorry one message お願いします
いつもありがとうございます。今年はクォーター以上の結果がなかなか出せなかったので、クォーターをパスできてセミに行けたので本当に嬉しいです。まだセミなので。ファイナルにもつなげれるように明日も頑張ります。明日も応援よろしくお願いします。
サラの大ファンです。よろしくね。Back to you, girls.
Arigato, Ben and Sarah. A really insightful interview. Thank you so much. We love getting all those details from our athletes and, you know, getting a little bit of insight on their more personal lives. I feel like you feel like you know them by watching them surf all the time, so it's good to get that actual info from them. All right, live action. This is our Chinese surfer, Yang Yi Wow. Nice 2-turn combo here. Loving that one. Really open face carve there. Pushing the tail every time that board connects with the lip. So she is looking on form. She's looking relaxed. Unfortunately, doesn't land that one, but 6'5" for Kana Nakashio.
Yeah, really, really loving the connections that Kana is getting at the moment. She's been looking really strong. I feel like today as well, Kana's been unleashing on a very first wave. We saw her get a 6, And that first turn was so strong, and she gets that extra bit of tweak on those sections as well. It's really interesting to see how she approaches each turn. I love watching Kana's backhand. She is just, yeah, I feel like it's one of my favorite backhands on the Asian Tour at the moment. And then Wang Yiyao, this one, she's really just sticking it to the Japanese surfer. She's like, yeah, you know, you may be the top of the rankings, but I'm here in China and I'm, you know, the cream of the crop. And she's just competing so well, gets a 4.5, but she's really holding her own here. And it's really cool to see the Chinese competitors fighting for it here at this event in the QS 4000.
Yeah, she's looking really good, and I'm loving that she's not holding back. You're right. It can be intimidating being up against these Japanese surfers. They're all so good and have so much more experience under their belt, I would say, when it comes to competitive surfing, not only internationally in the QS, but I feel like Japan has just more local contests and national events that they can really put a lot of heats under their belt. So it's great to have Wang Yiyao in this quarterfinal, 4-5 to start off her campaign here. So it's solid.
Yeah, it is solid. And I'm interested to see how they're both going to kind of answer back with each other. And Wang Yiyao, this is one of her first, if not her first QS that she's competed in. And, you know, the fact that she's in a quarterfinal, this is a QS 4000 as well. It's no joke.
Yeah.
We've got the best of the best here. It's the second highest QS that we have, you know, in the WSL and the Asia region. And I just think for a lot of these Chinese surfers getting so deep in the draw, it's, you know, really inspiring, and it's kind of leading the way for the junior Chinese surfers as well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure most of the junior Chinese surfers are actually in Peru right now at the ISA. So a big shout out to them. I'm sure they're pretty upset that they missed a QS in their home, but
yeah. Suchi Yang actually came fourth.
Oh,
overall.
Wow.
Yeah. So she made it all the way to the final for the under 18 girls and placed fourth, which is pretty amazing.
That's actually a great result. And ISA World Junior is no joke. I mean, you're going against the best of the world.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
But
isn't it?
again, we're talking about someone who qualified for the Olympics. So that is a massive result. You know, Suchi is one of those athletes coming out of China that is a bit of a pioneer here, I would say. She qualified for the Olympics in Puerto Rico and represented China incredibly well in that world stage in the most prestige sports event in the world.
Yeah.
You know, that's everyone's dream. And I think she is probably on the well on the way to train and qualify for the next one as well.
Yeah, agreed. LA, yeah, that's coming around with pretty quick as well. And I think too for Suchi, you know, when we look at her career so far in the WSL, the very first QS that she surfed in Phillip Island earlier this year, she came third and bowed out to Sophie McCulloch, who ended up going on to win the event, which is pretty incredible. Went over to Cruy, competed there, got pretty deep in the draw from memory at the QS 6000 and at the Cruy Pro, and then took the year off and went around and surfed and you know, explored Indo for a bit, which is super cool. So yeah, she's definitely one to watch.
I remember her having a couple really good heats out in India for the ASF, so that was great to see her there. She was with the team as well, helping translate in the post-heat interviews as well, so we could get a little bit more details and info from all the Chinese athletes. So a big shout out to her. She's a great athlete and a great human to be around.
Yeah, big congrats.
I'm sure they're probably all watching this if they're awake. So yeah, go Team China.
Woohoo.
We miss you guys here in China.
Yeah. Yeah. Next one. Next event.
Yeah,
We'll see.
for sure.
For sure.
We'll be back next year.
Yeah. Hope so.
All right, so it is about to just pass that 17-minute mark in this quarterfinal heat 3. Coming up next is Nanaho Suzuki up against Shino Matsuda. Really great matchups. They all want to have that 1 foot into that semifinal tomorrow. In the men's side of the draw, though, that's coming right after the women's QS quarterfinals. We have Rio Inaba in Heat 1 coming up against Imade Ariana, also known as Pajar. In Heat 2, we have Bronson Mady going against the Brazilian Raul Borman. Heat 3, Riyue Ito and Raiha Onu. And in Heat 4 is Iko Watanabe with Kei Kobayashi.
Wow. Okay, that last quarterfinal is kind of huge.
It's huge. Iko Watanabe, that's a final.
Mm.
Iko Watanabe, Kei Kobayashi could be a final.
Yeah, that really
And
could
honestly,
be.
if they were on different sides of the draw, I'm sure that probably would have been what I would have bet on.
Yeah, agreed.
Because they're both... I haven't seen many of Kei's heats, but he's such a consistent competitor.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he made the final.
Do you know that he's been surfing for over 700 days straight?
Wow. How did you come along this information?
Yeah. He posted it on his Instagram.
Ah.
And Di mentioned it because Di and I were commentating his last heat.
Okay.
Di's like, yeah, he's been... 6 days ago, he posted and said that he's been surfing for 707 days.
Straight.
And I was
Wow.
like, why?
Not a single day off.
No, not a single day off. Sometimes it would be like his goal was to go out there and at least catch one wave.
Okay.
And come in. Or stay out there or whatever that is. So I was like, 707 days is crazy. And I spoke to him about it in his post-day interview. I was like, so, like, why? What's the thought process behind this?
No, really, why?
Yeah. So he wanted to beat his dad, who did 364.
Okay, and he just kept going.
Yeah, he
since he's
doubled
at
it.
All right, Kana Nakashio, good looking set, quick up and out. But that's honestly like what if it's flat? Like, what does he paddleboard it or?
He must, paddleboard or longboard, and then try and find a tiny little something.
Has he mentioned when he's planning to break the streak, or?
He said that he's feeling like it'll end at some point soon. He's nursing a hip injury at the moment, which he suffered in Korea. So I don't know. I feel like maybe he's just so dedicated. I feel like he'll keep going with it. Oh, here we go.
All right, live action. This is Kana Nakashio again, finding a bit of an inside peeler here. Couple really good back-to-back turns. Bit of repetitive, but it was really nice nonetheless. She wants to back up that 6. Only has a 167, so this is probably well on the way to improving her scoreline and making life a little more difficult for Wang Yiyao.
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit quiet right now, but seems like it's starting to liven up.
Yeah, here we go. Our surfer from China on her backhand. Good backhand blast. Big fan of spray out the back. Decides that was enough. Will paddle back out and get priority over Kana. So Wang keeping a little more, dropping anchor a little more. We saw in the past that could go against you in a wave like this one. So she's got to be careful.
Yeah, I think staying busy is definitely the key, and busy on good waves as well is so important. So hopefully for Wang Yiyao, she finds herself on another good wave. A 318 is all she needs, but we'll see this last draw of Kana's lock in at some point soon as well.
Yeah, so just under 13, we passed that halfway mark. It's going to be a great afternoon here. We were just mentioning we passed that low tide. It's already switched. It's going into that higher tide, and I'm sure we're going to see a bit of an influx of waves this afternoon with that incoming tide. We might see a bit of an increase in size as well, so don't go anywhere. This quarterfinal is going to get really interesting. We're going to lock in all the semifinalists for tomorrow and maybe even have a finals day.
Yeah.
There's talks of it.
Is that kind of exciting, kind of scary?
It's kind of scary how fast it's going.
So quickly.
Yeah.
I honestly am like, okay, tomorrow's day 6 of the event, and we'll have one day left after that. It's like, where is the time going?
Where has this year gone?
Yeah, I feel like we were in Riyue yesterday.
Yeah, literally. It wasn't long that we were actually boiling in our commentators booth in Riyue.
Yeah.
Dying the heat.
Literally.
Now we're freezing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm literally kind of freezing. Not really.
Yeah.
Freezing's a bit of an exaggeration.
I'm freezing.
I'm being a little bit dramatic. It's not that cold, but it's definitely jeans and a jumper weather.
Mm-hmm. All right, even wetsuits. So the water has definitely cooled down quite a bit the past couple of days. I think, especially if you're doing those nighttime sessions at the pool, you're gonna need a 3-2 at least. It's pretty cold.
Scared. I didn't even bring a 3-2?
I don't even bring a wetsuit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
We'll freeze
not
together.
very smart of me at all.
Like, wow, look at that drone angle. It is so nice here. It's kind of its own little paradise, this tropical paradise, and we've said it all event. It's like the Hawaii of China. You can see the palm trees everywhere. Dai was actually saying when he came here like 10 or 12 years ago, there was no palm trees here when he came.
Yeah, I know. He told me as well. 12 years ago. Imagine how much this place has changed. He said there was absolutely nothing. And he was here as a judge. Did you know Dai Wacko was a judge?
What?
Yeah, Dai Wacko was a judge.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
That is huge.
Yeah, so
Dai Wacko does everything.
Yeah,
he's literally just the best human.
He's Dai Wacko.
Judge, coach, commentator.
Yeah, so he said that this place has changed so much. And I think it's one of those really important things about competition that, you know, I've seen Krui change just from that event that we have every year. It went from being a tiny little not even surf town, a fisherman's town, to then people figuring out there's this long Ujung Bochur left. And since they've started doing the QS, we now can get an oat milk cappuccino out the point. And that was, you couldn't even think about that 3 or 4 years ago. You drive down that road and there's villas that look like Hollywood. They could be on the Hollywood Hill now. So it just shows how much of an impact these contests have on these surf towns, because it just brings so much light to the wave and people see how fun and consistent it is. I mean, we've been here 5 days straight and we have never had to call off because of a flat day.
Yeah.
That's pretty solid. 5 days out of 7 is a solid amount of days to surf.
Oh, absolutely. It's and having every day be so consistent and so fun is, we're so lucky. And like you said as well, you know, with the tide, hopefully we'll see a push and increase in the swell and the waves. The paddle for Wang Yiyao there, but yeah, I'm hoping that we'll start to see it get a little bit more consistent, you know, a little bit more lively, and oh wow, loss of priority as well.
Maybe a bit of a mistake there from Wang Yiyao. That could show that, you know, got a little nervous, paddled a little too hard, looked at it a little too much. So the priority judge deeming that a priority loss. Now Kana Nakashio back in control of the situation. Backed up that 6 with that 3. So looking like Yiyao's gonna pull the trigger on this inside bowl. Good first opening turn. Big swooping cutback. Gets back to that whitewash. Sticks with it. Waiting patiently for this wave to maybe give her a bit more opportunity. Unfortunately, just goes down. 8 minutes left. But yeah, so as we were saying, we've seen a lot of change in surf communities here, and it's great to have that growth.
Yeah, it is. It's super cool, and I think we are really lucky to be here and experience the change as well of this place. You know, coming here 5 years ago to seeing how it is now and how much it's changed for the better. And then, you know, in regards to the surfers as well, in the surf community here, the growth in the Chinese surfers is just rapid, and it is increasing so quickly. It's kind of mind-blowing, to be honest. And right now, Wang Yiyao, you know, she's in the quarterfinals. She needs a 4.51, so she's in a pretty good spot, to be honest, because she's already got that in a scoreline. So all she has to do is just hope the waves start to pick up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, ocean, let's go.
And what an incredible setup for these athletes that want to go and be full-time professionals. You have the ocean with great waves and practically offshore every day, all day since we've been here. And a 5-minute walk from where we're sitting right now, a perfect wave pool with so many different fonts, I would say, of waves. We have the barrel section, we have air sections, and turns, longboarding. So there is no better way to improve your technique in surfing than the repetition that you can get in a wave pool. I mean, that wave is the same every time. So you can really just do turns over and over and over again until you finally get it and kind of burn it in your memory and just become muscle memory instead of having to think about that while you're surfing, which is a huge factor in these heats, that when you are doing these 30 minutes or 25 minutes, you have to have it already as a muscle memory. You can't be thinking of what you need to do while you're also trying to get a score.
Yeah, absolutely. So Momo Sato actually learned to surf in a wave pool as well, and a lot of the South Korean competitors too, and you're looking at that and seeing how good they are. It's obviously working.
All right, Kana Nakashio cashing in her priority on this one too. Good open face carve here. This wave getting a little more critical for her, and she shuts this one down. So that is a great backup for Kana Nakashio. Gonna be throwing that 3 out, backing up that 6, making life that little bit harder now for Wang Yiyao.
I like this wave of Kana. Really, really good pace, and I like how she doesn't try and fit too much in. She's like, you know what, I'm just going to surf to the pace of the wave, and it really works. Absolutely belts it there and gets a good, strong finish. I feel like that third turn was so strong for Kana. It's going to be well rewarded, and you know, she waited a really, really long time for that and quite easily could have, you know, had a couple of fumbles, but she remained really composed, and it's definitely going to better the 3 that she's got, and it's going to increase that requirement for Wang Yiyao.
Yeah, we're getting to that last 5-minute mark. It's going to get pretty crucial now. If Wang wants to get herself into that semifinal, she is going to have to be really picky of what wave she goes on next and just not let those nerves creep in. She needs to have that solid surfing she's had throughout the event. So important moments now.
It is. This next heat, I'm actually really, really looking forward to. Nanaho Suzuki and Shino Matsuda. That is going to be such a strong heat. It's important for Shino as well when talking about a Challenger Series campaign to get into that top 3 for the Asian qualification. That's the cutoff there. But this score for Kana Nakashio it's a good one.
Yep, there we have it. The best of the heat, 617. So she extends her lead, chipping away at her score. But this is Wang Yiyao on your screen. Good first turn, a bit of a double take there to go back down. Unfortunately, kind of steps over her board and dives in front of that nose. So unfortunate there for Yiyao. She will be paddling back out with Kana under priority. So it's gonna look pretty tough.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Wang Yiyao. I mean, I love that she went that and gave herself the opportunity, but it's just that composure that really needs to come into play. You can see the Cero stand on the beach there. There's it's actually a really cool little place. I came in, or I was walking back to the hotel the other day, and I was like, wow, this is actually its own little paradise.
Yeah.
You can just sit here, enjoy a Cero, and enjoy the afternoon.
I mean, it's so nice. Look at the palm trees in the background and just along the coast and next to the wave. It's such a nice spot. You have white sand. The coconuts are great. I had a couple down close to our hotel. So it's a great holiday destination. There's waves. There's a bit of a right-hander down the point as well, where I've seen a couple of the longboarders spend quite a lot of time there. It's a good little spot in the world.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice way to kind of prepare for the Christmas and New Year period as well. I know a lot of these competitors are like, you know what, we've got one more event. Let's do it before the next one, the Gold Coast Open in February. So they're just getting more points. It's going to be super fun, and I think 2.5 minutes to go. This obviously has been a bit of a slow heat, but there's so much on offer in regards to, the amount of waves. And if you're looking at the beach as a whole, there's right down the beach a little bit. There's heaps of beachy options all the way down as well. So, there's more than just this wave here in Wanning.
And there's kilometers of shoreline here, so you can just go out there and explore and find your own little spot. Just like Krui, you can just drive your little motorbike here. We've got the little electrical scooters and just find a little beachy by yourself. So it's a good spot to get to know a bit out of the ordinary. It's not the most typical surf spot location, but I have a feeling that we're going to see this place on the map quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're going to be back here at some point soon as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of feeling like that's that on the cards, so I'm looking forward to it. It's been so fun already being here at Riyue Bay and experiencing the surf and the different conditions and different food options, and it's a whole vibe.
Actually, I was talking to the owner of where we get our coffee, Goofy Dog, and he recently showed me photos and videos that Kai Lenny was here with a group of Hawaiians, and he took them around. I think they were foiling quite a few spots.
Wow.
Yeah, so, you know, they've kept it a bit of a secret. Maybe planning on coming back here.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
They had a longboard event at the wave pool actually the other day as well, which looked super fun and super cool. There's just so much going on.
There
It's
is.
awesome.
That's the restaurant I was just talking about. Goofy Dog. Really great burgers, pizzas, and coffees.
Double shot oat latte is pretty good.
You could take it from us. We consider
Yeah.
ourselves a bit of a coffee snobs.
Yeah, absolutely. I will claim that.
All right. 25 seconds. Looking like there could be some lines coming through. Will Wang Yiyao get one last chance? She needs a solid score. 7.67 is her requirement. Takes off on this one. Good cutback to set the tone of this wave. Does it again. A bit of a sleepy section, but starts to bowl up here. Pushes the tail, extends that back foot. Bit of a jab there. See if she finishes strong. Unfortunately, fumbles a little bit there. Kana Nakashio behind, wanting to improve on a 6. We'll see if she was able to. Time is officially run out here for Kana Nakashio and Wang Yiyao. All eyes on the last of red, I would say. If that was enough, she will be improving on that 2.57, but I don't know if it's that 7.67.
Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, I don't think it will be that. It could go into the well, it's going to go into the top 2 for sure. She had one really strong moment on that wave, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be the 7.67 that she needs, unfortunately. But what an incredible performance from Wang Yiyao. First quarterfinal in a QS 4000 is incredible, and to be representing China as well would be, you know, at this level, such a privilege. And a 4.17 is what she gets, so it's not enough, but she put together a great heat.
Yeah, so unfortunate there, but she did an incredible job. That is Wang Yiyao on your screen. We're going to throw to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More live action coming up soon.
Wait, 大快朵颐。海南4大名菜独占2席。从释放到重建，治愈系的曲线兜兜转转，月季的最终落脚点在哪里？来万宁吧！心动的感觉源自哪里？有人说，心动是逐梦时自我实现的充分满足，收获时瞬间迸发的由衷喜悦。是蓬勃发展中焕发生机的新业热土，是遇见未来时无限可期的前景之城。
This is the last heat of the women's quarterfinal, heat number 4. Another stuck heat. We have Nanaho Tsuzuki in red, Shino Matsuda in blue. What a heat. Stuck heat. True. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dai.
You've been here.
I've been here.
I'm back.
You're back. Thank goodness you're back. Let's round this one out. make it a good one. Lots of waves, please. Ocean. That last heat was a little bit slow.
So, yeah. Straight up, we have, this is a replay of Shino Matsuda. Nice opening carve to start with. Just stay in the pocket, just trying to maintain the speed. She's taken to this wave all the way to the inside, trying to get the steeper section. She did a little bit of slashing time there, gets another one in. She was about to, but decided to not to kick out. So that was the first wave. Comes in 3.17. It's not a big score, but still great way to have, you know, a wave in 3 minutes in.
Yeah, and I think that last heat was really slow. Kana was really concise with her surfing. She got a 6 and a 6.17. So I kind of like how Shino has taken off already. She's starting a foundation because we saw that there wasn't too many opportunities in that last heat. So she's giving herself as many as she can.
Definitely. Even with the long heat, like 30-minute heat, you kind of want to have quick start because time goes so quick.
So quickly.
And when you realize it, it's all over, and like maybe 10 minutes left, and you don't have any scores yet. So definitely quick start is crucial, and that's exactly what Shino was, I think, planning to do. As we have break in action, we're gonna head over to Giada with last hit winner, Kana Nakashio.
I'm here. Thank you so much, Dai. Kana, congratulations into the semi-final. What are you expecting? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, it was so slow hit. Yeah, but I get good wave. Yeah, I'm so happy.
So yesterday or this morning, I saw you posted some incredible videos from the wave pool, landing some crazy airs. Tell us about your experience.
Yeah, air reverse make is first time. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah.
Who was in the pool with you at the time? Who was surfing with you in the wave pool?
Nanaho and Yuya, Sumomo, Rita, Kyoshiro. Yeah.
Congratulations, and I'm sure you have a lot of people watching at home. What would you like to say?
いつもありがとうございます。とりあえず今日2回勝って、明日のファイナルデーに向けていい流れが作れたので、また今日ゆっくり休んで、また明日のセミファイナル勝ってファイナル行って優勝できるように頑張るので、明日も引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Giada and Kana. She had amazing heat, amazing run in the quarterfinal, heat number 3, and she got a great air reverse, pretty much full rotation, 360 air reverse at the pool session last night. So that was amazing to see. So if you guys haven't watched it, make sure you just go to her Instagram page and just check it out. It's amazing.
Yeah, she's amazing, honestly. The first one to have ever made that too. That'd be so much confidence to be like, okay, I'm gonna try more.
Right, definitely.
Let's do it. That's so. I haven't even seen it yet, so I'm really, really excited to watch it.
And then, she's got the skill, the turning. You know, she got the great turn. So, and if she has the air game, then she'll be unstoppable. So yeah, definitely, she'll be super excited to make that one. But I think I'm pretty sure we had a great wave during the post-heat interview from Shino Matsuda. Last wave locks in 6.83.
Wow. How's this replay? Let's see. She gets it under the priority of Nanaho as well. So Shino, patient off the bottom, but really unleashes at the top. Great connection there for Shino Matsuda. Once again, just really, she's powering through these turns, really pushing off her back foot. Just some great connections and speed. I mean, she's just looking so in form at the moment. How's this angle? This is kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely love the angle, but she's just having great fun because every goofy footer loves this.
That's what goes on in my head. When
definitely.
when I watch waves, that's what comes out in my head. Oh my goodness, that was so smooth. And I remember her saying in the post heat that I did with her not too long ago, she's like, yeah, I I love surfing this wave. It's a left. She's got the goofy goggles on, like you said, Di. And it's also cool to open up on a night. It's nice to see some big hard calves.
Definitely. This wave definitely suits her surfing because she's got this big, it holds the rail so much that down with the down calves. So her surfing actually suits here. But this will be the nice answer back from Nanaho. Beautiful opening calf, straight into the second turn. Little bit too late to the second section, but managed to come around a section again. So she's gonna stick with this wave. So this is where this wave can get steeper. So gets a finishing turn there, kicks out. Little bit, there's a bump and down time in between turns, but still beautiful surfing from Nanaho. It'll be a nice answer back to the Shino's last wave.
Yeah, it will be. I feel like Nanaho, that first turn was really, really nice. Belts it there. She comes out with a bit of speed. That's a little bit of a fumble, but she did really well to complete that. So Nanaho getting her first wave, her first score, which is where she needs to be now. She's actually sitting in a combo zone, but she'll break that, of course, with this wave and takes it all the way through to the inside. So doing what has to be done for Nanaho Suzuki and scores to come through.
Definitely, it'll be a decent score. And it was her first wave. She waited for like 9 minutes almost. And it was a nice answer back. But definitely, I don't think it's going to go higher than the Shino's second wave. There was a little bit of downtime, but Shino's wave, she had everything under control. So, but for sure, it's going to be a decent score. Yeah, here it comes. 4.67 for the Nanaho's first wave. Actually, it is a decent score, and it might be a keeper by the end of this heat.
I think so, yeah. She's only needing a 5.34 now to back it up, so I'm interested to see this back and forth between these two. I mean, I feel like this could be the final, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be a final because, Nanaho had a great year. Also, she took out the win at a wave pool event in Korea back in July. And Shino, as you know, she's an former Olympian surfer. But she's kind of struggling to get a good result on the QS Tour this year. But she's got a skill set to take a win here.
I was actually going to ask you, Di, who do you think is going to win the whole event?
Sarah or Shino?
Yeah, I think Shino. I think Shino's going to win.
I think these two has a great relationship with this wave. They kind of know what maneuvers or like what kind of line they should get. There's no hesitation in between turns. So like, they don't have to think about what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
They I think these two have a great connection with this wave.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, I don't know, I just was like, I think Shino's going to win it.
She's,
And I
she
think
does good.
Riyue Ito.
Oh, goofy footer. You're picking up the goofy footer.
I am, yeah. I want to be a goofy footer. I'm actually practicing how to go goofy.
Wow, really? No.
I'm just kidding.
Maybe you can try.
I could try.
Tonight.
Yeah.
At the wave pool.
No.
On the left.
No. No.
You don't want to waste it. It's such a fun wave. And
yeah. I need to do some backhand snaps.
Yeah, definitely. And it'll be really fun. Even with 1 hour session, you can get a lot of waves here. And it's just, in surfing, you don't really get to surf it's hard to get a same wave every time. So it's really great practice field to have the wave pool close to you.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's cool to have just that consistency of, here's the same section, maybe I can tweak this turn a little bit, or I know that I need to get a little bit lower here, or, whatever that is. So it's such a great training ground to fix up bad habits that you might have, or try and practice new turns that you really want to master. So yeah, it's really exciting. It's pretty cool, and
definitely
I'm excited. Even though that it's at 9 p.m, I'm really, really excited. It's gonna be fun.
Maybe you have little bit of sleep beforehand.
Yeah, little nap. Yeah, power nap.
And then
some
surfing,
dinner.
Dinner and then surf, and then straight to bed. And ready for the potential finals day tomorrow.
Yes.
Right? And it's a rare setup actually. We have pool behind us. It's like 3 minutes away from here, and then you have natural wave pool here at Riyue Bay, and it's a rare setup actually.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is so rare, and it's kind of really cool to go, oh, the surf's actually not that good today, so we're going to go to the wave pool, or I don't feel like surfing a wave pool, I'm going to go in the ocean. It's so sick. And I actually said to Giada before in the last heat, I was like, okay, so it's day 5 of 7 today.
Right. It was so quick.
So quick. How did this go so quickly?
I know. What just happened?
Seriously, I feel like we just had the first day. And then I actually said, I feel like I was at Cruy yesterday.
So this year it goes by super quick because we had a big, massive Asia tour on QS. You know, we started at the Cruy and Nias. We had a lot of events in Japan as well. Before that, we have Korea event, and now Xiaogao, Taiwan, Ballet, and here we are in China. So a lot of QSs this year.
So many. It's kind of insane.
And we had like 4 events in Japan as well. So QS 2000, and one of them was QS 6000. So it's a big year for all the competitors, you know, and especially those ones who's surfing in the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
They are just consistently away from home.
Yeah.
It's so hard to travel and then focusing on your surfing.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I know. If I'm taking it back to El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games, a lot of the competitors, particularly the Japanese surfers, were there. Then they went to the Tahara Pro, which is the QS 6000, and then some of the surfers went to the Challenger Series in Portugal and then Brazil, and then came to Xiaogao, and then went to Taiwan, and then a bunch of them went to Belair as well, which is the QS 4000. We pretty much all had 10 days at home,
right? Pretty
2
much.
weeks maybe, and now we're here.
Now we're here. Pretty much every month we had a QS.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm loving it.
It's so good, and it's so nice to see everyone and kind of go back into the groove and experience a different place and a different world.
Definitely. And as you go all of the event, you get new friends.
Yeah.
On screen we have Reo Inaba just getting ready for the coming up heat with all the Japanese team, but we have Indo team, we have surfers from Australia surfing together. So it's a great tour actually.
Yeah. We're so lucky. I feel like every event I'm like, I know a little bit extra about someone. That is Pajar on screen from Indo. He's coming up against Reo Inaba. That's going to be a really, really interesting heat. That's stacked
heat. I've never seen these two match up actually, so it's going to be interesting how it will be. And these two are goofy footers, so it's exciting to see them ripping, and Pajao probably takes it to the sky, but we know that Reo is capable of getting big airs, so it's gonna be interesting. But we are back in this women's quarterfinal heat number 4, the last heat of the quarterfinals. Currently, Shino sitting in the lead with 6.83 and a 3.17, and Nanaho has single wave 4.57. Trying to get 5.34 to move into lead.
Let's see it.
Let's see it. We are reaching halfway through this heat. But already, only 3 waves have been ridden. So it's really slow heat. It's been really slow, and these ladies just being really selective.
Yeah, they have been, and they have to be selective. And I love that they're being super selective, but it's also the ocean is kind of not really providing, consistent waves at this point in time. But hopefully with this tide, it'll push in a little bit of swell. We'll see it get a little bit more consistent. We saw that happen yesterday too.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be a really, really good, good wave for the next couple of hours. Because we just passing the low tide about an hour ago, or an hour and a half ago, so probably it's the time that tide pushes in, and then with the swells more. So definitely it'll be better for sure.
Yeah, bring it on. Let's see
Bring it on. So 13 minutes left on the clock. Wow, it's been really, really slow and quiet in this heat. Not many heats like this, only 3 waves being ridden. Other heat we've seen a lot of waves have been ridden, so definitely these ladies doing a great job to maintain the motion and keep them warm.
Yeah, and I'm wondering at what point the strategy changes and they go from sitting and waiting to maybe paddling a little bit further inside, trying to catch a couple of those inside waves. Yeah, it's so tough because you don't know what's going to happen. You could paddle in and then the sets come and then you're out of position. More often than not, that happens, to be honest. So, well, actually, that's probably not true. It just always happens to be. I'll be sitting with you're a wave magnet though, and then I'll try and catch a couple mid-sized ones.
I'm just feeling.
Yeah, you're just like.
You just gotta feel it.
I know the wave is coming. I'm too impatient. Patience is not my strong suit. But
you know, sometimes when I look at the lineups at Riyue Bay, it looks like dead flat. But suddenly, just all of a sudden, all the sets popped up, and then rolling through to the lineup. But currently, it looks really flat.
Yep.
But it's been like that for 10 minutes, so probably we'll see some lineups coming in real soon.
Yeah, let's bring it in. That's why I love for the Cloud9 event when they do the board and the board breaks. It's like an official board breaking. I think that's so cool because it's like a superstitious thing to bring in swell.
Definitely, and then they put it back together. At the end of the closing ceremony, so that's good. Every year we see break it in half and then stick them together.
Gets the duct tape, wraps it back around. It's so fun.
Right, looks like we're gonna see some set rolling through. Is Nanaho gonna get this one, or maybe with the first priority, so she's gonna get this one, trying to get rid of the 3.17. Beautiful first turn. That was a huge turn, and Cameron section trying to get one more turn in. Nice lows off the bottom, straight into the beautiful opening carve. So that's great 2-turn combo from Shino.
Yeah. I liked this wave. Bang! Belts it there for Shino Matsuda. She only needs to better a 3.17. So she's looking the goods right now to get a good, strong backup. And I liked it. I mean, she had to make that score count. She had to make that wave count. And she did, and she's applying pressure, and with 10 minutes to go, we just waited 10 minutes for that one wave. Are we going to see another wave in the next 10?
Hopefully see 2 more, probably, please, Ocean. But that was a great surfing from Shino Matsuda. Kind of she served is safe, I would say, a little bit, but definitely that's what exactly she needed, because she wants to get rid of the 3.17, and the first hit was big, solid, so definitely she'll be replacing the 3.17 easy with that ride.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where this score is going to go, because that was one big hit. Let's see, with just over 9 minutes to go. Nanaho, this is not how I was expecting this hit to go, score-wise. I was expecting some real big blows, back-to-back surfing, but unfortunately the Oceans just tricked us a little bit, and it's gone, hang on, I'm just going to withhold a few waves. Maybe we'll see it liven up, but this score's just locked in.
5.17, so that is another decent score for Shino Matsuda. Now she's in the lead with 6.83 and a 5.17. That is a decent score. So now Nanaho is first priority, needing 7.33, and looks like we're gonna have Nanaho up and riding. Huge turn, come around the section. She needs to do something big in the end as well, because her requirement is 7.33. She did that again. Great surfing from Nanaho. So she's gonna stick with it. It gets the finishing turn, unfortunately goes down, but that was a great surfing.
Yeah, that was. And I'm really, really stoked for Nanaho, and she needs a 7.33, and right now she's just looking really composed. This was a good wave for Nanaho Suzuki. Good, strong first turn. That was really smooth. Gets the fins out as well. Finds a little bit of peace, a moment of quiet there, and then she unleashes once again, slashing away on her backhand. Really, really hard surfing, hard carves. Unfortunately, not the completion she was wanting, but she did what she had to do. Probably won't be the 7.33, but it's definitely going to help her situation.
Definitely, it's gonna be her best score in the season so far, and she will be lowering the requirement. So I'm curious to see how much that last wave will go in the scoreline. But it was a great surfing. If she could have made the last time, it's gonna be a big, big score for her. But looks like there is one more set at the back. I think Shino is the only one at the back right now, and she's gonna look at this one. So decided to not go on that one. Probably it looks like that one, just tapers out quickly. So she's gonna stay with first priority at the back. Probably she'll be waiting for Nanaho to come back actually. And a few scores starting to lock in, looking healthy actually.
Really healthy. Wow. I'm liking this. Okay, we've got a heat back on our hands now.
Yeah, definitely. So if she could have made the last time, it could go to the requirement.
Yeah.
Because it's a 6.00 for the last wave for Nanaho. Wow, she's back in the game. Now she needs 601. So pretty much she needs to do the same thing again.
Yeah, she does. She needs to get back up into another wave. It looks like we may even have some lines right now, and Shino's heard that score and she's gone, oh, I'm not liking that. She needs to better a 517, which she can quite easily do. And it's just a matter of choosing the right wave that's going to offer that.
Definitely. And with the 5 minutes and 50 seconds, do you think Shino's going to play some, not the defense, but the priority game?
Yeah, for sure. I think Nanaho will as well. I think they're both going to get into that priority tussle with each other in the sense of Nanaho might sell Shino onto something. Shino's probably going to be like, wait, I don't want that wave. You have that. That's all good.
There's going to be a real, priority hustle in between Shino and Nanaho. But looks like we have another lines coming into the lineup. So it looks like Nanaho is having a look at this one. So Shino let her go on this one. So she needs 6.0, but quick in and out. Great decision from Shino. Maybe Nanaho was trying to sell Shino on that one, but Shino did a great job to maintain her situation. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Shino has first priority and currently sitting the lead with 6.83 and 5.17. So Nanaho has 6.0 and 4.57, needing 6.01. So pretty much she needs to do exact the same thing she's done on the last wave, and then she'll get the requirement.
Yeah, let's see it.
It's close heat actually.
It is so close. I mean, it's kind of really nerve-wracking right now for both of these women because this is a really, really important heat for them both. Shino is 9th on the rankings at the moment and Nanaho is 4th.
Wow.
So it's kind of they both need to make this heat.
Definitely. Only top 3 surfers get qualification for the Challenger Series 2026. So that's a limited places. So definitely Nanaho, if she's ranked 4th place right now, that definitely wants to have good result here.
Absolutely.
And pretty much making it to the quarterfinals gives you a lot of points, that keeper points. So you don't really want to knock out in a round of 16. But advancing into the next round, it gives you more points. So definitely both of them want to have a great run in this event.
And Nanaho has a first place. She's got 6,000 points to her name. And it just is showing how you can win an event, but if you're not consistent, you're not going to be safe in that top 3.
Right.
So with just one win, Nanaho really needs to find a really good, strong backup, and another win will definitely help with that. But even a semi-final appearance will skyrocket her up even more.
Definitely. So crunch time for two of them. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Shino has first priority, so it's an interesting position, you know. Shino sitting in the little bit of inside of Nanaho, so that she can see everything Nanaho does, but Shino up and riding. Big layback turn. It's a single maneuver, but still it was a huge layback turn. It was, I think it is the first time seeing her doing layback in a competition.
Wow.
I mean in this event.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful layback turn from Shino Matsuda.
It was really smooth, really strong. I liked it for Shino. I love when she brings a little bit of flair into her surfing like that when you're not expecting it. So let's see, it's not going to go into the top two, but 2 minutes to go.
Wow, it's a tense moment for Nanaho because Nanaho has now first priority, but time is ticking. 1 minute and 55 seconds left. Is there going to be enough time for next set? Because we waited for the last set for about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is going to be really, really tough for Nanaho, whether she decides to sit and wait for one of those sets or pull the trigger on a smaller mid-size one.
Because she's capable of getting those requirements on the smaller size waves. If this, smaller size waves gives her steeper sections, she's got the skill set.
Yeah, she really does. She's got the skill set. She just needs the opportunity. And she's got first priority. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous.
I am. And then I see a lot of lines at the back. So hopefully it's going to rolling through to the lineup and then turning to the good waves for them. 1 minute left.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking
Wow.
times.
This is the last heat of the women's quarterfinals. And we're going to straight into men's quarterfinal, heat number 1. But looks like Nanaho is having a look at this one. Little bit of a movement out the back. She's going to pull the trigger.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
She's up and riding. Nice big opening curve to start with. So she's going to stick with this wave. Definitely this is going to be the last opportunity for Nanaho. But looks back. That body language showing that this wave didn't have any potential. Wow.
That was really, really tough for Nanaho. I mean, she had to go that wave. It was probably the last opportunity she was going to get, but it just didn't do what she was hoping.
Right.
The first turn was smooth, but it didn't offer anything more.
Wow, that was really unfortunate for Nanaho, but it is Shino Matsuda moving into semi-finals. Now, this is the last heat of the women's quarterfinals. So we're going to go to quick break and we're going to be coming back with the men's quarterfinal heat number 1. So don't go anywhere.
"是孩童的嬉闹，是邻里的闲暇。也有人说，心动是万家的灯火中最温馨的红尘众生。但不论怎样选择，承载心动的都是那座充满生机的城市。它是旅游胜地，是心灵港湾，更是你我难舍的乡愁，奋斗的坐标，拥有的梦想。它是唯一，是偏爱，是那个令人心动的万宁。
in our hand. This is men's QS 4000 WSL International Wanning Pro men's quarterfinal heat number 1. We have Ryo Inaba in red, Made Ariana Pajal in blue. So it's a Japanese surfer up against Indonesian surfer, Ben.
Exciting stuff, and the waves have really shaped up from what I've seen. I've been taking a walk around the site, looking over the beach break. Beautiful winds right now, and really cleaned up the conditions and the surface of the water that we had maybe 2 or 3 heats ago. So I'm charged.
I'm charged as well. It's been really quiet in the last heat. Only 4, 5 or 6 waves have been ridden in a 30-minute heat. So ocean's being really quiet, but I remember yesterday at this time, wave turned into the best.
It's weird because you have the incoming tide, which should make it. And here we go. This is a beautiful drone view. This is the point. This is the top of the point of Riyue Bay. And you can see our 2 surfers right in the center of your screen. Those little dots right there. And out on the top of the point, you see that whitewash. That's the indicator that sets are coming through, and we have some great waves on offer.
Definitely. Once the set hit the lineup, it's just amazing. It's just peeling beautifully along the reef in the sand. And it's just a beautiful left-handers. But on screen, we have surfing Brooke getting ready. Raul Boatman, who currently lives in Bali, but originally from Brazil.
Yep.
And his surfing is fire. He's fired up surfer.
Yeah, it was, well, it looks like we're going to have some live action.
Ryo Inaba up and riding for his first wave. Slash turn to start with. Get a vertical off the top. Get a foam climb a little bit, and he's going to stick with it. Big round hat cut back. Maintain the speed. Big off the top. Throwing a lot of sprays. So beautiful surfing to start his campaign in this quarterfinal heat number 1.
Well, we saw him surf earlier, same pattern, getting a decent wave right off the start, and he wants to just kind of start with that momentum. But we did have this happen during the break.
Ooh, that was a whippy, really sharpy carving from Pajal. Unfortunately, he goes down.
So nice first hit there, gets right into action, gets up on top of that one, which gives him the chance to kind of windshield wiper foam climb, just as you said, and now I love how he rebounds off that whitewash off the cutback right into a turn, rail to rail, looking so sharp in just hungry feet.
Hungry feet, yeah. And then, throughout this whole days, throughout this event, Rail looks really great, and, his surfing suits this condition really well. And speaking of surfers suiting well in this condition, it was Shino Matsuda, and now with True down the grass.
Thank you, Dai. Yeah, Shino, you suit this wave so well, and really executed that quarterfinal perfectly.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to make it to the semifinals.
It looked like a really tough heat in regards to the fact that it was really slow. You caught 2 waves, and then the ocean just stopped. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I got good wave beginning of my heat, and then after I was really slow. And then last 5 minutes, I was so nervous. Like if good wave came and she got the wave, she easily get the score. So yeah, but I'm so happy.
A 6.83 and a 5.17. You just keep, living in such a great zone in regards to progressing through heats. Your surfing is looking really strong. What's under your feet? What are you riding? What's the magic stick?
I've been riding JS Golden Child. This is 5.6, and this is really good wave, good boards for these waves.
You're done for the day. The job is done. Tomorrow is potential finals day. How are you feeling about that, and how are you going to prepare?
Yeah, it's waves are amazing here, and so stoked to make it to the finals day, and yeah, excited.
Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone at home?
応援ありがとうございます。明日のファイナルデーにつなげることができたので、明日もいい波に乗って勝っていけるように頑張るので、応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shino. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Shino. Yeah, her surfing just suit this condition actually. I love how she drawn out big calves on the cleaner face, and that board looks amazing on her.
I love the name of the board. It's called The Golden Child. That was a famous Eddie Murphy comedy movie from the 80s, The Golden Child. And I think he was actually in China in that movie. So that's a crazy... My
crazy
hen tsunagari ne.
Alright, looks like we had a serve from Pajar during the post-hit interview, but quick, just one big carve and kicks out quickly, so didn't really like the look of it. So she is going to be back out there and wait for one more wave to, come in.
So 1.0, he started off definitely not finding the wave he wanted. Second one, a little bit better, but still nothing close to what Riyue picked off. And man, Riyue, since his earlier heat, he's been so connected with the ocean energy. Sometimes you just have like the good jujus, man, and the ocean is somehow connected with you. You got like a uchu connection. It's like a full space connection to actually just be calling in. And I mentioned earlier when Jada came in, the thing I loved most about Riyue Inaba's surfing, which I really noticed in the Tokyo Olympics in Shirashita, is he smiles on every wave.
He does, actually.
And he literally smiles at every turn. And I think that makes the ocean so happy that it pays him back.
Even on this giant horror wave, he's just smiling every time every time he's on the wave.
I remember he made some really, really gnarly rides in Tokyo 2020, and he would finish the ride, and then you'd see him do like a happy stomp and smile, and I love that about him. So here we go. This is live action.
We have Pajar up and riding beautiful first down, really whip turn in the critical part of the wave. Just, wow, he's smashing it on this wave. He's done a lot of damage at the back. He's got a big finish, so definitely it'll answer back Riyue's first wave really well.
That's making a good game now. So definitely that's the start that Pajar was looking for in the beginning. And now things are really going to even out, and we're going to see the fire turn on in Riyue too.
Oh yeah, it's fired up now. 9 minutes in. Wow, it's game's on, because that last wave from Pajar, that was amazing. I
love the zoomed in drone shot, and you can really see the facial expression. He's like such game face.
And then we don't really get to see competitors' face during the heat, so it's amazing to see the drone shot just zoom into the competitors' faces.
It's really gnarly too, because if you get the drone too close to the ocean, you can get caught by a wave very easily. So excellent drone piloting there. Could be Sam on the pilot, I'm not sure, but amazing shot there as we will watch this replay. Quick off this one, gets the fins up and over the lip line. Nice long bottom turn into that slash. Another showing a variety of turns using different parts of the board, releasing the fins there in that jam, and just looking so much more confident than his previous waves. And we'll watch this side angle. What do you think of this?
I love how he put everything in different approach, because every carve had a different taste in it. Everything he does was amazing, and everything was on point. So definitely he checked all the boxes because it was 733.
Wow.
Judges were rewarding all the variety in action, speed, power, flow. So every box has been checked by Pajar. So that's how he gets 733.
Yeah, it was, just as you said, the versatility and variety and the combination was textbook surfing plus some progressive maneuvers with those tail blows, and
definitely
going from one to the next and not repeating anything.
So he didn't do the same turn after. He changed a little bit in the details. Either holds a rail all the way to the power zone, or maybe he can just push the tail a little bit, get a tail release in the end. So it was a great combination of turns.
It's pretty crazy. Like we always say, surfing is a dance on the water. That was like starting with breakdancing, throwing some salsa, and then just doing a little bit of tango there. It was basically like showing 4 different types of surfing on one wave.
Yeah, definitely. And then you have to have the good read on the wave to do that kind of turns, because in second you have to change everything to do different maneuvers. So it's
full rapid fire
Right.
split second thinking.
But yep, Pajal did a great job, scored 7-3-3. That is a decent, great score to have, and that's going to be a keeper, and that's going to put a lot more pressure onto Reo Inaba now. But Reo has first priority. There's still 18 minutes remaining. Reo is capable of getting those 7s and 8s. But I think Pajal will be... Ooh, so no takers on this one. So definitely Pajal now focusing on get rid of the 2.17 quickly.
Yeah, you know what? And it's interesting because just at this point of tide with that offshore, it doesn't allow the surfers to take off as easily off of that primary takeoff zone. So even though you're free of priority, you're still kind of stuck in an area that's hard to get into the wave. And we
Right.
really could see him fighting the wind and the really flat face on the takeoff. But no, he's gonna play it smart. And I think these guys, wave for wave, are learning more about the spot, getting more used to how to read it, and also being able to predict before the takeoff what one's going to do compared to another one.
Definitely. Yeah, a couple days ago we had a surf before the comp starts, and at the exact same point, and I had a struggle to get into the wave for the first couple of waves because, like you said,
you were kind of sitting in that zone too.
Yeah, so I was paddling so hard, but I just couldn't get on the wave, and I was kind of struggling actually.
Yeah, and I was out where the Chinese team were sitting on top of the peak, and I was like, I guess this is the zone. I probably won't get a wave, but I guess this is probably where you want to be taking off. Well, you were getting scrappy in there, but you were picking some off.
Yeah, after like a couple of waves, I figured out, okay, there's a wave at the back breaking, and then you can get it from there. But probably you can also sit inside a little bit. The wave sometimes don't break at the back and just holds, and passing the rock and then doubles up, and it gives you a steeper section. So that's exactly where I was sitting the other day, and I had a couple of good waves there. So
I saw you. I could see the spray blowing over the back, and I was out there kind of where Reo is. There's no way I would have gotten a wave unless one of the Chinese surfers, Jai, was like, Ben, go for this one. I'm like, really? You don't see this comp? Can I?
Yeah.
But and I still, everyone was really taking off behind that rock. I was being a little more of a shoulder hopper. But the one thing that I did notice is every time I took off, I basically had to go into like a fading cutback to let it build up, where I was taking off where they're usually getting their first turn. So I was basically a kook on this session.
No, you surfing great there. But like, just 1 meter difference will make everything so hard. Even if you like 1 meter outside of the area, then you are not able to get that way.
It's such a pinpoint around that rock, like you've mentioned before.
So you have to be really precise where to sit and how to paddle actually. So it looks like we're gonna have Pajal up and riding on this one. This is gonna be step out for him. Nice first turn to start. And it goes vertical. He did really great to recovery. And then still going the huge slashing layback turn, throwing buckets of spray. Definitely he will replace the 2.17, and he was happy with that ride.
It's amazing how the difference in 2 waves have completely changed his body language. We're going to pick this one apart. He's eyeing it up, drives to the bottom, gets this drive, puts it on rail, punches himself back into the wash, comes deep around the section. Very critical turn right there, a little bit risky, and just as you said, recovered beautifully out of that. Engaged the fins enough time to keep driving turn to turn, and just putting those differences, those slight nuances on each turn to really show the variety. I'm loving it. He learned from that last one. You mix it up, you get rewarded.
Definitely, it's a lot of different variety in action. So definitely this wave will be rewarded. But it was one of the smaller size waves, and he was on the tight section, that only place that you can get on. And he was paddling really hard. So it was a great, smart decision from Pajal. This is answer back from Reo Inaba. Big, huge opening cup to start with. Goes to the vertical off the top. Little hang up on the second turn, but still a beautiful carving turn on the third turn. So he's waiting for the wave to stand up for him. So he's going to kick out there, but beautiful. The different approach compared to Pajal. but beautiful surfing from Ryo Inaba.
I really like that first carve. So here we go. Off the bottom, eyeing up the section he wants, holds the rail light a lot and just zaps out of that. And I think he expected for that lip to stick out a little bit more. It kind of backed off on him, making him kind of spend a little more time up there than he wanted. But still, I think the judges will really reward that huge S-carve off the takeoff.
Wow, that was a beautiful surfing. I love how lows off the bottom this holds the rail, wraps around all the way to the white water, and straight, there's no downtime between turns. Straight into the vertical off the top and straight into another huge carve. So this is going to be a great number. But also, Pajar's last wave comes in at 5.50. So great answer back from both of them, actually.
That, watching it the second time in slow-mo, he wasn't as stuck to the lip as I thought he was, actually. It was more like a straight-up drive rather than a hit. So, yeah, I'm liking it.
So now, Ryo needs 8.33. That one has to be excellent score to go back into the lead. What do you think? Is it going to go to the excellent range or?
I don't think there's enough turns to go to the excellent range on that wave, at least not enough money turns. But I think it's enough to improve his situation.
Definitely. And then Pajao up and riding. Beautiful first turn and straight into the whipping turn in the right place. So beautiful. Run has cut back and bounce back and get this lever finishing turn. Again, a lot of variety in actions. I love how he approaches on that wave. This is Ryo Inaba. Need a big score, big slashing curve, throwing a bucket of spray. So completely different attack from each other. So great comparison.
He just went right over his head as he was duck diving. That was gnarly.
So it's interesting.
That could have been a different kind of situation. But we're going to watch this one. Boom, off that first section, really steep section, climbs it, puts it on rail, banks it off. And I think that's where we caught up with the wave before, right. So he'd already got quite a bit done there. Really like that. Wow, look at that. Just missed him. Sketchy little spot right there for Pajar, but let's watch this replay. He's so activated right now. Zips it. Comes out just in the nick of time. That would have been a section that most of the surfers earlier could have gotten stuck behind, and he came driving around it and then gets this layback for some style and flair on the end.
Wow, I'm loving this, these two performances.
And Ryo got a 6.5 for the previous, so still anyone's game, and we're down to 10 minutes.
Wow.
They've kept a really nice, balanced game all the way through this heat. It's been really entertaining.
Pajao surfing is more like precise timing, and he timed everything right. Even this inside section that can't get really further, but he did amazing to time it. But for rail surfing, it's more like powering, like a power through the section, holds the rail, so more like traditional surfing style. So it's completely different approach to me.
I love it. It's Pajar's like laser zapping the sections, while Ryo is just manhandling things. So it's two really cool contrasts in style,
right.
And we're starting to learn what the judges are really looking for. We're seeing the score starting to come in for that last one of Pajar. Not as big of a wave, just as you said, and not quite as dynamic, and not quite as much flow in tempo through the turns, not the same speed of the previous wave. So I think it looks like it's gonna come in a little lower.
Right, so situation right now, still Pajao is in the lead with a 7.33 and 5.5. Still waiting for the one more score to lock in for Pajar's last wave. But Ryo Inaba just locked in 6.50, and his requirement is 6.34. Actually, still waiting for the last of red as well. So we're not too sure what the situation is like, but we still have 9 minutes left on the clock. So this is exciting heat.
At the moment, we have no idea, but we're eagerly waiting, just as they are waiting.
All right, 5.37 for the last of Ryo, so it's not enough for him to go into the lead. Still needing 6.34, and the last wave for Pajao comes in at a 4.93. Just as you said, it's a little bit lower than the backup score, so still 8 minutes, 30 seconds left.
At this moment, though, you're thinking Ryo Inaba's second wave was a 6.50. It's more than what he needs. So if he can get that similar wave, do similar surfing, he already knows that the judges are going to reward him for it. He might try to put a little extra spice on it just to push it that much farther. But he's also really lucky that Pajar didn't really improve his situation on that last wave. The wave didn't work out. So it's still, he's able to keep his calm out there. But, man, Pajar's looking activated. I'm loving his approach.
He's just unleashing everything he's got in surfing. So definitely he's fired up because he wanted to, he want to get a good result in QS 4000. It's the second high rated event on the QS tour. We have 6,000, 4,000 and 2,000. So definitely to have a good result in the QS 4000 gives you a big points for your ranking.
And just as we were saying in some of the earlier rounds, Blue is in the lead, holding priority and just breathing down Ryo's neck right now because he's like a goalie, ready to block at any moment. And they're getting really close to each other.
Just paddling close to the opponent and gives you a little bit of a pressure. Actually.
It was like nonchalant pressure, stretching his legs in front of him. It's very, very cool. And we would have no idea of like this kind of different feeling of tension if we didn't have the zoomed in drone view.
I love the zoomed in footage from the drone shot because we can see, like, literally we can see the faces of the competitors now and how tense it is in the water. And we are looking at the lineup now from the beach. It looks flat, but like,
I love how simultaneously every time he sits, he sits. Every time he paddles, he paddles. It's like we're looking at a mirror image of him right now. That has got to be just doing Ryo's head in right now.
So it looks like...
Get away from me. Try and sell him on that one. There's still time for a really strong exchange.
And one more wave behind it. So probably Ryo's having a look at this one. Yes, so Pajar now uses his first priority. It's a great mind game between red and blue. I'm really loving that show. But he stick with it.
That was a good sell by Ryo.
Well, yeah, I gotta say, they were battling each other for the priority game. Ryo was trying to sell, Pajar on that way. Pajar wasn't, giving any chances to Ryo.
Well, the way I mean the good sell is Ryo really made it look like he was about to take off.
Yeah.
And they were in a really steep section right there. So right when Ryo needs it, he's got the choice over the better waves, but definitely still feeling pressure.
Oh, definitely, because Pajar has, 7.33 and 5.5.
And it's not a dance in the park for that 6.34. That's like serious attack. That's already the best surfing that Ryo's been able to do in this heat. He's got to do it again.
And even though Ryo has first priority, now Pajar has freedom to move around like anywhere. And
he wants to raise that number.
His backup score is 5.50, which is decent, but it's not a big score. So I'm pretty sure Pajar is capable of getting way like up above 5-point range on the smaller size wave.
Ryo's still got that little smile. He's resetting, taking some breaths. I love this. This is, man, like a Zen moment right now. This is amazing. This footage is unbelievable. I'm loving this.
So probably Pajar put a little more pressure to sit close to Ryo now.
He's going to try and sell him back.
Definitely, he's going to play same game as Ryo did. So he's just checking the time. He's just sitting in the little bit further out than Ryo. Well, that's it. This is interesting footage right now. You can see the faces, and then probably we can.
You're like mind reading right now.
We are doing mind reading right now. But this is a great footage and a great, exciting heat so far. 4 minutes left on the clock. Pajar has second priority.
Now that we've zoomed out, they're sitting farther in than I thought they were. And so it's really hard to see how far they are from the beach in some of those angles. But they're sitting a little bit farther in than the earlier heats.
Right. Yeah,
maybe just keeping maybe just keeping the visibility, and then they'll hustle to the outside if something bigger comes. But I think it's the fact that we haven't seen some of the bigger waves, and they're just making sure that they're within distance to paddle into anything that comes.
Right. So it's a really tense moment for Riyue Inaba and in Pajal, of course. Riyue has first priority, but needs a score 6.34, which is not a huge score for Riyue, but it is a decent score. Definitely has to have a solid couple of turns to get the 6-point range, but looks like we're gonna see some of the sets coming into the lineup. So looks like Riyue is having a look at this one, so he's going for it. Up and riding, important wave, first and huge, a lot of sprays. That was a traditional like power surfing from Riyue, another power slash turn and straight into the big curve. So probably he wanted to have one more big turn in, but he's liking it. I like it too. So, and we have Pajal up and riding. It was
we don't know what happened at the beginning of that ride yet, but
he might have done something at the back, but we're not too sure. So this is a replay of last of Pajal. He went for it, little bit of rotation.
Nose pick rotation, nose pick to reverse, blowtail reverse, sorry, and then slashes it back, taps the wash. That was all there was, but very cool progressive maneuver. Wasn't able to put it into a combination, but there, boom. Solid hit here, but kind of buying himself some time at that moment. He let the backwash go by, gets a solid hit after the backwash, after the wave stood up, and then holds the rail. I'm liking it better on the second watch.
So he needs 6.34. It doesn't have to better his second wave, right? It can be lower than the second wave, 6.34. Wow, it's gonna be close. It's so wow. What do you think?
I'm kind of mind-boggled right now. There's a similar combination of turns. So basically, knowing how he made that score, he kind of went after that same roadmap. The only thing I would say is it might have been just a hair smaller of a wave than that one.
Right.
Still a better than I thought it was going to be off the takeoff.
So now Pajal has first priority. It's a crucial moment and really, really stressful, nerve-wracking moment for Riyue because we are still waiting for the last of red and it needs to be 6.34. So few scores locked in. It's not enough. 5.93. Still needs 6.34.
Wow,
wow, so this was the 6.50. That first wave was huge and straight into the second and third. So definitely it was. Yeah, it was.
You can see it was a much bigger wave too.
All right, so this replay is Riyue's second wave, 6.50, and Paja is up and riding.
Did you see how he looked up over the back? Wow, that was wild. So Red's out there on the top of the peak with priority now. He's got 15 seconds to pick something off. He needs to pull the trigger.
He's paddling super hard. He sees something out the back. So down to 10 seconds. This is really tense moment for Riyue Inaba. Is there going to be enough time for him? I think yes. He's going to take off this one really late. So probably it's just before the Hooters. So nice first turn. Stay in the pocket. Big, throwing a lot of sprays on this one and straight into the vertical off the top, carving turn. Probably he needs to have one more big turns in.
It went a little shorter than I expected, but wow, buzzer beater, getting his feet up before the buzzer. You have to have your feet on the board before the horn sounds. And wow, Robbo, the beach announcer was giving him every 5-second interval of the countdown, giving him the maximum opportunity to know how much time that he had. That was great. Had he not had that audio communication from the beach announcer, he wouldn't have known that he had the time to get that one. That was an amazing heat.
That was amazing heat. So it looks like Made Ariana moving into semi-finals. We're going to go to the quick break and we'll be right back with the quarterfinals men's heat number 2.
President Xi Jinping has called for accelerating the development of Hainan into a free trade port with Chinese characteristics and global influence, and positioning Hainan as a paradigm of reform and opening up in the new era, and a shining Chinese model in the world. Standing at the forefront of China's reform and opening up, the Hainan Free Trade Port, FTP, shoulders a new mission in the new era. The third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, CPC, stressed accelerating the construction of the Hainan Free Trade Port as a major reform goal. Each step forward by the FTP represents a concrete move by China to embrace the world with open arms. The Hainan FTP covers the whole of Hainan Island. With a total area of 34,000 square kilometers, it is the largest free trade port in the world. It offers clear policy advantages, including low tax rates with dual 15% income tax caps for high caliber, urgently needed professionals, and for enterprises in encouraged industries. Boasting China's first negative list for cross-border trade and services, and the shortest negative list for foreign investment, the Hainan FTP is a more convenient place to engage in trade and investment. As a result of greater openness in transportation in Hainan, the number of international ships now registered at Yangpu Port of China has reached 46, ranking second nationwide in tonnage for registered international
Welcome back, surf fans, and that was an amazing previous heat. We're already into our quarterfinal heat 2. This is the WSL International Wanning Cero Pro QS 4000. I am Ben Wade, joined now by True Starling in the booth.
Wow, that looked like a crazy heat, and even just looking at the numbers, 12.83 to 12.43. Are you kidding? That is so close, and what an incredible quarterfinal between Pajar and Riyue.
I think me and Dai have actually dented the seats from being at the edge of it so much on that last heat.
Oh, I love that. The excitement is loud.
All right, here we go. Blue, Raul Borman. This is his second wave. We already have a score on there of a 2.0 that was done during the break. Didn't work out real great on that one. Just feeling things out. Bronson Mady had done this during the break. Drifts the tail up on the lip line. Has to kind of do some pumping to get around this section. He's keeping it cool. We do know that this wave can grow on the inside, so not giving up, holding in, letting this wave start up a little bit there. But yeah, we're still at the tide where it doesn't completely taper off. Some of them, it seems like it's only the bigger ones, do that second life on the inside. But I think we're starting to get the edge of that tide where you got to get the job done on the outside, and that's where the money's going to be at.
Absolutely, and it's really important to start off with a bang no matter what. And I think for Bronson and Raul, they're going to really do that. You can see Bronson just lighting this one up. I mean, some great connections. He's got such a whippy, strong backhand. He always throws so much spray, and that comes down to, his power, but also his technique as well. So Bronson, the World Junior Champion, starting off strong, and then we've got a bit of a different approach. Raul straight up and into it. Nice and quick off the bottom, and unfortunately that wave doesn't do too much. And then this is a second wave for Bronson Mady. Good quick turn. He gets a little bit of a tweak as well on his backhand, and you can see really trying to see if he can take this one through to the inside, if it's going to wall up again. I like how he's, assessing it, taking his time, and locks in at a 3. So it's not, probably not going to factor in by the end of this heat, but at least we've started. We've got some scores.
The thing I liked was just him keeping on rail and S-turning while he bought himself time. And no hopping, nothing like that. Still keeping some beautiful turns. And we had a heated quarterfinal heat number 1. We have the winner, Pajar, down with Dai on the glass.
Wow, what a heat. We had so much fun to watching you guys surf, and you are on fire. How do you feel right now?
Feel good. Kind of weird. The first start, I doing such a bad mistake. I go in the bad wave. I was like, oh my God, I am doing that. Yeah, kind of lucky to get double up, good double up. Yeah, feel good.
But your surfing was on point. Everything has different tastes. I love how you just draw the turn, and each carves has a different taste. Your plan was to like multiple different type of turns out the back, or like stick to the one maneuver?
On my head, it's kind of doing something different, like variasi, like not the same turn, because before like round 3, yeah, I'm doing like same turn. I got 5, and then in my head like, oh, next quarter I need to do more, like fin out or big carve. Yeah, kind of good combo. Yeah.
Yeah, you did a great combo. Every time was different, so you did really well to adjust the situation. But how is the wave? Is it good? Is it firing?
Before I go out, I just like look at Shino heat before. Yeah, just look Shino, like wait for the big one. I just see it like, oh, the big one just kind of one turn, and then I paddle out, and then there's some double up I see in inside. Maybe the double up is better, and in my head like, okay, get a double up, let's go. Yeah, that's it.
Right now you're into semifinals. How do you feeling about being in the semifinals?
I came here for CS, focus on my ranking. Yeah, I push hard, put everything on it. Yeah, hopefully I can make it. Yeah, I feel so good right now.
All right. Right. Lastly, is there anything you like to say to your family, supporters, friends back home?
Oh, everyone at home, dad, mom, my girlfriend, my brother, everyone, thanks for supporting me. I love you guys so much. Bye.
All right. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
That was like a love letter to his family. That was so
That was
cool.
so special.
I love that.
That was awesome.
That was
Wow.
like, sincerely, Pajar.
Yeah, bye.
That was epic.
That was cool.
So I love what he said there, and in his heat, he really was mixing it up. Every section got a different kind of treatment. He did this crazy tail blow, like nose pick reverse, mixing in perfect elements of traditional and progressive, and just ticking all the boxes on every wave.
Yeah.
I was saying he was activated. It was like switch on from the beginning of the heat.
Mhm.
Well, beginning of the heat, made a couple mistakes. As soon as he got a wave that could actually give him some scoring opportunity, he struck, and he never turned off after
Yeah,
that.
wow.
So
He actually came off a win at the QS 2000 in Manokwari, which was straight after the Belair QS 4000. So he's probably coming into this QS with a lot of confidence. Obviously, being on finals day and being in those quarterfinal semis, and then of course the final is really where you want to be at. And once you make one or two, it's like, oh, okay, that's how you do it. The penny kind of drops, and it feels like that's starting to happen for Pajar.
You also you start putting those little notches on your favorite boards. You're giving them some positive experience. You're starting to kind of monitor what's your magic equipment for when, and it's always great to have those boards that have had wins.
Yeah.
And that's what Kei Kobayashi brought this time. He said he didn't have it in India when we were there recently with Giada and Dai, and he had put it on ice. But when I did the interview, you could see that one of the FCS2 plugs had been knocked out and fixed.
Okay,
So
wow.
it shows like that board's taken some abuse. It's had some mileage on it. And those are the ones that just become an extended part of your body. And if your body's just moving, not thinking anything about the board, and it goes everywhere you want it to, you can perform at your top.
Yeah, you really can. And I think as well, it's really cool to see that. And for Kay, I was talking with Dai in the last heat that I had with Dai, or the one before that. He's been surfing for 700 and something days in a row, which is just absolutely mind-blowing to me.
to take out his dad. That was so rad.
Which is like doubled.
I
pretty
so
much.
love that.
It's insane. It's so cool. And I'm just like, wow, okay, like this guy is super committed, and you can see that in his surfing.
Well, I love this. We've got Bronson jamming. We know he is the king of those frontside rotations, and we haven't seen him on a right we've seen him kind of attempt under priority to take that freedom and check something out, but it's right when you have that speed, it dies out of nowhere before you get the ramp. And so it'd have to be like going down the line off the section onto the shoulder more than like an oncoming ramp.
Yeah, I think he had one completed air rev in one of his heats in the earlier rounds from memory. But it's kind of really tricky with that section. Like you said, it just backs off a little bit. So finding the right time to really launch is part of the recipe.
While I was zeroing in on Kei Kobayashi's board, I noticed, well, there we have our next heat. Riyue Ito, he'll be coming up next in quarterfinal heat number 3.
Mm-hmm.
But Kei's using a really interesting fin set.
Okay.
So he's using the FCS H2s, and these were designed with Swiss technology.
Mm-hmm.
Like basically designed by a bunch of scientist nerds to see what is the fastest shape. And the center fin has no rake in it. So it doesn't go curve back. It's straight up like an airplane wing. And then the sides have these crazy square cuts. I don't know if you've noticed, Mick Fanning has his own pair of twin fins now, and they're not round on the back, they're square. And those were influenced from this set that Kobayashi is using. I'm so nerdy.
I'm not even seeing. I'm
pathetically nerdy.
I'm not actually very adventurous with my fins. I literally have 2 pairs.
No, he's pretty much getting as adventurous as you can with a tri-fin. And here we go. Raul Borman's been stinging every section, every wave, no matter what the scoring potential. He just lashes out every time. Always has that head over his front foot. Such an aggressive attack. Like that wrap there, that could have been the end of the line for a lot of surfers, and he made sure to give it a little tap on the end to show the control and the completion. So I like what he's doing there. He's needing a 5.0.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. I mean, Raul, he's, really spicy off the top. You could see the kick and the responsiveness of his board is pretty lethal right now. His last few heats, it feels like he's just been getting better and better. And this is really the finals day surfing that we want to be seeing. It's, the level that you're expecting for, at quarterfinals for a QS 4000. And then he needs to lift again because Bronson Matey, he is World Junior Champion. So Raul knows that he's got a pretty fierce opponent, and he's answering and living up to that expectation and really pushing for Bronson to be better.
All right, well, here we have Bronson. Wow, takes the lip upside down under that critical section, wastes no time into the next one, drifts the fins above the lip line. Such a variety in such a short amount of space. Quick tempo, ticking all the boxes, and pretty much gave that wave everything that it could take.
Yeah,
I like that.
This is CT level surfing, this wave. I really liked it. Absolutely belts it for that first one. And the little bit of extra drift he gets on that second turn is huge and so tricky to do right by the whitewash, and to just answer back so strong. He didn't even need to think about it. He was like, yeah, cool, it's all good. I've got this beautiful opening first turn. Wow. Bronson Matey is looking so strong, and to answer back, a 7.0 just locked in for Raul. So this is a really, really good battle and a great conversation between these two surfers, because Bronson, he has that World Junior Champion. He's been on the Challenger Series. We expect to see him in finals day, but Raul, he's going to be a fierce opponent.
Yeah, layback, holding that rail line. It's a different type of layback this time. Little wobblier of a wave. We saw in that last clip of Bronson finishing his wave that we did have some bubbles coming up out of the deep spot, and you can see that Raul looking a little frustrated that he didn't have the wave stand up as much as he wanted. But I like that Bronson could kind of smell that Raul had gotten something decent and was struck right away before even waiting to listen what you need.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
he's needing only a 5.01.
Yeah, exactly. And he definitely gets that by a country mile for Bronson Matey. But this last one, unfortunately for Raul, doesn't really open up like he was expecting. But yeah, Bronson and 8.33, that's huge.
Wow. But it's on Raul's side. He had that 7.0, so now he's only needing a 5.84. It's so close. Now they have a really balanced score line.
Yeah.
And so it's still anyone's game at the halfway mark. So really, really exciting stuff.
Yeah, this is so sick. This is an 8.33. First excellent score that we've seen, and this is absolutely just lethal from Bronson Matey. Honestly, he heard and even just saw that 7 and he was like, I'm not stoked. That doesn't fly with me, and I like that. Bronson, he's a very calm competitor, but he will answer back, and he will answer back hard, and that's exactly what he did.
And needing that 5.01, he basically got that by the second turn. And he had a solid at least 3 or 4 really good turns on that wave.
Yep.
So definitely, is that the highest score of the day?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Oof. So that just shows how contestable the conditions. It also shows the level that everyone's pushed themselves to this day. And also gotten to know the wave.
Absolutely, yeah. It's day 5 of competition. You want to expect that they'd know the wave by at least day 2 or 3. You've been here for a couple of waves. You've surfed it plenty of times, particularly leading up to the event. So now we're really starting to see them be comfortable out there and more confident in their decision making in regards to wave selection, turn selection, and things like that. So I think this is when we'll start to see more and more excellent rides be locked in.
All right, well, here we go. Raul now on the other side of it, needing a 5.84, lays into it. Similar approach on that last one, holding the rail here, taps that one. Still those wobbles coming up the face, not giving that down the line section. He's got to stay patient here. A couple of open face turns, but the wave is just not standing up anymore. And that's literally happened within like half the heat.
Yeah.
That end section just disappeared.
Yeah, and it's so tough because you can see it and you're like, oh, this might be a good one. It might hold up. It might, give me some opportunities. And I love how Raul is catching plenty of waves. He's trying to stay busy, but maybe right now, instead of catching these waves where they don't really offer too much in regards to getting into the 5s and 6s, his best opportunity might be to just wait and wait for the best waves. But, I mean, look how many good scores we've had. Bronson topping it with that 8.33 that we just saw, 7.83 for Kay. Riyue has 2 in there, a 7.67 and a 7.33 as well as Takuto Ota. So a bunch of really good scores, but yeah, Bronson topping it in the whole event so far, and 8.33 is huge.
It also just shows at how amazing of a venue it is here at Riyue Bay. And
so consistent.
So consistent. And we have, there haven't been any, because we've run multiple divisions in the same day, and I wouldn't say that one division had any advantage over another one as far as conditions and the time of their heat draw.
Yep.
So that says a lot. And Jada's mentioned a lot about the wind. It's such a controlled wind environment right here. Partly due to that kind of the little mountainous side on the top of the point to the right.
Yeah.
And then behind us, we also have some mountains. It's kind of, we have a really cool kind of controlled environment right here.
Yeah.
And somehow it does
it's like
kind
a little
of
buffer zone.
It's a buffer zone, and also kind of eddies through any activity and turns it offshore. So it's like a little turbojet
so
right
good.
here. It's so good. I'm so charged. This has been such a fun day, and I'm so glad that we're running these important heats in really good conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, yesterday was a big day, and today is going to be another big day. But by the end of it, we're going to be into the semis and finals. Tomorrow is a potential finals day. It's pretty crazy how quickly this event has gone. I mean, it's day 5 already. And I said this to Diane, I said this to Giada. I can't believe how fast it's gone. But I actually asked Diane the last heat that I had with him who he thought was going to win the event. So, Ben Way, who do you think is going to win?
Oh, I thought he said Ben Way. I was like, thanks.
Sorry.
Yes. I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Wow, that is so rough. That's really hard for me.
You're lucky, because if Jessie was here, she'd ask you on day 1.
Oof.
Yeah. So I'm giving you quarters.
Actually, my choice would have changed so much since day 1. Which I was going to mention earlier is when I saw Bronson surf in the first couple days of competition, it wasn't the Bronson that I was expecting. He surfed really well. He made it through the heats. But I was expecting explosive, like mind-blowing. I was expecting these 8s. And it seems every day he's been gaining momentum, learning the wave. And here we have some live action. So Raul did sit quiet for a second there. I like how he drifts the fins. This is a much better tempo. 3 turns, but none of that open face space in between it. So a little more entertaining. Needing a 5.84. We'll see what happens. I don't think it was the size of his 7 wave, but take a look.
Yeah, I still liked it. I think that first turn was really smooth, and then he's got that really beautiful line there just for that great arc, and finished it off well. He obviously really liked it. You could tell by, the claim. So we'll see where it goes. He needs a 5.84, feeling like he'll probably get that. But yeah, back to the actual... Oh, don't worry. We've got live action.
All right, here we go. Already holding an 8.33. Kind of pops off going, okay, this wave is junk. I'm out of here.
Yeah. So who do you think's going to win?
Oh, man.
I'll tell you who I think is going to win.
Okay.
For the men's, I think Riyue Ito is going to win, and Shino Matsuda.
See, I know so many of the competitors personally for such a long time that I'm going to feel so bad.
Don't even worry. Just back your gut.
Although if Pajar keeps surfing the way he did on that last one, I might choose him.
Okay. Is that it? Are we locking it in?
No. And then I'm thinking K as well. Jeez. My brain is scanning through all of the waves that I've seen of this entire thing. I'm like having a full Terminator moment. Like I'm seeing numbers and projections and these crazy multiplication symbols in my eyes right now. Consistency, Kobayashi.
Yep.
Spark and wow factor was Pajar just now. So I'm still dancing around it.
You are, yeah.
I'm totally dancing around the question. Shino, Cero Akita's last heat made me think that she could be. She's been so consistently solid. Let me just pick that one.
Okay, Cero Akita. Locked in.
No, not yet. Because Shino just went nuts, but I didn't get to watch the last heat.
Okay,
you guys called
I'll
it.
give you until the end of the heat.
Oh my goodness.
I'm being really nice.
That's way more pressure than even...
Jesse would be sitting here being like, tell me who you're going to win. Who you think's going to win? Tell me now.
Okay, you took my mind off the game. It's a 5.33 for Raul's last wave. He's getting closer. I think he just needs a bigger wave.
I think so too.
You are putting so much pressure right now. I'm like wanting to turn my chair the other way.
But
right
I think it's so funny because you're like, I know them all, and same. We grew up competing with them, but I feel like just back yourself. Like my pick was like not even. I was like Riyue and Shino. Don't overthink it.
Can we make a deal?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say okay. If the waves have size, I was gonna pick Sarah.
You gotta just choose.
I can't though because I didn't get to see Shino's surfing today.
Yeah, but
you guys
over the whole week.
I actually haven't had her on my rotation very often.
Oh, really?
So I haven't been able to zero in on what she's been doing. I mean, it's completely. She's an Olympian. I mean, it's completely expected.
The only reason why I think I've seen Sarah surfing and Minami as well, but I just think Shino's going to win because she looks like she's in really good rhythm with the waves. But anything can happen.
And she's a goofy footer.
She's got a really, she's loving it out here. And the last 2 post-heat interviews I've had with her, she's been super chill.
Seen that.
And Riyue,
She kind of always is, though.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just like, I just feel like that's my gut instinct right now. Anyone could win, though.
The reason that I would not choose goofy footer over regular footer is that we've seen the regular footers be able to come up and fit into spots that the goofy footers can't.
Yeah.
The goofy footers can hold a much more beautiful carve line on their front side.
Yeah.
But the sneaky kind of...
I'm still hearing overthinking. I'm not hearing an answer yet, Ben.
Oh, man. You're still my favorite person, but this has been the gnarliest conversation I've ever had with you. I'm literally losing my mind. I'm feeling so much more pressure than Raul right now trying to make it through the heat.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sweating. I'm sweating right now.
Just back yourself and the person, whoever you think it's going to be.
Oh, my gosh.
Who did die? I can't remember who died.
Can we pick juniors?
No,
you're
because we're in the QS
I'm so dancing around your question.
You really are. You got this. There's no judgment. I'm not judging.
No, I know you're not judging. I'm just there's so many of my favorite people in this competition personally, and they're listening, and they're going to be like, Oh, so you picked so-and-so.
No, they totally will not think that. And if they do, they'll probably go and win it just to prove you wrong. And I'll love you more for it.
Oh my God, no, they won't. Okay. You're so cruel.
I'm going to ask Giada and watch her go bang bang in the next one. I reckon you got this. You got 4.5 minutes. You're almost there. Jesse, I'm not even joking. From Shagao, Taiwan, and Belair, Jesse made everyone pick on the first day.
Oh, gosh. This is the cruelest moment I've ever had in a heat. I might have to pick this guy because he's got the highest score.
There we go. Yes, we got one.
He's got the highest score of the event. Okay. Jeez, that hurts. That was so painful. That was like pulling a molar. Okay, 4 minutes.
We got there. Amazing. Okay, women's. Let's make it in the next 30 seconds. I reckon you got this. And you know what? You only have 4 people to choose
It's
from.
weird, too, because I feel like I'm being a regular footer by picking Bronson and probably
You got this.
Cero Akita, I guess.
Yeah. Bronson Mady and Cero Akita. There we go.
I guess it's just
they're really, you know what? They're actually really good picks.
It's a regular footer thing too.
Yeah, yeah. I'm regular footer, but I chose 2 goofies. I actually can't believe I did that.
Like, if I were able to pick 2, it would have been.
Which you did.
It would
Bronson,
have been. No,
Mady,
like 2 of each. It would have been. It would have been Shino and Sarah, and maybe Pajar and Bronson, or Kei Kobayashi and Bronson.
Yeah.
Now I would need to pick 3 apiece.
Yeah. Well, we've only got
thank
1,
you.
but I'm glad we got there. Thank you.
I had to like nibble myself out of a titanium cage just now. That was gnarly. 3 minutes. Oh, wow! That literally took way more energy than this entire day took. Like I've not felt drained one heat, and in 5 minutes that drained me more than the entire competition together. And I apologize.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
I apologize to every other surfer because I think everyone who's made it this far has an opportunity and they've shown that they could do it. Okay, we're back. 8.33 and 4.50 Bronson Mady. He's kind of kept busy. He's just trying to see him. I really want to see him get a ramp.
Let's go. Oh, you knew it was coming. You knew that he was going to ditch the fins. Okay, let's see this.
All right, here we go. Raul, he's recharged his battery. Gets a big twist on there. Once again, I'm starting to see that fatness in the shoulder, and I just don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the conditions are changing and all of those waves are starting to taper off, or it's just been the wave selection.
You can really see as well in Raul's kind of body language, that last wave, he was like, oh, I'm not happy with it. And you could see quite quickly how, as you mentioned, Ben, how fast that wave was fattening out, losing its power. So
you can almost see him losing interest after the first turn.
Fully. Yeah, and the first turn was huge, and he had to make it a moment because of how fast the wave is kind of going into that dead spot. He's back out there. He's got 1:20 to go, so he just needs to find one of those, I guess, medium ones that really stand up through to the inside. So, yeah, we'll see how he goes. But that 8.33 of Bronson's is really just keeping him over the line.
Sis, my heart is seriously beating so hard right now. I just noticed.
Really? It was that bad? I'm sorry.
That was so intense. That was
I'm sorry.
No, but it really made me like zone in, and it made me like dig into my memory banks of the whole competition throughout. Wow, I feel like I ran.
You're so funny.
I feel like I ran 2K.
Wow. See, when I was like making my decision, I was like, who's still left in the draw?
My hands are clammy. What is going on? Don't do that anymore.
Sorry.
Luckily, that's
we got there. We got the answers, so that's good.
Wow, 30 seconds, and Bronson really guarding the peak, looking behind him, going And we're gonna hear how much time you're not gonna sell this on me. Although this.
Ooh. Okay. Wow, that's really, really scary times. He's looking out the back.
That wasn't the wave. I would have let him have it.
Yeah. Oh, and he only needs a 5.84. Wow, this is... this is stressful. Okay, wow.
Unbelievable. right before the buzzer, but unfortunately, once again, that pattern of having that warble, he's just...
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like earlier we had Riyue Bay out there, and he was so in tune with the timing of every good wave.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Raul had the opposite side of that in this heat.
Yeah.
For some reason, just when he was in position was when the bad wave came. Unfortunately, not his surfing, wave selection. All right, I'm going to go dry off my forehead. That was a heavy heat. I can't wait for you guys to move into the next one after this break. We have quarterfinal heat number 4 coming up. Ika Watanabe, Kei Kobayashi. Just breathe. See you guys soon.
Cross-border capital flow is more efficient thanks to the FTP's Multifunctional Free Trade Accounts, EF account system, which facilitates global business operations. Visiting Hainan is also easier. Ordinary passport holders from 59 countries can now enter the province without a visa. Cross-border data flow trials are progressing steadily, with the China Mobile Hainan-Hong Kong submarine cable now put into operation. A ship needs to maintain stability to sail far on the ocean. The promulgation and implementation of the Hainan Free Trade Port Law of the People's Republic of China has provided solid legal safeguards for the development of the Hainan FTP. The Hainan FTP is accelerating the development of a modern industrial system spearheaded by tourism, modern services, high-tech industry, and high-efficiency tropical agriculture. It is leveraging its advantages in temperature, ocean depth, geographic latitude, and ecological environment to build a key practice site for new quality productive forces. The Nanfan Agricultural Silicon Valley has been responsible for cultivating over 70% of China's crop varieties. Major marine technology and equipment represented by the Fendoja Striver Deep-Sea Manned Submersible were introduced in Hainan. The Wenchang Space Launch Center, China's southernmost low-latitude coastal space launch site, is where the Chinese space station, Tianwen-1 Mars probe, and Chang'e 5 spacecraft were successfully launched. Also located in Wenchang is China's first commercial space launch site, capable of handling domestic and international rocket launches.
We're into the last 2 heats of the day for the men's quarterfinals of the WSL International Wanning Cero Pro. It's Riyue Ito out there with Raiha Onu, and this is going to be actually a really stacked quarterfinal. Big names. We saw a pretty crazy heat in that last one. Bronson Mady taking it out. Unfortunately, Raul Borman coming in second, bowing out of the event. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Giada Legati for the afternoon. How's it going?
I'm back.
She's back.
It's good times out here. It's sun's kind of peeping through the clouds there. We're having a little more heat on the beach, so waves are firing, and the crowd is kind of excited down there on the beach. Everyone's kind of watching. There's a lot of cameras everywhere.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's cool. It's cool.
I was like, I haven't even seen the big crowd yet. Like, what crowd?
Where?
Really? Everyone's rocking up for these last 2 heats because they're
Yeah.
pretty exciting. This next one's going to be huge as well. Iko Watanabe and Kei Kobayashi. That's a crazy heat too. But this one, 2.33, has already locked in for Raiha Onu. And he's been looking really strong. He's round of 16 heat. He didn't get going until pretty much 7 minutes to go. So that's pretty stressful. He's changed the tides, started off strong, nice and early.
I mean, look at the heat total of the heat two. 12.83 for Bronson and 12.33 for Raul. So it was really close, actually. That was a good battle Raul put up. I'm guessing he is going to be a little upset, but a good result. The quarterfinal here in this QS 4000 is big on your screen, though. Kei Kobayashi coming up in quarterfinal heat 4. 25 minutes left for him to begin his quarterfinal campaign, obviously wanting to win another QS event this year.
Yeah, he's had a fair few wins this year, and hopefully he can back it up with another one. But we actually saw even in that first quarterfinal as well, Pajar took it out with a 12.83 total too, and then Rio Inaba came in second with a 12.43 total. So the first 2 quarterfinals have been really, really close. But it was Bronson Mady in that last one who got the win. He's down there with Ben Way.
Thank you so much. Winner of that quarterfinal heat number 2, nail biter of a heat, not only because I was there with you, True Starling, but Bronson Mady, congratulations. What an amazing surf heat.
Yeah, it was a hard heat. I knew it was going to be tough. Raul has been ripping throughout the event, and yeah, he's kind of the one to beat right now. So yeah, just stoked to make it through that one, and yeah, we keep going.
The conditions looked great when there was the good ones, but it looked so unpredictable. I saw a lot of wave choices that would just fatten up, and I could see some disappointment in some of the. It seemed like you guys could kind of decipher if it was going to shut down off of the first turn, and you'd already see the disappointment in the first turn. How were you feeling that on your feet?
I know, yeah, I took off on a couple, which I thought it was going to be good, and then out of nowhere it just went fat on the first turn. So yeah, there's a couple sick ones out there. You just got to wait for maybe the second one, or that's a little bit smaller, just breaks on the reef perfectly. And that's what I tried to do. Lucky I got one, and yeah, stoked.
Well, highest top score of the entire event, 8.33, amazing. There was that last 5 seconds of the heat. You were holding priority, and you kind of blocked him on a wave that probably wouldn't have made his score. I could see you really watching over the back of your shoulder, but it seemed, unfortunately for Raul, his wave choice was just, he seemed to be off of the rhythm of the ocean just in that heat. All the previous heats he was on.
Yeah. All the previous heats he was dropping like 2 6s, maybe 2 7s the whole heat. So yeah, just lucky I got the better waves over him, and yeah, on that last second I got pretty scared because the guy's so unpredictable. So I didn't want him to get any chances. So I just went on that wave and just prayed basically.
Indo crew is looking so strong. Pajar made it through. How does that go into your confidence and just all that team morale as you're going into your heat?
Yeah, stoked for the Indo boys to make it. Just for winning it for Indo would be amazing. And yeah, this is my last maybe QS of the year, so I'm just trying to do good, and hopefully all the other boys do good too. So yeah.
Well, it's been super exciting in and out of the water. Saw you for a bit at the wave pool yesterday. You said that you were testing out that ramp, still figuring it out. What do you think of this amazing surf arena that they have here in Hainan?
Yeah, it's so sick. They got a wave pool set up right there, and then a beach break right in front of the wave pool, and then there's your long left-hander here. So it's a pretty sick setup. I'm going to go to the wave pool right now, actually, just to go check it out some more. We got a session maybe in like 10 minutes, so I got to make it there.
Well, if you end up hanging out later, I'm going to play music again there. We'll see you later, and please say a message to everybody, all the family, all your support and sponsors.
Yeah, I want to say thank you everybody at home. My mom, girlfriend, maybe my dad, Chandra watching too. Terima kasih. Ayo lanjut lagi.
And True Starling just pushed me to make my pick, and I picked you, man. Okay, we'll see you in the next one. Go get some rest. We'll be back with you guys. Sorry to talk into the live action. It's too interesting down here.
No, it's very interesting. It's always good to get a little bit of insight into all of the athletes. So big thank you, Ben Way, for getting a little bit out of Bronson there. Yeah, Ben Way did finally come to a conclusion after I asked him who his pick was to win the event, and it was Bronson Mady for the men's and Cero for the women. So Giada, putting you on the spot.
Can I re-pick people that's already been picked, or do I have to pick other people?
You can re-pick.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
So,
did Jessie allow it? You know what? She's not here. Doesn't matter. You could have been here, but
you decided not to.
Yeah. So we are making the rules. The good pick goes international.
Yeah, we're taking it to China. The good pick goes to China. Yeah. Okay, so wow. I was going to go with Bronson, but I'll let Ben keep that one. I'll get back to that live action.
Okay, well, this is Riyue Ito surfing really, really strong, leaning into the rail, gets another nice connection there. He just is such a smooth surfer. He's got I love his style. Looks like he's got a bit of extra length on his board there as well. That was pretty cool. So he's already locked in a small score, so we'll see where that one comes through. A 3.1 and a 3 for Raiha Onu, and scores to come through for Riyue. So Giada, Bronson is already Ben's pick.
Yeah, Bronson. Who did Dai pick?
I don't think we got there in the end. I don't remember.
All right, I'll ask Di in the next.
Yeah,
heat.
please. Yeah.
Actually, we should probably note this down. All right.
Yes.
China.
Or if he is around, please remind me, Di.
All right, so you picked Riyue. I'm a big fan. Ben picked Bronson. Pajar's in the semis with Bronson. We still have Iko and Kay. Quick replay here. This really cool wave actually from Riyue. Probably, obviously, his best wave for now. Comes in at 4.33. So the judges holding back a little on the score, wanting to see a little bit more yet.
Yep. But it is the best wave of the heat so far. So Riyue will take that. It puts him in a good position. But after seeing some excellent scores in that last heat, or an excellent score, I should say, we're expecting more. Sorry. Anyway, I interrupted your train of thought.
Who's your female pick?
Shino.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, my female for sure. I think this time I'm going to stick with Sarah.
Yeah.
I'm going for Sarah Wakita. And for my men's side, I think I'm keeping the tension.
The tension is building for Giada's pick, and that was a great first turn for Raiha Onu. Absolutely belts it for a second. Standing tall for a fraction there as well. He's thinking, yeah, I kind of liked it. So 19 minutes to go. That was a good answer back for Raiha Onu. We'll see. Just over 18 minutes, or actually, sorry, just under 19 minutes to go. We've got one pick in for the women's.
Yeah. So
for Giada.
For my men's side, so Riyue's killing it.
Yeah.
Pajar just came off a win, so he's on a high right now. You know, so he's feeling confident. He kind of battled back that last quarters. Kei Kobayashi would be a solid more, like, he's done so well this year, and I think he's really in the zone. I think I'm going to go for Kei.
Yeah, love it.
Kei's my male pick.
Okay.
For sure. All right. Backhand blast there for Raiha Onu. Really pushed that back tail on that first turn. The names are really similar. Raiha, Riyue. We're going to have a bit of tongue twisters out here. So I picked Kei Kobayashi as my male.
Yeah, Kei Kobayashi. Right now, Ryaru Ito is in second place. He needs a 3.95 because that last wave of Raiha locked in at a 5.17. So Raiha is extending his lead. He's got a 5.17 and a 3.1. So 17 and a half minutes to go in this third quarter final. It's the last two heats of the day, Giada. We're going to be rounding out day number 5 in less than an hour, which is pretty crazy. And then potential finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been great 5 days of competition here in Wanning. And I've been really surprised at the quality of wave that this is and how consistent it's been. I know I've kept saying it, but it's just really blown me away. We've had waves every single day of competition. We never had to call a day off.
Yeah.
And it's looking like tomorrow it's going to be pretty similar conditions to today.
Yay!
So we will be running all the semis of all divisions and finals maybe too.
Wow, super exciting. Let's see if Raiha, I was going to say, can keep the flare alive. Unfortunately goes down. Ryaru Ito, that was a big turn there. Gets a little bit dynamic with it. Is he going to stick with it? Looks like he will. He's got a good wall ahead of him. Wow. Really just leaning into his rail. He is just surfing with so much power. Absolutely loved that second turn. Though, yeah, loved that. It was huge. I see why you're a big fan. I get it.
I'm a big fan.
Talk me through this one.
All right, beautiful first opening turn. Really flares the tail out. Gets around this whitewash section, and if it was anyone else, you would have kind of given up, but then does that beautiful open face down carve, repeats it again, pulls off because there was not too much happening on the inside. Raiha Onu's last wave, nice backhand tail drift there. Unfortunately, just goes down. But that last one of Ryaru is definitely going to be improving his situation and making life maybe a little difficult for Raiha.
Yeah. He's definitely going to get the 3.95. It's just by how much more he gets that score. I feel like Raiha needs to really put together another good second wave because Riyue has really been in form this event, as has Raiha, but I feel like he's had a couple of mishaps, made a few mistakes. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Raiha answers back to this last wave of Riyue. We do have our first 2 semi-finalists locked in for the men's QS with Pajar and Bronson Mady. For the women's as well is looking really, really stacked too. We've got some incredible names. Sumomo Sato is going to take on Sarah Wakita, Kana Nakashio and Shino Matsuda. Wow, they're both huge semi-finals for the women. The Pro Junior is going to be really exciting as well. For the men's Pro Junior Heat 1, we've got Iko Watanabe and Teddy Billy. Heat 2, Taki Kanazawa and Yuma Nagasawa. Wow, that's large. That's a really big semi-final for the men's Pro Junior. And then for the women, Rita Suzuki and Wu Yao Mei. They're going to be that first semi-final. And for the second, Hinata Shimizu and Jing Wei Wang. So that's going to be some pretty impressive surfing for the semi-finals. 2 more heats to go, and we're going to be down to 4 people left in the draw for each division. Scores are in. Riyue locks in a 5-1-7, so he goes up into the lead. So now Raiha needs a 4-3-3.
Yeah, so there we have it, making life. Well, they both have a 5-1-7 next to their name. That's actually really tight.
Yeah.
But it is that background, that back up of Riyue, that 4-3-3, making his life a little easier. But just past that 14-minute mark, we just passed halfway on this heat. Anything can really happen for now. It's not the end just yet. Raiha having caught quite a few more waves compared to Riyue. Riyue always has that drop anchor approach that we talk about, a bit more picky with what he usually goes for.
Here we go. Riyue. Oh, wow. That was lethal. Riyue really opening up. That is probably one of my favorite turns ever. Like that is my favorite turn. When I see someone do a turn like that, I get so excited. Let's take a look at this because this is huge. Oh, where did it go? No. Come back. I want to see it again. Show it again. Let's go. Just kidding. Sorry, you guys are doing a great job. Riyue is just on absolute fire, and yeah, that turn is definitely one of my favorites. It's going to live in my head rent-free, Giada.
All right, here we go. This one's the one we're talking about. Whoa, that was sick. That is keeping us on the edge of our seats, Riyue Ito. I'm a big fan.
Wow. I reckon Dai Wacko will be absolutely loving that turn. Okay, here we go. Raiha is just going to town on this wave. Are you serious? These 2 competitors are going back to back, and this is getting exciting. Raiha has a big score to come through. Riyue also has a decent score to come in. He's up and riding again. Okay, where is this flurry of waves coming through?
Oh.
That was huge. Oh my goodness. Riyue Ito is firing up right now. What an excellent exchange between these 2 surfers. This is next level. I just need a second because that was so exciting.
Wow.
Wow. Is that what I sounded like?
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Giada.
That's like the most Aussie wow.
Wow.
I've ever.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
all
wow.
right. Wow. Let's go. Big blast off the top there. Does it again. Really pushes the tail there. I am loving this wave from Riyue Ito. A 3 to the beach. Not to the beach, but to the channel. Raiha Onu right behind him. A bit of a slower start, but here he's really starts to ramp it up as that wave really bowls up for that inside section that we love. Riyue Ito, you know, actually in that last interview I had with him, I had quite a bit of time waiting for the camera to kind of get going, and I told him, I'm like, you know, I think you're the Clay Mars of Japan.
How did he? What did he say?
Like, thank you.
Were you really nervous for that interview?
Yeah, I was like, I'm a big fan.
I love you.
But he was just like, thank you.
Thank you.
And that was it, yeah. I was like,
okay. So okay, we're going to call
he's
that.
Very
he's just
humble.
Yeah.
He's
you know
very
what?
humble.
That's really good. That's we back it.
Yeah.
Well, 4.77 for that big carve that we saw not too long ago. He still has another score to lock in for Riyue Ito. Raiha Onu also has a decent number to come through as well with just over 10 minutes to go. So big scores to lock in, hopefully, for these two surfers. I mean, a 5.17, they both got that. So at this stage, the best wave of the heat is the same. 5.17, they're both living in the same realm. 4.78 is what Raiha needs. Gets it. 5.60. Raiha goes up into first place. Now Riyue is down in second, needing a 5.6. This is a really, really close heat. He's got a score to lock in with 10 minutes to go.
I think Riyue has 2 scores.
Two?
Yeah, it's that big carve and then that last 3-turn wave.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
I think we're waiting for 2 scores.
Okay, all right.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I'm just jealous, don't worry. At least you have an
I'm
accent.
just-
I don't have
You
an
do.
accent.
Yeah, you do.
Mine's like the random Bali kid accent that we all have.
I have a little bit of a Spanish flair to it as well. It's my favorite. I love it. Okay.
That's my new thing, though. I'm gonna
like it.
wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, big scores. 7.5 locked in for Riyue Ito. Goes straight back up into the lead. So now he has put a little bit of separation between himself and Raiha. Raiha needs a 7.08 to move up into first and move into the semi-finals. With 9 minutes to go, he has priority. As a competitor yourself, Giada, I just lost my question. When you are sitting out there and you're hearing that you need 7s and above, what's the thought process?
Terrible. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be pretty upset.
Okay.
Like it's not a good moment to be in.
Yeah.
Full truth. Like
I love it. You
as
gotta be
an
honest.
athlete with 8 minutes left and you're asking a 7, do all the self-positive talk you can, but it's not a good situation to be in.
It's
you know,
not the
you're
place
out there,
you
you're
wanna
like, damn. What did you do?
Please tell me. Tell me.
What was it? What'd you do?
Yeah.
Because I've been trying.
Can we get the replays?
Actually, that's something I loved about the wave pool event in Korea. That you finish your wave and you can actually see on the screen your wave, like the replay of what you just did. So that was really sick, actually. All right, this is that 7.5 from Riyue. Doesn't even waste any time from that first and second turn. All the projection and speed from that first turn went into that second one, really pushed that tail around as well, giving the variety. The judges love to see you do something different, and it keeps that wow factor.
I knew that was coming. I just knew it. I knew that was going to happen at some point. It's fine. It's a bit of friendly banter, folks, with 7 minutes.
We love each other.
We do. Yeah, we do. We spend too much time together not to be honest.
Yeah.
Drew Starling, Giada Legati in the booth to call you through quarterfinal number 3. Quarterfinal number 4 is going to be huge as well. Iko Watanabe and Kei Kobayashi. It's a tough one. Kei is currently leading the rankings of the Asian Tour. Iko Watanabe is 7th on the tour at the moment, so it's a really important result for him to move into that Challenger Series qualification zone.
Yeah, Kei has had an incredible year. You know, he's had already a couple wins in the QSs, I think in Japan. So he's coming in this with a lot of confidence. He has done most of the QSs. He won Korea as well. So he is looking pretty unstoppable, actually. And you can already tell.
He got second in Korea. Did Katut win Korea?
Oh, right. Katut won Korea.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Katut. I really apologize. Second in Korea. Kei got second in Korea. But yeah, so you can already see him when he's preparing to get into these heats. He has this laser focus, and everyone has this different approach, you know, whereas I think of Bronson, and he's much more laid back and just watches the waves, whereas Kei has this like crazy warm-up routine. So it's really interesting how everyone just takes it differently.
Yeah, well, Riyue, in and out. I was about to get my names mixed up there, but yeah, I actually I'm not too sure if you were able to see any of Bronson's waves in his quarterfinal number 2. but Bronson got an 8.33 after Raul got a 7. We'll come back to it. Tucks into the barrel and just finds a little exit there for Riyue Ito. Really leans into the rail. You can see that he's feeling the confidence right now. Feeling like this wave won't go into the top 2, but just having a bit of fun for Riyue. But yeah, so Raul got a 7, and then Bronson he saw the wave, and I felt like he was thinking, yeah, I'm not happy with that. Got an 8.33 straight after it. It was CT level surfing in my opinion. It was really, really good.
Oh, that must be the highest score of the event, 8.33. See. Love this wave from Riyue. He's just letting loose, having fun out there. Gets a little shade. Probably the first one of the event. We haven't seen that just yet. So
imagine we wake up tomorrow, and it's tubing.
That would be pretty spectacular.
That would be spectacular. You are right. It would be a real oh wow.
Yeah, that was a wow. That'd be a wow. That wouldn't be a wow. It's an oh wow.
That would be sick though.
Yeah.
I mean, big turn sections is also great.
Yeah.
We'll take that too because it's been so entertaining to watch.
I think one of the local judges, Pablo, showed me some videos of this place, or photos actually, and as well the owner of Goofy Dog, and it actually pumps out here. Like,
really?
We have good, perfect Indo barrel lines. Yeah. So you never say never.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see it. You know what? I'm going to just really manifest it, talk to the ocean, Huey, bring us some good swell lines. We got just under 4 minutes to go in this heat though, and here we have Raiha, big connection to start, unfortunately comes unstuck, maybe a little bit too late to that first turn for Raiha, so he needs to regroup, and unfortunately he's handed priority back to Riyue Ito.
Yeah, so Riyue now with priority, that's 7-5. He's in a pretty solid control of the situation right now. He doesn't really waver, and he doesn't really crack as well under pressure, so I think he's going to make life really difficult for Raiha Onu. For those of you maybe watching and don't understand priority system, he has the right of way completely. So Raiha cannot either falter his wave, get in his way. So Riyue has the upper hand in every situation, and Raiha needs a 7.08, so he probably needs a good quality wave to catch that, and Riyue is not going to let him do that.
No way. And Riyue, he's a smart competitor, a little bit older than Raiha, so maybe has a little bit of extra experience, but Raiha is one of those competitors where he will not stop until that hooter goes. He's going to try and give himself every opportunity to progress through the heat. Hopefully he can create a little bit of difference or try and sell Riyue onto a wave that isn't going to better a 5.17, and he just needs to back himself in a situation like this right now.
Yeah, he does, and I would say that he could possibly go and kind of pick one off the inside, but with needing a 7, he would have to do something pretty amazing on that small wave. So it's not looking great, unfortunately. But quarterfinal, 4,000, that's a big result.
It is huge. And we've just had a call for tomorrow. It's a potential finals day. We've got a 7:30 a.m. call for a possible 8 a.m. start. All divisions are on standby, so Day 6 could be potential finals day for the WSL International Wanning Pro. So that is going to be super, super exciting. We'll wake up in the morning and see what's going to happen with just on 1 minute 35 seconds to go. Riyue out in front with priority, controlling this heat. Raiha looking to create a little bit of distance, maybe try and sneak one under priority of Riyue. And he's having a really good look here. Just unfortunately too deep, a little bit of a wobble in that wave. There is distance right now, and Riyue isn't chasing him. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to let you hang there and see what happens with just over 1 minute to go. This is stressful, Giada.
Yeah, so Riyue probably knows that Raiha needs a good wave to get that good score, and he has been surfing and has already surfed quite a few heats out there. So he knows the takeoff zone. He knows where those good waves come from. Clearly, he got that 7.5 and some big scores in the heat before. So he's pretty calm about it. He's just sitting out there. He knows Raiha needs to do something pretty impressive in these last 45 seconds, but looking like it's going a little flat.
Wow, the ocean is just working to Riyue's favor right now with 35 seconds to go. It's feeling like it's going to be Riyue moving on through to the semi-finals, but 25 seconds, there might be something popping up. It's just, looking like it's a little bit flat. So it's been an incredible performance that we've seen from Raiha. He's been surfing incredibly well this whole event. Unfortunately, Riyue just getting the upper hand at 7.5 was really entertaining to watch. And we're going to count it down with 5 seconds to go. We have our third semi-finalist locked in. It is Riyue Ito moving on through to the semi-finals. Who is going to meet him there? Iko Watanabe or Kei Kobayashi? We'll find out in the next half an hour or 30 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In its effort to create a clean energy island, Hainan is expanding offshore wind power and hydrogen production and speeding up the development of internationally competitive green energy supply chains. Standing at the intersection of the Chinese mainland and Southeast Asia, two of the world's most dynamic markets, and facing the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the Hainan FTP is leveraging its unique geographic strength to make itself an important hub for domestic and international dual circulation. It is rapidly evolving into a headquarters base for Chinese enterprises to enter overseas markets, and a headquarters base for enterprises from countries and regions overseas to enter the Chinese market. Consumer spending is thriving with the buying and selling globally model exemplified by the China International Consumer Products Expo, held for 4 consecutive sessions since 2021, and Hainan's offshore duty-free shopping policy. The Boao Lecheng International Medical Tourism Pilot Zone has implemented a zero-tariff policy on medical products, creating a key pathway for medicines and medical devices piloted in the zone to enter the broader Chinese market. The Ling Shui Lian International Education Innovation Pilot Zone has attracted 22 renowned domestic and international institutes of higher learning. Hainan Bielefeld University of Applied Sciences, the first university in the Chinese mainland independently operated by an overseas institution, has officially begun enrolling students. From 2018 to 2023, the Hainan FTP registered an average annual growth of 65% in the number of newly established overseas invested enterprises, and a 22.2% annual.
Sun is shining here in the International Wanning Corona Cero Pro. This is the last heat of the day. We have in the quarterfinals heat for Iko Watanabe and Kei Kobayashi.
What a matchup.
Yeah, I think we've already had a bit of drama in
the
first minute.
We've seen a little bit of a paddle. Let's take another look on the replay.
All right.
Wow.
This was in the very first, as soon as the hooter went, we see them kind of paddle battling this situation. That's how badly they want it. Look at the boys. This is macho man moment. Like,
wow.
What are they paddling to? I don't understand.
And they want to go deeper, and they just trying to get the first wave to surf, but definitely there's no wave now, so they are chilled right now. So on the left side of it, that's gonna be a Kei Kobayashi in blue.
Looking like Kei won that paddle battle.
Right. Looks like a few lines at the back though.
No one's paddling back now anymore. Everyone's tired. Heat's over. Like, all right, 26.5 on the clock. It is an incredible matchup. Kei Kobayashi and Iko Watanabe. So actually, Kei Kobayashi is my male pick of the event, and my women's pick is Sara Wakita.
Right.
Who was yours?
Oh, Riyue, what happened to your big fan?
I'm a big fan. But
Riyue.
But True took Riyue, and so did you. So I think I should pick someone else.
Right.
You guys are just copying me. All right. So Kei Kobayashi on this wave. A bit of a foamy one to start, but nice first turn here. Gets around that section. Bit of a stuck off the top there. He decides to stick with it. Seeing some potential maybe on the inside, but pulling off pretty quickly.
You know, the tides is getting higher and higher, so the inside section tends to go really, you know, the tape is out. So definitely you don't really want to surfing all the way to the inside. But like you said, this is really foamy section, but he managed really well for the first turn. Did a vertical off the top and did a little bit of foam climb, but he was sticking to the wave until very at the end. But still, you know, wave just didn't really offer too much. Steeper section after that, so probably all the points come from the first hit.
Yeah, absolutely. That first turn is definitely going to be what kind of that meteor section of that wave. 2.5 for the first of Kei Kobayashi. Not probably how he was expecting to start, especially with that strong paddle bow in the beginning. But it's a start. All right, as the boys are waiting for that next set to come through, let's throw it down to True with Riyue.
Yes, thank you so much, Giada. Riyue, that was a really entertaining heat. You were surfing super explosive.
Thank you. And yeah, I saw the barrel section. And I tried to barrel. Yeah, that's pretty fun heat. Yeah.
It looked like you were having fun out there. What was your, you know, were you kind of thinking, I'm just going to go and have fun and just surf your best?
Yeah, only have fun. Yeah. And yeah, but I couldn't get but first 15 minutes, a little bit nervous. Yeah. But yeah, take the heat. Yeah, I'm so happy.
It was really quiet and slow out there in regards to the waves coming through in the first 15 minutes. How did you stay calm and just, you know, get yourself ready for the next wave?
I was just breathing. Yeah, relax and yeah, waiting for the set wave. Yeah.
All the set waves came to you by the end. You're a wave magnet. Congratulations. You're into the semi-finals. Is there anything you'd like to say in Japanese to anyone back home?
次もセミファイナルなので頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, Riyue. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Riyue saying that he, like you told me, had that movie premiere drop this year, and he's been touring Japan, I think, as you said.
It's called Freebird, I think, and it's a really sick footage. You know, he traveled all over the world, Hawaii, Tahiti. I think one couple of footage from Riyue Bay as well, I believe, and somewhere in
Mexico
too.
Right. All right, live action. This is Kei Kobayashi keeping busy on the inside, a little deep on the takeoff. Nice first solid turn. Really pushes that tail around. Does it again. Unfortunately, pushes a little too hard and kind of just gets stuck there. But backing up that 2.5, he's taking a different approach to Iko. He's picking off those peelers on the inside and staying busy, whereas Iko just kind of dropped anchor and is just staying out there.
Right. Sometimes you don't really want to be, you know, stay in the lineup for quite a long time, but good thing for Iko, you know, Kei hasn't got any good waves yet, so definitely it paying out for Iko, just waiting for the bigger set, because like I mentioned before, the tide is getting higher and this inside section tends to taper out really quick, so definitely you need to have one of the set and take off from the other back so that you have a lot more opportunity to hit. But definitely Iko is waiting for one of those sets, but 9 minutes in, so you don't want to be dropping anchor for not that long.
You're right. Sometimes sitting there too long can kind of, those nerves will start creeping in and you start self-doubting, and that's when, you know, you're plan A is to drop anchor and just wait. But then if you start seeing at the 10 or 15 minute mark that it's not really working, then maybe it's time to shift to plan B and start actually getting some movement in and creating a bit of momentum, especially, I mean, Kay hasn't caught anything too crazy, a 2-5 and a 2-3. But, you know, you start hearing your opponent is catching waves, so you get to have that bit of self-doubt. But Iko has had so much surfing experience, especially in Arashi, so he's still a junior, and his competitive surfing is so mature. So he's that type of surfer that can sit there for quite a bit.
Definitely, and he's the one. You know, he's the type of surfer that he can turn heat into like a different situation in 5 minutes.
Absolutely. He can change a whole heat in a couple minutes. He's so fast and sharp, and as we saw in that paddle battle earlier, he has a fast paddle too, so he can get out the back quick. All right. Well, how much happening out there in this last heat?
Well, we see a lot of lines coming into the lineup now, so probably Iko wanted to have go on this one because we're just reaching a 20-minute mark. It looks like a little bit of movement from Iko Watanabe. He's having a look at this one.
All right, live action Iko now on your screen. Good first setup turn. He's, you know, setting the mood for the rest of the wave. Nice second one, a bit of a sleepier wave. He's keeping busy. He's doing those turns to just maintain that speed. This wave starts to maybe bowl up for him a little bit, but yeah, not a crazy wave, but a good start nonetheless.
Right. Definitely. It was definitely not the wave that he was looking for, probably. But definitely, like you said, it's good to have one wave ridden. Because he's been waiting for the wave for almost 11 minutes. And that's a pretty long time. It's a 30 minutes heat, but you always want to have a quick start.
Absolutely. It's those, the first two scores in the first 5 minutes, you know, and then you build your house. That's the typical contest formula. But yeah, he's going up against Kei Kobayashi, who's actually currently ranked #1 in the Asian QS region. He's had an incredible year, a 5th in the 3000 in Pismo Beach up in, actually in the States. He got a 2nd in the Korean Open QS 6000. He won the Omaezaki QS 2000. Had another 2 wins in Miyazaki and Tokunoshima. 2000s as well. Got 2nd at the WSL International Pro QS 4000. So he's had a really great year, a 5th in the 6000 in Tahara as well. So Kei has been pretty unstoppable throughout the year.
Awesome year because he's got a lot of points under his belt. I think lowest point would be 2000 points. So he has to make this quarterfinals to get better points, but this is Iko up and riding.
Yeah, unfortunately goes down on that one, but Iko is actually ranked 7th in the QS Asian ranking. He's also had a pretty good year. He won the Hamamatsu Open QS 2000 in Japan, then went on to a 3rd in the Miyazaki QS 2000, a 5th in the 6000 in Siargao, and a 9th in Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 6000. A 5th in the 2000 in Manokwari, so that's a pretty good result as well. And let's not forget that Iko Watanabe is still a junior. So he did win the Kuri Pro Junior and the Manokwari Pro Junior and got a 2nd in Omaezaki Pro Junior.
So he's already qualified for the WJC next month. And this Pro Junior is actually for the 2026 season's Pro Juniors event. So definitely he's having a great year on the junior as well. So he's a still young surfer from Japan, but still well experienced surfer. But looks like Iko is up and riding.
All right, Iko, nice first turn there. Upside down again. He's building momentum. He's going harder. This wave really bowls up for him on the inside. A nice pick there. I think that's getting rid of that 0.9 right behind him. Kei Kobayashi. Nice snap off the top there. Does it again, a little more under the lip that time. A good open face carve to get to that sleepy section that we talk about on that inside. So that's a much better exchange for both the surfers.
Right, definitely. It was a great exchange from both Iko and Kei, and this is the reply of last of Kei. So starting with a slow, check-in turn, more of like setting up turns, and here the wave steps up and it gets this under lip turn, and a beautiful surfing from Kei, and making sure he rides out of it really clean and confident. And this is the reply of Iko's last wave. I really loved the first time. Little bit off balance, but nice recovery there from Iko. And this wave actually steps up from here, and love this finishing turn from Iko. So it's a great exchange between Kei and Iko. Definitely Iko's gonna get a great decent scores for that wave.
Absolutely, and he got that under priority from Kei. So that's that smart competitive surfing that we were talking about that he has. He just can find those scores and uplift scores. So 5, 6, 7 for the last of Iko, and Kei a 4, 5. So Iko goes to first. We're reaching the halfway mark of this heat. Plenty of time. They both want a spot in that semifinal. So exciting moments ahead. We did get a call for tomorrow, 16th of December, day 6, a potential finals day. It's going to be a 7:30 a.m. call for a possible 8 a.m. start. And we will be seeing all the semifinalists. So they are all locked and loaded for this event. Heat 1 of the women's side of the draw, we have Sumomo Sato going up against Sara Wakita. And in semifinals 2, we have Kana Nakashio with Shino Matsuda. For the men's side of the draw, we're going to be seeing Pajar or Imade Ariana go up against Bronson Meiri. And Riyue Ito will be going against the winner of this exact heat that we're watching right now.
Wow, so 2 Indonesian surfers in the semifinal heat 1, and then it is 2 Japanese surfers in semifinal number 2. So, wow, that's a interesting matchup.
So there's going to be an Indonesian and there's going to be a Japanese in the final. I'm pretty excited. And it doesn't end there because action continues. Iko Watanabe is already in the semifinals of the men's Pro Junior, and he's going up against Teddy Billy, whereas in Heat 2 we have Taki Kanazawa going up against Yuma Nagasawa.
That is a great matchup again.
I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm asking something wrong. Are they... Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. I was going to say something really dumb. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. And in the women's side of the draw, we have Rita Suzuki going up against China's very own Yu Yaomei. And in Heat 2 is Hinata Shimizu against China's Jing Wei Wang.
Wow.
So we still have Chinese surfers in the draw.
That's a good thing. We've seen a lot of big names on the Chinese side, but this is Kei.
All right.
Beautiful second turn as well. And get the third turn in. It's a great answer back from Kei Kobayashi. He wanted to get rid of the 2.50. Probably that's done from this ride.
All right, I'm liking it. Kei doing a bit of what Iko did earlier, finding those on the inside. I love that first turn, sets it up and does it again on the second one. A little mistimed in my opinion, but there was so much better. I think most of the score is going to come from that first turn.
Right. So beautiful drawn angle shot. This is the last of Kei's. Love the first time. It tags it, time it super right, and straight into the second. And like you said, little bit of a mistime, but recovery nice, and gets this finishing turn. So definitely it'll be replacing a 2.50 quickly. It's gonna be an exciting, interesting exchange.
It's going to be a pretty decent score. I really enjoyed that first turn. I think he timed that one perfectly and got those 2 other turns as a backup. He will be definitely fighting for that first spot. A 4.51 is his requirement to go into the lead. So plenty of time, though. We just passed that halfway mark, 11:40 on the clock. With just 2 surfers out, there's so much opportunity out
Right. It gets sometimes slow, but it's just two surfers out there, so there's enough time and enough waves. But looks like Eco up and riding.
All right, Iko, good blast off the top. Goes past that section, really patiently waits for it. There's a couple of those roundhouse cutbacks there to just kind of get past that dead section. Here, the wave starts to stand up for him again. Gets one more upside down turn there. He's fired up.
He's fired up. I love when he's like, fired up after the ride. He does have a lot of different types of the expression.
Claims.
Yes.
That's a claim.
That was a claim. But I think this is a reply of the last of Eiko from the drone angle. Beautiful surfing, like you said. He managed time really well. Just he was waiting for the section to stand up, and he gets this big finish as well. And this is his claim. 2-stage claim from Ichi.
All right, I love that first turn. Really so strong, and that's what we were talking about, the timing. He doesn't rush to the section. He kind of draws out the bottom turn and waits for the section to like show up for him, and that's when he strikes, So I think it's such a difficult thing to do, and he makes it look flawless. Really, really good ride there for Iko Watanabe.
Whoa. Good scores locked in for both Kei and Eiko.
All right, so Iko's last one is going to probably better his situation. Goes straight to first. 6.5 for Iko Watanabe. It's the moment of truth. Does Kei crack under pressure, or does this build the fire?
He's already locked in 5.37, so he knows how to get this requirement, but he's up and riding.
All right, Kei now. Big blast off the top. Answers back to Iko exactly how we want to see it. That is a huge second and third turn here. Weaves this section through. This wave is going to stand up and bowl for him on the inside, and he's just going to stick with it. Another claim for him.
Little
hearts
love.
Everywhere. He's giving the love. He's sharing it. Beautiful wave from Kei Kobayashi.
Wow, I love the performance, love the answer back from Kei. The first time, it was critical. It just hit the section really hard, and straight into the second. Again, it was one of the critical section to hit, and he surfed all the way to the inside, and he actually gets a bonus big finish there, and really love the love claim from Kei Kobayashi there. That his requirement is 6.80, so pretty much he needs 7. But yeah. I gotta say he's gonna get it.
I'm 7.5.
7.0.
All right.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be a good number though. 7-point range.
Yeah, I'll say 7.5. All right. Oh, Taiwako. Can you tell us a number?
Right, 7.83. I was so lucky that I said 7-point range by the end.
I thought you said 7 right. I don't know. I'm just kind of rewinding a situation here.
But what a comeback from Kei.
Yeah, wow, what a comeback. Honestly, when I saw Iko's last one, I was like, ooh, Kei's going to be in a tough one. But then that answer back was really impressive. And he answered my question. Yeah. I was asking, does he crack or does he build under pressure? And this is the answer back. He builds. He's like, Jada, stop talking. Let me show you.
Wow, he was listening to your question. And he answers.
Like it. He felt it energetically. He's like, no, I don't like your question.
And he answers back right away. So he did a great job. 7.83, probably one of the highest scores of the day or of the event, men's side, probably.
Absolutely, that's one of the highest scores we've seen. I think Bronson got an 8.33 earlier on.
Oh right, yeah.
So this is really high up there though. With just 7 minutes left, Kei Kobayashi sitting. Ooh. We're gonna see some more mind games happening here. Oh, I'm loving this heat. There's a lot happening.
I am loving this drone shot. They zoomed in drone shot. This you can tell their faces, and then we can mind read from their faces.
This is actually one of the most entertaining heats I've seen. I love it. I sometimes love this more than the actual surfing.
Oh yeah, definitely, because we don't really get to see competitors' faces during the heat. So this is a great shot.
Oh wow! You know, do they have an ongoing like feud normally, or what's happening
I
here?
have no idea, but Kei has second priority, but he's just paddling and circling around Kei and Ichi Watanabe, trying to put a lot more pressure, and that call is, I think, strategy.
Absolutely.
It's not. He knows what he got with the last wave,
Yeah, he
7.8. So
knows.
he just
He's like
wanted to make
rubbing it.
sure.
Yeah. He's like rubbing it
Yeah.
in Iko's face. I've seen that one before. That's sneaky, sneaky.
So that is a great competitor mode from Kei Kobayashi with the 5 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Oh wow, yeah, this is a great heat. It started off strong, and it's looking like it's gonna finish strong too. Iko now not really playing into the power
Right.
battle anymore. He's like, leave me alone.
But it's so interesting. Kei is just paddling around him, circling around him. It's like he has second priority. So Ichi gets to choose whatever he wants next. But Kei is just building up some pressures.
He's just circling like a
Yeah,
shark.
like a shark.
It's like a shark. Oh my goodness. That's so intense. Iko is ninja mode. He's like not even looking at Kate.
He's in Zen mode right now. He's meditating, just checking the watch right now.
Wow. There we go. This is a great heat, actually. This is the best way to finish off day
Right.
5 of competition. This is the last heat of the day. We've had a big day today as well. We did both round of 16 for the men and women's straight into these quarterfinals. And 7-8-3 for Keiko Bayashi is exactly how you want to be reaching these last 5 minutes.
I'm just hoping there's gonna be a couple more sets, a couple more good waves for all the two of them, and I love to see them surfing again on the good waves. Wow, this is very entertaining heat to finish off today.
Yeah, we got to figure out if there's this ongoing like Kelly Slater, Andy Irons battle going on with Kay and Iko,
Right.
Like it would be interesting. It's like, have you seen that surf movie Fly in the Champagne?
No, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen Fly in the Champagne? I hope I'm saying the name right, but it's one of my favorite surf movies of all time.
Wow.
And it talks about the competitive life of Andy Irons and Kelly Slater and what they were doing and all the behind the scenes. It's an incredible movie, and it goes into details of how far they were taking it and how the competition wasn't just in the lineup. Like, they were taking it outside too. So
Right.
I highly recommend it. If you can find it online, it's a great movie to watch.
Yeah,
Documentary, actually.
Well, I love the documentary, so I might check it out. Yeah.
You should. It's a really good one.
I've seen Blue Horizon, featured Andy and Rasta from Australia, and Andy was talking about competing against Kelly, and it's just so much, like you said, there's so much going on outside of the water. Just saying, just good luck before the heat and stuff. So it's cool to know the details of the
and
competitors.
That documentary goes into a lot of detail, and
Wow.
it just talks about them too. Like it
Wow.
talks of everything. It interviews Bruce Irons. They interview Kelly himself as well. So it's a great movie, and I remember it just because one of my close friends, Kian Martin, watched it, I think, at least 1,000 times throughout his
Really?
life. Yeah, he would watch that movie every single night. It was his favorite. And me and Haina, we're watching it with him, and it's a great documentary.
I gotta find out where to watch it. Ooh.
All right, so this is Iko Watanabe's moment, 6-7-1. Big blast there to start things off, upside down again. This is his answer back. He needs to finish this one off strong. Good cutback here to get past that section. Let's see what he gives us on the inside. Iko is liking it, 6-7-1 to go into the lead. Did he just take this win off of Keiko Bayashi?
It was great, answer back from Iko. First time he just put everything into the one, into the first section, and second and third, little bit hang up on the third, turn, but still managed to ride out of it and gets this turn again. So he did everything he could do on that wave. A wave actually, it wasn't one of the set, it was one of the smaller size waves. So he capitalized every single opportunities to get the score. So wow, that was amazing performance from Iko Watanabe.
Wow, this is going to be really, really close. I mean, if it's not the score that he needs, it's just under because you're right, he surfed that as well as that wave could be surfed, in my opinion. And the only thing I would say that is kind of holding the score back would probably be the size of the wave. You're right. But 55 seconds did Kay's heart must be beating 1,000 right now.
Because he saw that all the actions from the back and he see all the big sprays. So he's not feeling well right now.
Nah. So the judges are going to be comparing that wave to Iko's 6.5 or Kay's 7.83 and kind of thinking how much better that was and or what was missing as well. So 30 seconds left. This is going to be Kay's last chance as well. Does he get onto it? He does not. 22 seconds. Looking like there's one more wave. Kay's going to have to go. We're still waiting for that last score of Iko to come in. All right, Iko caught that one out the front. Not sure what he did. Kay needs to do something big. Nice first turn. Gets a little stuck on that whitewash there. But gets past that whitewash and into that clean face. That wave is definitely not going to go into his top 2.
Wow.
So wow.
What a hate to finish up for the day 5 because we are not too sure yet who's going to be in the semi-finals tomorrow. We are still stick to this heat because still waiting for the last of Iko's. This is intense for both of them.
All right. First thought, do you think Iko got it or not?
Just under, I gotta say.
I don't know why I think so too. I don't know.
I wish he gets it. I'm really hoping to, he gets it, but I gotta say it's just under, but his surfing was there.
But not because of the surfing. I think it's just the wave size. I think Kay's 7.83 was much bigger, the wave, and it wasn't just one of those insider ones. I mean, to be fair, Iko didn't have a choice. He had to go on that.
And he did everything he could do, definitely. He had a great heat. He had a last chance, and he did everything on that wave. So his surfing was there, but just like you said, it's just a wave.
Oh, all right. So there he is with his friend group. I see Raiha Onu there. Okay, this is the replay. This is the wave we're talking about, guys. Break it down for us, Dai.
Right. So it was one of the smaller size waves, but loved the first and he pushed his tail really hard. Wraps around and a little bit of tail release there, but a little bit hang up there. That's a little bit of downtime on this wave, but he gets this last finishing turn. It was solid. More I see it, I gotta say it's under.
Yeah.
Because there's a little bit of downtime and hang up on the third turn.
I gotta agree with you.
That's why I'm not the judge.
Me neither. All right, so Iko does get the score. Kay needing a 5.90 now. I don't think that last one is going to be it. So I think, Iko Watanabe.
I was wrong.
I was wrong too.
He did everything he could do.
Yeah, and he got it.
Wow.
So congratulations, Iko Watanabe. He will be going into the semifinals. So that is it. Day 5 of competition here in the International Wanning Corona Cero Pro. We're going to throw to a quick highlights reel, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow bright and early. That is us on your screen. So thank you so much for joining us in this incredible day of competition. It has been non-stop action. We will be throwing to a highlights reel really soon. And it's been non-stop. Bronson getting that 8.33. That last heat was incredible as well.
That was insane to finish off the day 5. So I'm so excited for the finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. We will be doing a 7:30 call with a possible 8 a.m. start, and I think it could be a potential finals day tomorrow.
Ooh, let's go, finals day.
So all semifinalists are locked and loaded, and officially I can throw it out to a highlights reel of today's action.
they see me, everybody wanna be me out. Picture me rolling, I'm cruising down the freeway. We just going all out, got the gang with way. Pretty girls never stop doing things our way. We like it our way, sunny shining today. Ooh, I just popped another tag, just picked up another bag. I'm just living life, I'm the it girl. Ooh, get it like you want some of my energy. I'm the it girl. Everybody love me. I'm a big girl. Can't do nothing for me. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. When they see me, everybody wanna bring me out. In the wind, makeup on cute though. Feel the air on my skin. Look at everybody glow. All the girls keep it cute. We just keep it south side. We keep the south side. Everything is bout side. Ooh, oh, I mean I hate to brag, but no one can touch my swag. I'm one of a kind. I'm the it girl. Ooh, get it like you want some of my energy. I'm the it girl.
Look at you, so